Hello. After having their 6th consecutive elections since the end of the Civil War in 2002, the people of Sierra Leone are patiently waiting for the result of yesterday's election. The election for president and members of parliament recorded a large turnout. For president, the 3.3 million registered voters had to choose one of 12 contestants. The main two are President Julius Maade Bio of the Sierra Leone People's Party, SLPP, and Dr. Samaru Kamara of the All People's Congress, APC. President Bio is running for a second 5-year term. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 11:30 a.m. in New York City, 6:30 p.m. in Kampala, Uganda, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you are watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chidonoma, is on assignment. Our guest today is Olu Oguibe. He's an award-winning artist, writer, activist, and all-around genius. He's joining us to talk about life as an artist, writer, and activist on the world stage. Olu, welcome to the show. Let's bring you up.
Thank you. Thank you. I have to disavow the genius part.
Of course. Of course. You're allowed to do that.
But thank you. That's generous. Very generous. Thank you.
No, but my own definition is really someone who is totally committed to what they set out to do with their lives. I admire that. I dream I could. I hope I will be, but I couldn't do that. So welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Where do we start? Typically, we start with things happening across Africa. So I don't know if you're aware of this. There was a meeting that took place in Paris last week, just a few days ago. In the meeting, we had African leaders like the president of South Africa, Kenya, Zambia, and of course, Nigeria. They went there to talk about financing, how to raise money to finance their economy. And I want to play you a video of the president of South Africa speaking at the event. And I want to get your reaction to that.
When we felt like we were beggars. I played a key role as chair of the African Union during the COVID period. We felt like we were beggars when it came to vaccine availability, when we felt we needed access to vaccines, and the Northern Hemisphere countries had bought all the vaccines in the world, and they were hogging them. And they didn't want to release them at the time when we needed them most. And we felt like we were begging. And at times it felt like they would just be droppings from the table, that yes, we will give you that and that. And let me tell you something that generated a lot of resentment. We resented that, and it got worse when we said we want to manufacture our own vaccines. And when we went to the WTO, there was a lot of resistance, enormous resistance. And we kept saying, what is more important, life or profits by your big pharmaceutical companies? And that too, I must tell you now, generated and deepened that disappointment and resentment on our part, because we felt like life in the Northern Hemisphere is much more important than life in the global South. And these are issues that need to be addressed. And I'm glad that we are all seated here like this, because we've got to get to the heart of these matters and address them.
All right. That was a South African president speaking at the event, at the summit. What is your take of that?
Well, I think he's right. But the whole meeting itself does raise issues of context, and I'm quite sure that African leaders very well understood the purpose and timing of the meeting. This is the European, EU, NATO reach out to African leaders to try and pry them away from Russia and the new axis of evil. So someone like the South African president is not a fool. He's not a child. But there's a very fascinating thing about, especially the French president. He has this perennial attitude of treating Africans and African leaders almost like their children. Um, and I think this is not peculiar to, probably not peculiar to him in particular. I think French politicians, white French politicians and French leaders in the past, Sarkozy and so on, always had that attitude of treating Africans like children. So I think the decision in Europe and in the West right now is, oh, we gotta go out and try to hand out some kind of carrot to these guys before they make the mistake of going with the Soviet Union and China. So this is just, brinkmanship between the West and China and Russia. It has nothing at all to do with the interests of the Africans. And I think that some, I don't know about all, but some of the African leaders totally understand. I mean, this is timed at the same period that the African Union leaders went to Russia to speak to Putin, and there's a very openly admitted feeling in the West that they've probably left it too late, to try and curry favors with people in the global South. And I think there's also a certain anxiety around Lula da Silva returning to power in Brazil and pushing some of these ideas. You can see there's the meeting that Modi of India has just had with Biden. So it's on all fronts trying to make sure that, first of all, as the Ukrainian president put it at the beginning of the war, to try and get these Africans to actually understand what's going on and what's at stake. Like they're kids, like they don't know what's going on. But that's only one part of it. I think the other aspect to the clip that you just played is about taking responsibility. And I think that it's a little unfortunate that in 2023, a quarter way into the 21st century, Africans are still having to be dependent on the West for, basic things like vaccines and so on and so forth, that we don't have the wherewithal. Well, we do have the wherewithal, actually, that we don't have technology, the technical know-how, the medical facilities, and so on and so forth to not have to ask, to actually spearhead the discovery and development of these kinds of things for our own populations, in which case we wouldn't have to beg anyone. The West does a very good job of taking care of most of its own, and we do the opposite. So we can't really keep blaming others for not doing the best that we can. I mean, there are definitely things which historically we must blame the West for. And the repercussions of those historical incidents and events and processes are still with us, no doubt. If you look at what Italy did in Ethiopia, that's something that will last for generations and centuries, but we are also complicit in where we are in the world, right? You look at your own country, the billions that are being siphoned off with every imaginable excuse. The latest was the Airways scam. You go and buy one airplane, and then that becomes an excuse to embezzle as much as possible at the very tail end of an administration. So we can blame the West, and I think that the South African president could have been even more caustic in his remarks if he chose to, and he'll still be justified, especially with the French president being as condescending by nature towards Africans and people of color as he is. But it doesn't take away our own complicity and responsibility as part of the equation, as part of the explanation for where we are in the world and the fact that we have to depend on others for something as fundamental as life itself. It's terrifying.
Now, there was a time yesterday that people thought that the world was at risk, that the Russians were about to go into a civil war. But you mentioned a little bit while ago that African leaders actually traveled to that region to make peace. What is your take on that? And considering the state of Africa, that African leaders felt that they have they have the possibility of bringing peace over there for the different factions there. Go ahead, please.
I think they did the right thing. I think they're playing global politics. They're under enormous pressures from the West. That's a given. But it's like I said earlier on, it's very obvious to the West that African leaders are more inclined to side with the non-West, whether it's China or Russia or whatever, than the West at this point in time. But that doesn't remove the pressure. It doesn't lessen the intensity of efforts on the part of the West to dissuade them from that inclination. So I think that was just the same kind of empty gesture that the West itself specializes in. That's what the African leaders did in going to Russia. It reminds you also of the Chinese leader going to Russia to talk peace, although he went there to further firm the bond between China and Russia. But his stated goal was to go there and present a peace package and talk peace. I think the African leaders played the same game. It's like, let's go. Yeah, no problem. Let's go and speak to him. But in backroom conversations, they were basically doing thumbs up to Putin and saying, you go.
Knowing what's happening in Sudan, for instance, and African leaders have not been able to make any impact. And when they meet the faction there, they go to Saudi Arabia to meet. What does that say about the role they're playing on this stage?
I think we're in a different historical moment, aren't we? Because from my point of view, I believe that things fundamentally changed with the collapse of the Organization of African Unity. It was a very different organization. It was a very different kind of politics. It was a very different understanding of not just the place, but also the responsibilities of African nations in that period and on the global stage. The Organization of African Unity was a much more powerful, much more effective, much more united, and I think much more of a threatening force to the West than the African Union. They were able to support the Palestinians. They were able to effect the decolonization of Angola and Namibia and so on and so forth. They weren't very effective in Biafra, but they tried their best, and so on and so forth. They were able to go to the Congo, with the United Nations, in a different show of force. They were able to take a position on apartheid and stick to it. And they played a much more central role in the non-aligned, movement than the African Union. The very idea of an African Union after the European Union, it just shows a group and a people who've lost their way. You change your own organization that preceded the European Union. You dissolve it, you change the name, and you call yourself African Union, just like the European Union. That's just very childish. And I think the West understands, and the West did play a role in that change, of course, by destroying these economies and these countries, taking sides in civil wars and supporting civil wars and sponsoring, chaos and anarchy and, assassinations and overthrows and military coups. And I think that's how we went from the Organization of African Unity to the toothless African Union. You have to go to Saudi Arabia to discuss Sudan, which is in the heart of Africa.
Your authority in post-colonial African history. And when you look at Africa today, what do you think is the primary problem across the continent? Why is still lacking behind all the other continents?
Well, I think it's very difficult to summarize the predicament of an entire continent. There are similarities between the different countries, but there are also differences that are specific to the peculiar and particular histories. If you look at the Anglophone or previous British colonies, they tend to have a slightly different set of problems. Not entirely different, but slightly different set of problems than the former French colonies. They still a stronger bond would be the wrong word. Stronger hold would be much more like it. France still has a much stronger hold on its former African colonies than Britain does on the former British colonies. They have their own internal problems, but Britain is much less of a factor now in those problems, and they're not as dependent on Britain as the former French colonies remain on France in terms of military interventions and installations and aid and stipends and handouts and coups. You know, Britain did play a role in the its African colonies right up till the end of the 60s. It hasn't been able to play that much of a central role in political transitions, perhaps until maybe recently, but not even as a nation or as an empire. More individually, people like Blair taking maybe working independently or working for the British government in Buhari's coming to power and things like that. But the French are staunchly embedded in the politics of the former French colonies. So I think the point I'm making there is that there are slight differences between the different numerous countries. But I think it's a very important part of the problem is one of, well, I like to bunch it all together under alienation. And this has to do with the citizenry rather than the macro global machinations that work against us. There's also the question of citizen responsibility within the societies and countries. Corruption in Nigeria is not today, corruption in Nigeria, for instance, is not something that Britain is sponsoring. We could say that, yes, Britain played a role in introducing corrupt politics and corruption as a societal habit in its colonies, including Nigeria. But the corruption that's going on now, you know, the corruption that the governor of Abia State or Imo State or, you know, Ogun State, or the corruption in the federal government, that's not something that Britain is necessarily responsible for. You know, when my nephews or cousins or whatever, you know, go to get their testimonial at school in the rural areas, and the principal asks for a bribe, that's not Britain, you know. That's not the empire working. That's people not taking responsibility and recognizing that individual behavior plays a role in whether a society is moving forward or going backwards. And our people are not taking responsibility. They're not recognizing that what you do as an individual affects the group, and that you have a responsibility to progress the group. If you take your own country, for instance, very few Nigerians understand actually that the duty is to progress the whole society, because when you move the whole society forward, the individuals benefit as well. You find that with alienation, what happens is that people begin to focus on the self, not the group, not the community, not the society, not the country, but the self. How much can I get? You know, I have a commissioner post in this government. How much can I get for myself, for my family, before I lose the job? Rather than what can I do to advance my state and everyone in the state? What can I do to advance the young people? Because then they can take that and advance the future. No, the thing is, I need to get as much as possible for myself and buy, you know, real estate in the Middle East and in Europe, so that when I leave this job, my family will be in a good place, and that's all. You know, right from the grassroots, and it's not just at the top. We can argue that the top sets the bad example, but it's happening, like I said, at the very grassroots as well. Everyone is just for themselves, and that's I called it alienation, and that began historically. It began when the old society, which is communal, which is about you take care of this person, they take care of you. You know, you have the extended family in the compound. If someone is going off to the market, somebody else takes care of their children. You know, if you need to build a house, maybe there was a storm and the roof was blown off, everyone comes together to make the thatch and raise the new roof on someone's house, and so on and so forth. When people began to go to work for the government, with the colonial government, they called it Onoyibo, Arno Beke. That's the white man's work, not your work. And you would notice that we've returned that, because people would say, why are you killing yourself? This is not your father's work. You know? Why do you care about someone stole money? They stole government money. They didn't steal your money. People forget that the government money is actually their money, right? You know, it's like, if I have a chance, I would, you know, they think to themselves, if I have a chance, I'll do the same. It's just government money. It's not government money, but it began with colonialism, with that alienation of separating yourself from what you're working for. When you went out to work for the white man, or when you went out as a civil servant, you felt like you weren't working for your community, you were working for the government. Olu Oguibe, it's the white man's work. And we were never able to progress beyond that, to regain the sense of communal responsibility, the responsibility to the society as responsibility to the self, so that when my cousin goes to get their testimonial at the high school or grammar school, so that the principal recognizes that if I don't tax this child and their family and ask for a bribe for the testimonial, if this child goes out and succeeds in the world, they could come back as alumni of the school and rebuild the library, or make a donation, or, the principal is just thinking, how much money can I get right now from all these kids, who here, we don't have the stamp today, we don't have ink, we don't have paper. So, you tax your own student and their parents who are struggling to pay you for paper, for a testimonial, rather than thinking, if I make these children succeed in the world, they're going to come back and reinvest in the community and the school. That's alienation.
All right.
And that's the problem. That's the problem everywhere in Africa. That's the basic problem, that has nothing now to do with the obvious things we recognize of Britain trying to take care of its own, in its dealings with Africa. France trying to take care of its own. These are all nations trying to take care of their own, even as they exploit us and they humiliate us and they deny us. All they're doing is trying to take care of their own. So our fundamental problem is not just that. We ought to understand that our real serious problem is not having a sense of patriotic responsibility to the community and the society, which then translates to responsibility for the future of the self.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. We're going to, for the people watching at home, we're going to give you the chance to join the conversation, but I have to get some questions through, especially we're going to talk about his work and everything else. But before we leave Africa, let me just ask you, last year, Belgium returned the gold tooth of Patrice Lumumba, which was the only thing from his body that they took and destroyed his body. Last year also, Germany returned some artworks they stole from Zambia. This year, we know that Britain returned some to the Benin king of Oba Benin and to Nigeria, essentially. So there's just this movement to return stolen things back to Africa, especially artworks. What is your take on that?
Well, as you may know, a leading figure in that movement is Professor Chika Okeke-Aglo at Princeton University, who used to be my master's student and mentee going back to Nigeria. It's a very complicated conversation. It's very complicated because there's the legal question that material culture belongs to the people who made it. It's not negotiable. It's not something you say, well, this was colonial booty, or well, this was so long ago, and so on. Stolen stuff belongs to the owner, right? It's actually as simple as that on one level. And these countries make so much money. So it's not just even the fact that they have this wealth of material culture. And these things run into the millions, They really run into the millions, not just thousands. From personal collections to public collections, they literally run into the millions. And people are making money all the time through the books they publish, through the images they publish, through the museums that people pay to visit. You can't just walk into the British Museum. You have to buy a ticket to see the Benin bronzes. Who keeps the money? It's the British Museum. And it's a very unfortunate situation whereby a child in Igbo land has no access to their the wealth of their material culture from the past while they're studying. They have to study these things as images in books. But the child in London can just take a bus, get on the school bus excursion and go to the British Museum and see the material wealth of the Igbo in the British Museum, and at the same time see that of the Yoruba and the Kung and so on and so forth, and enjoy exposure to this global wealth of material culture. While the kid, all the time I studied African art in Nigeria, most of the objects that I studied as pictures because I had no access to them. That's part of the tragedy, and it furthers this alienation, really, because it further distances people from who they are, from a sense of the fact that they've made contributions to human civilization, from an understanding of even what that contribution is, to the point where a full-grown young Igbo adult, I say young because I'm now in my 50s, right? Someone in their 40s doesn't know the difference between Ago and Odum. That's part of the alienation, because our past is now in quarantine outside, making money continuously on a daily basis for these nations. On the other hand, here's part of the complication. It's not impossible for people to return these things. Actually, individual collectors have volunteered to return objects from their collections to owning societies or to institutions in owning societies. It's not impossible. And it's not impossible to pursue the legal question People think that it's a daunting task. It's not, because it's a very clear legal question. Stolen stuff doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the people it was stolen from. The part of the complication and part of the argument that the West continues to make, and there's an element of logic, and good logic, is that when these things return, of course, they're returning into a different context. You know, when you return a mask face, it's not returning to the community that produced it, and it's not returning to go back into a masquerade, because a mask face is part of a masquerade. It's not just an object on the wall or in a vitrine. Now, when you return these things, how are they preserved? How are they protected? Not just for the owning society, but for human society, human global human culture as well. When you have the Igbo actively and still continuously destroying their own artifacts in the name of religion, that's still happening in Igbo land, right? You know, we're still burning things. We're felling trees. We're destroying barren houses. We're burning. When people dig up an artifact in Igbo land now, they don't call the Ministry of Culture. They call the pastor. And it's the pastor that decides whether they should burn it and pray over it, or whether they should throw it away, or what they should do with it, because it's supposed to be pagan and evil. So when you have a society that's still actively destroying its own material culture, how do you entrust material culture into its custodianship and protection? And you recall, this is something that people have written about. You recall what has happened with the stuff that used to be in the National Museum or in the different ethnic and anthropological museums in the different states in Jos and so on and so forth. Most of it's been stolen and sold by our own people. So when you return these material to these institutions or to these places, what then happens? Do they actually stay and serve the society and the community and the nation? Or do they get stolen again and resold into the black market and the underground, where they'll never again be recovered, where they then disappear from everybody? You know, I know stuff is in the British Museum. I can go to the British Museum as a researcher and ask for it. I can go to the British Museum as a visitor and see it on the wall. I don't like to do that. Actually, the last time I did that was in 1989, and I ran all the way out of the British Museum and swore never to go back again, because I got there and saw a whole full wall of Benin bronzes, and I had a mental breakdown, literally. And I ran all the way from the British Museum back to where I was staying in London in 1989. But you can go there. I can go there. And you'd find information about these things preserved and maybe a little sanitized, but you have access to it. When they return to Lagos or to Abuja, do you have access to them? Or are they going to get stolen again? This is the argument the West is making. That we don't really trust the owners with their own material culture. It's not a good legal argument. It doesn't matter what the owner does with their stuff. It's still their stuff. You know, it still belongs to them. But it's a very important logistical point, which is why some of them are trying to collaborate with setting up new museums. And then you have the case of the return to the Edo, the Oba of Benin. The folks who returned this stuff were of the understanding that they were returning them to Nigeria. Well, Nigeria didn't exist when these things were stolen. You know, actually, Nigeria did not exist. Nigeria began in what? With the amalgamation in 1914. When these things were stolen in the 19th century, there was no Nigeria. They were stolen from the palace of the Oba of the Edo. And that's where they belong, legally. So I think the Nigerian government legally did the right thing in saying these things belong to the Oba. Culturally, did they do the right thing? You know, because it's national heritage now, and it should serve the whole nation and not just the palace of the Oba. So there are these complications, and one shouldn't forget, I shouldn't forget to mention that the gestures returning these materials are not genuine, of course. You know, it's not the best quality material that is returned. And you return one mask face or one, statuette to a society from which you stole 20,000 stuff, which is still in your museum. And then you find the ugliest little one that you can find. There's a big ceremony and you get the Minister of Culture. And the whole idea is that they're still treating the Africans as children. Oh, it's okay. Let's just find something, 2, 3, and the minister will go and present it. And they should be happy. They're Africans, them.
Now, hold on. Let me. You're saying some interesting things, and let me ask you this. I don't know when you left Nigeria. I think in the 80s.
89.
89. Okay. And since you left, the people who are currently running the country are your contemporaries. People.
Yes.
Yeah. And
since the 90s, yes, definitely.
Yeah. So why is it that Africa has remained the same? Is it because people like you left and turned their back on Africa, become intellectuals, and leave the country in the hands of those who are less endowed or less aware of what is needed to fix the continent? Why is it that we have people like you, global intellectuals, and then Africa is the way it is? I asked this question to several of my guests who are teaching in the West, who are professors everywhere, but the continent is the way it is. Why?
It's not a good question though. If I dare say so. I think you know very well. It's not a good question.
Okay.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. Many of us returned also. I led the Nigerian pro-democracy movement in the UK with Kayode Fayemi, who is the governor of Ekiti State.
Former governor.
We founded the movement together. He was the publicity officer. I was the secretary. The late Tajuddin Abdurrahim was our president. The New Nigeria Forum in London led the UK part of the pro-democracy movement in the late 80s and the 90s. And Kayode studied in the UK with his wife, who was a very prominent feminist leader in the UK. And then they returned to Nigeria and joined politics. So many of the people who joined politics in the 90s with the return to democracy, the late 90s.
Yeah, 99.
Yes. Actually were intellectuals who returned from abroad. Many of the people in the House of Representatives, in the Senate, in government, were people, even governors. Some of the governors came back from the UK. The governor from Rivers State who plundered his state and then went to jail, and when he returned to the UK, he returned to Nigeria from the UK. So, intellectuals abroad did return and are still part of the failed leadership in the country. It didn't make a difference. That's one aspect of it. The other aspect is that I always make this point. it's, if you take Nigeria, to concentrate on Nigeria, but this is the case everywhere across the continent. My friends also who were in the Pan-African pro-democracy movement from Kenya, Sudan, so many of them went back to the continent in the mid-90s. Tajuddin Abdurrahim died in Kenya. He didn't return to Nigeria, but he went to Uganda to head the Pan-African movement, and then went to Kenya to work, and died in an accident there, unfortunately, in Nairobi. So lots of people went back. They went back to Sudan, South Africa, Gambia, Ghana, and so on. The point I was leading to, in spite of this other point, is that if we take Nigeria, which is the one place that you and I know much better than all the other places, as an example, I always remind people that this is a nation of 200 million people. That's a large number of people. Okay? There are professors, hundreds of professors, probably thousands of professors. There are, the lots and lots and lots of intellectuals in Nigeria. Okay? If they can't save Nigeria, why would it be the few intellectuals who left that are supposed to save a country of 200 million people who are still there? Among them, lots and lots and lots of intellectuals. The vice president that just left office is an intellectual, right? He's a professor of economics. Not just a professor, but a professor of economics. And yet, it was a failed government. Someone made a point when they were trying to entice or confuse Nigerians to return Buhari to power, that it was, in fact, the writer Lola Shone wrote an op-ed in the UK Guardian, lauding how Buhari was going to bring a team of young intellectuals, I suppose like herself, and lead a new revolution in Nigeria and transform things. Well, 8 years later, you can see that didn't happen, because it was never going to happen. It had nothing to do with intellectuals abroad or intellectuals in the country. It doesn't matter where people are. And you and I, from the outside, are making far more contributions to the survival and sustenance of the continent than most people who are within the continent. Here you are, staging these important conversations about the continent, in addition to all the other things that you're doing outside even of your professional work. You're writing, you're publishing, you're in the media, you're discussing Africa all the time. In my case, in addition to everything else that I did, including, these days I take very clear credit for the work that I did in the pro-democracy movement. I take credit for it, and I take part credit for Nigeria's return to democracy, because I paid a huge price for that on a daily basis. Now, but in addition to that, I've also contributed to the fact that today young Africans can find a place in the global art market where they can make thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars. They can sell their work for very high prices, and they can use the proceeds to improve their communities and their families. I contributed directly to making that happen. I did that from London and from the US. I didn't have to be in the continent. In fact, if I had been in the continent, I probably wouldn't have been able to do as much as I did from the outside. Lastly, something else which people leave out of the conversation, and I've had to chastise a young man on social media recently about this. The other thing people don't take into consideration are the circumstances under which these intellectuals left the continent. I left Nigeria because I had a police warrant, which is still it's still there somewhere in the files.
They'll
It's
find it
still
now.
it's
Now
still
that you
there. I
said
don't
it.
know. I don't think they'll execute it, but it's still there. So I left with a police warrant over my head. Obiora Odechukwu left because he was sent to prison. And when he left prison, he left the country, came out of prison because people globally asked for his release. He left the country. Chika Okeke, I mentioned earlier on, who's now a professor at Princeton, was determined to stay in Nigeria. I was happy to sponsor him to stay in Nigeria, but he lost his job, and in Nsukka, he was sacked just for unionism, teachers' union and so on and so forth. So he had no job. I was keeping him, going for as long as we could until we decided it doesn't make any sense. You should, with your talent, you should come abroad and continue your professional development. And from that, you can contribute to your family and to Nigeria and the continent. So all these people left for reasons. They didn't just, we're not tourists,
No, it's a very good point. I asked the question because
we left we left for good reason, because most of us were forced out, and not just economically. Many of us were forced out politically, with threats, with imprisonment, with all sorts of threats, and we simply had to leave. Folks who are familiar with this will tell you, and I made this very clear to people who were close to me at the time. One of the closest people to me when I left in 1989 would be Ike Achebe, who's Chinua Achebe's son. He, and if his father were still here now, his late father would tell you that I was very sad and reluctant to leave. In fact, I did not want to take up my fellowship to the UK. Professor Achebe was part of convincing me that it would be stupid not to, when I had a threat of arrest over my head. Why would I not take the opportunity? At that point, I had already left my master's program in Nsukka because I did not register for a master's program. I registered straight for a PhD program with my undergraduate degree. And then the politics began. Every week I had to go before the university senate, for one accusation or another. Every little thing that happened, I was blamed for, because they did not want me on campus. And I got so frustrated that I just quit on my own. I had nothing else to do until I got the opportunity to go to the UK. Even then, I was then officially expelled from the graduate program, even when I had already voluntarily left, because I couldn't, go on. They made it official just so that I would not receive even the master's that I could have received, if I hadn't been expelled. So I never got my master's degree, although I wrote the exam and wrote the dissertation. So we left for these reasons. But many of us have returned to the continent, and it hasn't made a difference, because that's not the point. There's no brain drain. There's no such thing as a brain drain, because there's just so much brain on the continent. The few who fled because they were forced out, they're not the ones holding back the continent. The continent is holding itself back.
Thank you so much. It's very important that it comes out from you and other people, because that's a common question that people ask me and everybody else. Let me. We are so behind in time. I was thinking that in 1 hour we talk about your work, we talk about this.
We can have another conversation some other time.
Yeah, but no, we can't do anything without talking about your work. And I will go to that. But before that, I want to say that you knew the current governor of Anambra State, Charles Soludo. He was a student at UNN when you were a student, and I wanted to know if you had the chance to see how he's performing in Anambra State, and what you think about him, because in when people voted him in, people were very hopeful that he would transform the state. And then there was this encounter with Peter Obi when Peter Obi was running for president, and that changed the way people now see him. What is your take on him as a person you knew at UNN when you were there as a student union leader?
Well, I don't remember him as being particularly progressive, because, but I don't remember him as being conservative either. That we were kids back then, some of these kinds of things did not as yet cross our minds in terms of leading the country later on. We were very much concerned with, how do you get taxis coming into the campus, and what about safety, and do students get served well in the cafeteria, or do they starve when they go to the cafeteria? Those were the little things that we were concerned with, and people, of course, also wanted the power and the publicity for themselves. But I think the question of perception is misleading, isn't it? How CC Soludo, we call him CC, you guys call him Charles, we still call him CC. That's how we knew him back in the day. But the question of how he performs as a governor ought to be very different from how people perceive him because he was critical of Obi. That has nothing at all to do with his performance. Is he performing well as a governor? Is he performing well with rural development or urban advancement? Is he performing well providing jobs, industry? Is he performing well with the economy? Is he making the right decisions as far as the education of Anambra State children is concerned? Those are the things that matter. What he thinks of will be, what he doesn't think of will be, should be inconsequential. But of course, it's part of the conversation. And I actually think that he has a right to be critical of anyone he chooses to be critical of if he's making a good argument. And the spat wasn't very interesting to me. It was about, who should contest what, who should be a candidate of what. Oh, I told you to remain in the party and you left the party and you moved to another party, and now you want to do this and do that. You're not the leader of the Igbo. I ought to be the leader of the Igbo. And those are inconsequential things that shouldn't really preoccupy an entire group of people. So it's not something that I paid much mind, other than I thought that the Obi followers were being mindless, and quite honestly, many of them were being stupid. So that's what I thought about it at the time. That he had a right to be critical if he had a good point to make, and I think Obi understood that. He even said so. That his younger brother had a right to be critical if he wanted to be critical, if he made a good argument. That he took no offense with Soludo being critical. But of course, there's this whole ethnic thing of, this is our man, so you dare not be critical. Obi is our shining, our knight in shining armor. And who are you? We had that attitude also about Zik back in the day. How dare you, criticize Zik? How dare you criticize Chinua Achebe? How dare you? The Yoruba have the same attitude. How dare you say something about Awolowo? How dare you say something about Tinubu? It's all this cult of personality that has its roots in ethnic loyalty and has nothing at all to do with scrutinizing people's policy positions and record. You take Obi, for instance, what was his record as a governor? That was something you didn't dare bring up without making tons and tons of enemies. What was this? This is for someone who's running to become president of the country. What was his record as an administrator? Never mind his record as a neoliberal national banker. What was his record as a governor? Was it so impressive? Was it troubled? Did it matter that he constantly returned to power through the law courts, with lawsuit, did those things matter? Did it give a sense of what he would be as a national leader, as the president? Did it give us an inkling? You look at Buhari, for instance. Anyone who could not tell that Buhari was going to be the kind of leader that he was in his second coming was an idiot, because you already knew Buhari in the 80s. You already knew Buhari even in the 70s as a governor, you know, of northeastern Nigeria. So these are people who have a political past. They have political histories, and you ought to be able to scrutinize that in deciding whether there's been a transformation in this person and whether they're going to be a different kind of leader. And I think that's, people forget that kind of question. They look at, oh, this is ours. Like, this is our man. You dare not say anything about our man. Then, our man, whoever that is, whether it's Saibaba or it's Obi or whatever, then comes into power and disappoints. And then people are like, okay, some of them go on the offense, and some of them remain defensive, but others then suppress their auto disappointment and disillusionment. And it ought not to be that way. So that's all I can say about the thing between Obi and CC. They know each other very well. So,
all right, let's get to your work. I know we're out of time, but we have to get to that because we need to introduce you to those who may not know. At 14, you started writing poetry, but you ended up more of an artist than a writer, although you've written several books. But let's look at some of your works, and then you tell us what we're looking at. So let's start with this. Can you see that? Okay, it's coming up.
Yes.
All right. So what is this?
Well, what are we looking at? Maybe you need to enlarge the image so that people see just the image rather than the text around it.
Yeah. That's people can see it on my. Okay, if you're looking at it from the computer, let me see if there's a way I can make it larger.
What's the text around it?
Oh, no, it's just from my computer because I'm doing. I'm not. You know what? I don't want to do them one by one. To be more complex. But if you want, maybe hold on. Let me see if I can do that. But I was thinking, can you see it?
Well, I can see the obelisk. Yes, definitely.
Okay. All right. Let me do it one by one. That will be more cumbersome, but if that works.
All right. So I understand.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Okay. Yeah. Is it better? Hold on.
I think we're all seeing the folder.
Yeah, it's taking time to because I moved away from. Okay, let's see. Let me stop sharing. Okay, it just turned that. All right, let me try it again. There are so many. Hold on. Okay, good. Let's try it again. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Okay. All right.
Yes. Well, so what we're looking at in the center of the picture is an obelisk. This is 16 meters high, and I made this obelisk as part of an international exhibition in Kassel, Germany, in 2017. This exhibition is called Documenta. It's meant to be one of the two most important global exhibitions of contemporary art in the world. The other one is the Venice Biennial. I think one of the questions that people ask is why the choice of an obelisk. I make sculptures and I make paintings. I make installation work and other kinds of work, including digital work. But all of them put together would probably be more accurately described as what we refer to as conceptual work. So they're almost always about ideas, much more than the object that you're looking at. And on this particular obelisk, I had on the four sides a text from the New Testament, which was then translated into four different languages. It was in English and Turkish and Arabic and German. And in the city of Kassel in Hessen in Germany, the four most widely spoken languages are those four languages, the English, German, well, German, English, Turkish, and Arabic. The text itself is from the book of Matthew. It's from an incident or a situation where Jesus was speaking to his disciples, and he said to them that he was hungry and they fed him, and that he was sick and they came to visit him, and that he was a stranger and they let him in. They welcomed him into their homes. And of course, they said to him, Master, when did all this happen? When were you hungry and we fed you, and you were in hospital and we came to see you? And he said, listen, as long as you do this for others, as long as you do this for even the lowest and lowliest in society, as long as you do this, you're doing it for me as well. So in the mid 2010s, 2015, 2016, there was a huge crisis around immigration in Europe because of the Syrian war. The beginning of the Syrian crisis forced a lot of refugees out and into Europe. And the Chancellor of Germany in 2015, Angela Merkel, welcomed some of these refugees and these asylum seekers running from warfare. And that became a huge problem. But the text itself and my interest in the plight of refugees, that goes back, both go back a much longer time than what happened in Germany in 2015, 2016. On one hand, of course, they go back to your and my experience, in Biafra, those of us who were children in Biafra, and the fact that although we were most of us were internally displaced, some actually were also taken abroad. Some of the children went to Ivory Coast, and some of the children went to Gabon, for instance, or Equatorial Guinea, and some went to Portugal or to other parts of the world as refugees from war. So we have direct personal experience in the plight, as well as the importance of those who welcome refugees. Those of us who were internally displaced. I was twice, when I was 2 years old, 3 years old, 2 years old. As you move from town to town, with the war front coming, you had to depend on the people in the town that you ran to welcome you and not expel you or to keep you away. And many of them took care of you as along with the war effort that also provided some refuge and some solace. So it's important to me personally. But the town of Kassel, where I made this work, also has a history of, well, a checkered history, because it was the first in Europe, in at least modern Europe in the 16th century, to declare an edict welcoming refugees from France who had run away from religious persecution. However, it was also the first in the 30s to carry out destruction of Jewish property and religious places. In fact, before Kristallnacht, you know, um, the people went out in Kassel and destroyed their Jewish neighbors' businesses and places of worship before it happened nationally across Germany with Kristallnacht. And by 1944, they had expelled all the Jews in Kassel. So you have this checkered history of being the first in modern history to have an edict from the prince welcoming refugees, and then also being actively involved in the expulsion of citizens who'd been there for centuries under the Nazis. And I think it was all of that mixed with the incident in 2015 with the Syrian refugees that informed this work, inciting the New Testament in what is usually supposed to be a Christian nation, to call people's attention to the plight of refugees, but also the role of hosts who open their doors to those who seeking refuge. So that's the nature of this kind of work.
Now, when you were commissioned to do this, does it have anything? Did it have anything to do with your own history of being experiencing the life on the Biafra or being a refugee?
Oh, no. I was just simply asked to make the work.
Okay.
Anyway.
All right. So I wanted to know.
I chose to make this work because of the history of the town.
Okay, that's good. And you won an award for this. What was that?
It's called the Border Prize. Prize, yes, okay. Is an award given by the town, the city of Kassel, for accomplished international artists. It's not necessarily given for a particular piece of work. It's given for an outstanding global career as an artist. It just happened to coincide with this work, and I suppose this was the work that made it more poignant for whoever was making the decision as to the important work that I've been doing over my career.
Okay, so what we're going to do, we are going to, because of lack of time, we are going to go through some of your work. I can stop. It may not be the big picture you were seeing. We can stop, and then you can maybe say a little bit about the particular work. I could ask you a question. So let me start, and we'll quickly go through it, because our people in the audience, they want to come in and ask you questions and interact with you. I don't want to keep them long, but I can also stop at any point and show some of the pictures and have some questions for you. So this one, we've talked about this, and then what is this? This one we're looking at.
This one is called Game. It's actually about the same topic. And what it is on the wall, you have a ceramic mural. It's a wall piece, but it's made of ceramic. And on the table, well, in front of it, you have a table with two chairs. And on the table itself, you have what looks like a table game.
Yeah.
Almost like chess.
Yeah.
But it's got the orange thing diagonal in the center of it. And it's obviously got more pieces than a standard chess game. And I had a reason to make the many pieces. It's actually 101 pieces. Usually in my work, I employ the figure or number of 101 to represent huge numbers, not infinity, but huge numbers. I made another work in 2000 that also had 101 drawings, and I used that to also represent huge numbers. And the work game is about, in the background, there's figures representing the G8, the countries, the group of industrialized
this
nations.
one's 1, 2, 3,
Yes.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but in front of them, you have these pawns.
Yeah.
In my board game, there are no kings or queens. These are all pawns. And I had in mind migrant laborers, including, of course, refugees and so on, but mostly migrants coming from what we now call the global South. I don't like that term, South, but people coming from outside the West to work in the West, or to try to make a living, and how they played like chess. They played like game pieces, with all these people in the background, manipulating things as to who comes in and who leaves and who gets the right to work. And I made this work in Genoa, in Italy. In fact, I made it in Albisola, which is next to Genoa in Italy. And it was informed by an incident that happened in 2002, I believe it was, when I was there in Genoa and Albisola. And the G8 were meeting in Genoa, and the police killed one of the young activists who were protesting this meeting of the G8. So the work is, in a sense, dedicated to the young man who died protesting the G8, but it's also dedicated to all the different people who come from different parts of the world, who would then become, just like now, you had at the same time that the EU had their meeting with African leaders and so on and so forth. They also had another meeting around immigration and immigrants, trying to form a group policy around immigration. And the whole point is how to keep out immigrants, how to return them to Africa for processing, or how to bar them, or whether to rescue them in the Mediterranean or not. So you get this game being played all the time. And the politicians use immigration in the United States or in Europe. They use that as, a betting topic during elections. Who's going to be more anti-immigrants than the rest. So we're all pawns in this game.
Now, there are a lot of work, looking at some of your works about Biafra. What are we looking at here?
Well, this isn't a work. This is just a sketch for a work. What we're looking at, the yellow, the red, and the green, these are supposed to be walls. But if you go into the folder, you find the work itself, where these walls were actually built, and then inside the wall, yes, go back now.
Yeah.
All right. So if you look at the 3 walls here, that's actually what's in that sketch.
Okay.
And inside of these 3 walls, they're painted red, yellow, and green. We wanted to paint the floor black, but that wasn't going to work. At any rate, the colors are supposed to, in a sense, represent Biafra. The yellow for the sun, and the green and the red. Inside this enclosure, however, I had my own personal archives of Biafran material, literature, objects, paraphernalia from the Biafra War were exhibited within that space. This is also part of Documenta. This was in Athens, Greece, in 2017, where I held a Biafra's Children coming together conference.
Okay, this is how.
And this is the material. Yes, this is the material that was exhibited inside that enclosure. So it's just boxed up here.
Okay.
I had LPs, I had music, I had Ojuku's speeches, and so on and so forth.
So what are we looking at here?
This one is interesting because the photograph is actually my photograph, but this is more or less a reflection on the loss, the death of my only brother, my younger brother, who died at the age of 4. He died from either diarrhea or dysentery. I wasn't quite sure which one, but one of the, unnecessary diseases that continue to claim children in Africa. And that devastated my family over something that was avoidable. The fact that at that point in time, when the rest of the world had eliminated those diseases, you could still have a family tragedy because of an unnecessary disease. And I think it's worse now with the collapse of any left rudiments of a healthcare in the place where we come from.
Let me.
So actually, if you go back a little bit,
40 years of work is a lot of work, but
keep going back.
Yeah, let's see.
Go back. Okay, the one before this one.
Yeah.
Okay, go back again.
Okay. Yeah. What is this?
Oh, I was actually, I was basically trying to show the walls for the Biafra thing, but we've moved on from that.
Oh, okay. Oh, you want me to go back again?
This is what it's like,
These inside the wall.
Yes, inside the cases, the magazines, books, records, tapes, all manner of things relating to Biafra.
Okay. And so let's see. And this is where?
This is in Bochum. Bochum is in another part of Germany. Many of my monumental public works are in faraway places like Germany or Japan and so on and so forth. So this is another one in Germany as well. And what I did with this work was that I actually used my own texts rather than taking an excerpt from the Bible or from literature. I wrote up my own text. And it's called An Appeal to the Youth of All Nations. I wrote this appeal. It's about living together, respecting each other, taking care of the planet. This was made in 2018. And I had it I used 3 languages. I used German, of course, to acknowledge that it's in Germany. I used English so that people could read the English, but I also used Romani, the language of the people that we refer to as gypsies. The Romani, as you know, are Europe's largest minority, and there are many of them in Germany as well. But I wanted, because we were looking at a more or less European theme in this commission, I wanted to acknowledge the Romani as the largest minority in Europe by using their language.
So I think we pause here. We will continue to show the work as we continue. But let's bring our audience. I know they've waited for so long. Typically, we do an hour, and then we bring in the audience. So let's start from there. I will share the link for those who are now insiders. Get the link before outsiders. All right, I'm sharing the link for those outside. All right, so please, you are talking to. You guys know, most of you are familiar with our where we do it. Just a question, and then for him, so that we let other people in. Let me start with you, Ogie. Ogie, go ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I don't know what Mr. Is it Mr. Olu?
Yes.
Olu
yes.
Is good.
All right.
Olu is good.
Good to have you. Yes. You guys started the conversation from talking about the African leaders, and you said something along this line, not exactly your words, that the 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 European counterpart of African leaders are treating them as if the African leaders don't know what is at stake. And from my own understanding, I believe what is at stake has to be with the new world that we are into. Who is going to be in charge of the AI revolution, the data revolution, chips war that is going on basically. Do you really believe that our leaders understand that that is what is at stake? Again, I could be wrong. That's my question.
It's a very good question. The thing is, do I agree with your premise? And I don't entirely agree with your premise. The new information technology, or even AI, that you refer to, that's not what's at stake. That's a passing thing. And Rudolph would probably recall that the prior revolution, which is the World Wide Web, not the internet. The internet began when I wasn't even born, but the World Wide Web. I was a pioneer in writing the theory of the World Wide Web in the 90s. And that came and went. There were all sorts of things promised around the World Wide Web. And it delivered on some, and it did not deliver on others. And that's going to be the same with any technology, no matter how advanced. What is at stake is people's lives in whatever age, in whatever period, whatever epoch they exist in. That's what at stake. You know, when someone wakes up, whether it's in Nigeria or in Syria or in London, they're not thinking about AI. They're actually thinking of, how do I get to work? You know, how do I put food on the table for my kids? If my child is sick, are they going to get medical attention? You know, is my pension secure after many years of working? They're not, you know, AI is a tool, but it's not what's at stake. And I think that everyone understands that part, including African leaders, of course. You know, even if they fail to deliver on either policies or promises, they still understand that it's all about survival. It's all about people being able to live and work and you know, access basic healthcare. That's really what's at stake. And these Western countries, or even China and Russia and so on and so forth, they're also working towards the same goals. You know, China is trying to sustain how many people? So it has to be aggressive. You know, how do you sustain that many people? India, the same. How do you keep that many people alive with as minimal poverty and deprivation as possible? Whether you do it with AI, whether you do it with you know, new Belt and Silk Road, whether you do it with going out to other countries and setting up like the Chinese do, you know, giving loans and then taking back more than you gave. Whether you do it the Western way, it's all meant to advance your ability to help your people survive. It's not the tool that matters. It's the goal, the objective that matters. And then you devise the best tools to achieve that goal. And I think if you look at technology now, don't forget that the most successful entrepreneur of electric vehicles in the world is a South African. Yeah, Elon Musk is a South African, whether he acknowledges that or not. He was born and raised in South Africa. He's a South African. He may be Canadian now, or he may be American now, but he's a South African. And you know, that we're on YouTube and Facebook and so on and so forth. That's a Jewish kid that did that. So if you then go back, you find that these are not connected to any particular nation because of the people who are actually making it work. But they can't make it work unless countries are also supportive. If you look at Apple, for instance, that's a Syrian kid. People forget that Steve Jobs is Syrian. And look at Syria. So Apple is very, very successful. Again and again, when it goes down, it comes up, but it remains one of the most successful global businesses of our time. And the guy who founded it, his dad came from the country that is now almost completely destroyed. So there's a disconnect. So, a Syrian kid is doing that, whether Syria is successful or not. But that's not what matters. What matters is, are Syrians able to wake up this morning in peace, able to send their children to school, able to work and feed their families? And they're not. That's what matters. Technology is just something that's there for people to use.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
That's my feeling. And I think African leaders, even when they're stealing you blind, they get that.
All right.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Igbo Basics.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Olu Oguibe.
One.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, no.
What else has Aba not produced? Because I noticed. What else has Aba?
Aba.
Aba.
Yes.
What else has Aba?
I was born. I was actually born in Aba, yes.
Okay. How long did you live in Aba?
Oh, until I was maybe 2 years old.
Okay, but there is an Aba blood in you. What's an Aba man? Always an Aba man.
Always. That's my hometown, basically.
Hallelujah. I noticed 1989, that was the year you left Nigeria.
Yes.
You had discussed quite a few things in the commentaries. Actually, 1989 was the last year that I did an exhibition, the World Trade Center of New Orleans. I used to do what's called the African Products Exhibition, which I used to take from Nigeria, Cameroon, and other places. And the World Trade Center of New Orleans would give me 2 weeks of that lobby, and I will exhibit African products.
Wow.
The last product that I exhibited there was Nigerian rubber NSR10. I brought quite a piece of work, including the works of Augustine Okoro. I look at your name and I see Olu Oguibe. Olu, work, Oguibe. I could dare to interpret there's war inside that name. And I see that a lot of your work has to do with war here, war there, and of course, being a child of Biafra. You have discussed quite extensively what has happened along the way. You also discussed about the reasons why we leave, or why we left place. And that points me to Damian Anyanwu, who was the maker of Radio Mbise.
Mbise, yes.
Yes, I'm sure.
I met him, actually, yes.
Okay. And in your travels, you've mentioned quite a few things. I'm looking at the work that you did here, and I was looking at some of it, particularly war here, war there, and things like that. In New York, Astro Minerals is a company in New York where during my travels of exhibitions, I often go there. And I see a lot of the things that has been taken away from Africa that are in there. And I see how you cited some of the artifacts and then you ran away from there because it's both spiritually connected and otherwise. You are who you are. In this field, a lot of people don't seem to go as deep because they don't seem to understand. This is a level of love. That's really what it is here. If it is Chika, you say M-O-N, without UI. That's the Zerudea. The money is not flowing, but I can say to you that the work you have done here, I just brought in my daughter who did graphic design, and she is into animation. I brought her to come and watch what's going on. She says she's going to do it on her computer. Stuff like that. Where am I coming from? We share something in common. Number one, we are brought. Number two, we go deep into the world of art. Number three, you are discussing the spiritual world and the things that ordinary people don't see. The things that are attached to even materials that you can see. I will end up with this before I throw my simple question. Ikoro, I went to my village and I tried to extract one stone that I saw in the river. And the children there told me, sorry, you cannot live with this stone. In spite of the fact that they knew me very well, they stood and said, no, you cannot live with this stone. I left it alone because I understand where they're coming from. So for everything you have exhibited, there is a spiritual attachment to it, which the ordinary person don't understand. My question is this: why is it that upon all this ingenuity that we do have, scattered all over the globe, Haiti everywhere? I'm sure you may have heard about the Igbo village in Staten Virginia. Okay. Why is it that if what we are discussing today is politics or any of this other crazy stuff, there'll be so many people watching? Can you take us through what is sustaining you to keep going forward and leaving monuments in the sands of time behind as we move forward?
All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Imene and Deo. That's quite a generous extension of your time. My last name is Olu Oguibe, which is it's a head count.
Okay.
And it's more about survival. How many have survived? If your age mates and so on. But Ogu is also part of who we are. Really, I mean, many of us. I don't know how old you are, but many of us, at least of my own generation, we are war children, right? The older ones had the opportunity to fight the war, but we are war. I am a war child. We are war children. So our goal is in our upbringing.
Onogo.
Yes.
I'm 19 years ahead.
Yes. Okay. So it's the struggle is part of our upbringing and making survival. Self-determination, survival is very important, and to us as a people, right? At the end of the war, one of the biggest hits. I mean, I was a kid, but I listened to a lot of radio because my father introduced me to radio. One of the biggest hits in Eastern Nigeria was Happy Survival. That was the name of the tune. Win Happy Survival. Happy Survival. Win Happy Survival. So being able to survive as a people who were threatened with annihilation is important to us. And therefore, if a friend of mine, another friend of mine, at some point made this statement about my quote unquote obsession with legacies. And that's something I'm very, very keen on, very focused on. Legacies. What do we leave behind? And it's tied into survival. How do you survive as a people? If you don't pay attention to what's been left to you as your heritage, as well as what you leave behind, what you make of what has been given to you, and what you establish. A late friend of ours, Okuyenweza, who was one of Biafra's students, but who also went on in this profession to become perhaps one of the most important art curators of the 20th and early 21st centuries. He had this constant saying about paying it forward, that we have a duty to pay it forward. And that's about legacy, and that's about survival. So I think all that I do is probably fed by that focus on how a people survive through not just what they do in the present, but also what they leave behind, because they're able to survive feeding on what they inherited. And I don't think that now, unfortunately, we're paying much attention to what we inherited. It saddens me, for instance, to see, if you go on Wikipedia and look at the page on Warrior, there's a Wirobina. It's a few paragraphs, and 40% of it is about his children. That our greatest musician of the rock age. On Wikipedia, there isn't even 5 paragraphs on the enormous work he did, the enormous legacy he left, the impact he had on us as a group, with his group, Oriental Brothers, as part of our survival, as part of our revival after the war, as part of returning some sense of hope and happiness and enjoyment of life, and going out there and saying, it's all right, we're alive, we're going to survive, we're going to have some fun, we're going to have, we're going to talk about Honda 175, and we're going to talk about Mercedes, and we're going to drink beer, but at the same time, we're going to talk about issues that matter, that you go on Wikipedia and you find only a few paragraphs about Warrior means that we're not taking some of this stuff serious. And it's very unfortunate. So in my own little way, since I'm not involved in politics like I was as a kid, I've been involved in cultural politics, but I'm also thinking of what I can contribute and what I can help leave behind, in the hope that it would inform and inspire people globally, but most importantly, some of our own people as well, including our children who are the future. And now we have the advantage, I think, we have the advantage to be able to do it from anywhere in the world. It's important to do it from within. It's different, it has a different impact. If I were in Nigeria making work and doing all that I'm doing, the young people have immediate access to me physically and visually. So it's very critical. But since they don't, since I'm outside, we can still continue to make these contributions because we now have the advantage of advanced technology to keep working and to keep contributing. I think that's what sustains me, is the sense of purpose. And I think that's what sustains you, is that we have a sense of purpose. Rudolph has a sense of purpose. And our purpose is to keep creating, is to keep making, is to keep engaging, to keep conversing, to keep hoping that we can in some way contribute to building a somewhat better future for our people. I think that's really what it is about.
All right.
I dare call you the Akim Olajuwon of the art world.
All right. Thank you.
Me, I know reach you.
Abby, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. It's been a while. I've
I
been in
know.
the studio.
If you answer for that later on, I'll find out what happened.
Okay, sir. Uh, so it's my pleasure to be here. Are you a doctor or a professor, or you just prefer to be Olu?
I prefer to be Olu, yes.
But
Yeah,
I'm all of that, but I prefer,
all of
but
that.
at the end of the day, at the end of the day, you really still just the person you were born as, no matter
Exactly.
what else you become.
Yeah, no, it's just for my own information. I just want to
Yes.
gauge, academic extent that you've
Yes.
got.
Most people call me Olu, but people who know me longer than that call me Olu.
Alo. Yeah,
Yeah.
but the right pronunciation is Olu. I'm a Yoruba man. I would rather look at it and just say Olu, And all right, I have a few questions. Some of them are really straightforward. I think one of it will be controversial. I don't know, but not really. But I just want to tap into your perspective. Okay. First
Okay.
one, I like to. You can put it down. You don't have to answer. I will run through them. How do you draw inspiration? Because I just went on the internet and I was aghast that is he is he supernatural? What so much work and it's so inspirational what you have here
Thank
on
you.
the internet. The other one is your website. I've not been able to pin down something that is maybe www.oluoguibe.org or that is a repository of your work. Uh, I've not seen that. If that is available, maybe Dr. Damages will put it in comment or somewhere. I would like to bookmark it. I would love to talk about that pillar and try to draw the historicity if you have ever thought of where it's coming from and what it looks like and what are the implications. But I leave that. The other thing is I look at your wiki and the first thing is American artists. I disagree. Yeah. I feel very jealous about that. No, he is a Nigerian artist. Okay. I don't know if you can do something about that. Of course, they did say clearly where you were born and Abba and all that. And, Nigeria came. But the first thing I saw is Olu Oguibe, American artist. And I was jealous. Um, so, um, the last one, being an artist that is so vast, and as I can see, you probably traveled the whole breadth of the world, try to do your job. Have you been able to draw relationships while you are playing with artifacts and monuments and things between the people of the area of those objects and the religion, including the one that I don't know if you do religion? Have you been able to sit down and and rethink and say, hang on, this religion and the art and the relationship, compare and look back from home what majority of Nigerians today believe in, that in my own definition is foreign. And you made mention how, I mean, I've seen video where I don't know where Dr. Odumeje, Pastor Odumeje is. You've seen in his church so many times to bring all this very beautiful artifact and they smash their head on the floor and destroy them, in the name of John Abba will be ticking now. So he's the one professor in that area. So have you been able to have a thought and say, hang on, why these people, these are their own acts, and this is how it relates to their religion, and how we who are alien to those artifacts and we have our own are preferring that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're so very kind. How do I draw inspiration? I draw inspiration from everything. Just I would imagine, just like you do, we draw inspiration from all that we're exposed to, right? Things we see, things we hear, things we experience, things we come across, things we're brought up with. a lot of my work is inspired or informed by our own cultures. As a student, I had a professor, Chike Anyako, who was very keen on Yoruba, not just art, but culture as a whole, and who introduced us to elements of Yoruba culture. So at some point, Rudolph did bring up an image of a, an installation with a pram, as well as a picture of myself in the work. And the reason I refer to that particular piece now is that it's actually informed by Yoruba practices, Yoruba Ibeji practices. The picture in the installation is my picture, but the work is about my brother who died. And although we weren't twins, he was my younger brother, we looked very much the same at that age. He looked exactly the way I looked at that age. And we had only one photograph in which he appeared. And I destroyed, mistakenly destroyed that photograph as a kid, playing around, in the rural areas among the Igbo. One thing we did was if someone died and they were in a photograph, we would go in the photo album and use a red ballpoint pen and draw, to cancel out that person in the photograph and so on, not realizing that we were damaging something of archival value. So I did that to the photograph with my brother's image and effectively destroyed the only record that we had of my brother. But among the Yoruba, and I've written what some consider a classic essay about this. Among the Yoruba, you of course have the Ibeji cult, the Ibeji practice. And what tends to happen is when one twin dies, or one of the Ibeji dies, what would happen is that the mother would have a statuette, an Ibeji figure. They would acquire one. The Ibeji figure has these beads and so on and so forth. If you're familiar with your own culture, so you would know an Ibeji figure. And they would carry the Ibeji figure like the other child, and they would pretend to feed it, and they would bathe it. They would treat it exactly as they're treating the child that survives. And the whole point was to prevent the child that died from drawing toward him or her the living child so they can play. So basically, the living child now has, if you like, a representative of the dead twin to play with. And this statuette is supposed to have the spirit of the dead twin. So as long as they're able to interact and they feed it and so on and so forth, the spirit in the spirit world would have no need to pull the living child with them toward the land of the spirits. So now, when photography was introduced, that's where I'm going with this. When photography was introduced among the Yoruba, whether they were in Nigeria or in Dahomey or wherever else, they began to substitute photography for Ibeji sculpture. So the photographer would go in the studio and use a photograph of the living twin and double it to now represent both the living twin and the dead twin. And that's what I tried to conceptually do in that work, was to use my image to represent my dead brother. So that was informed by Ibeji Yoruba practices. And so I draw inspiration from that. A lot of the other things I do are informed by Mbari and other Igbo artistic practices. I've also drawn from Aboriginal Australian practices. I draw obviously from Western art. I draw from Mexican. I draw from wherever else I find something that's instant and useful for my work. But the core is our own practices. And you posed a question about religion. And I'm hoping that I'm making the right transition from the first question to the last one. I know you posed 3 or 4 questions, but I hope that I cover them all.
Okay.
Now, in terms of all the other places I go to work and how they practice, and you're right, I've made work among the Koreans. In fact, I have a public work. The image is there as well, but we don't have time to go through all of that. I made a work in Korea, which is also informed by Igbo sculpture and Igbo practices. But the work was made to represent. I made it as a tool for not only Igbo deities, but also for a group of Korean monks who used to have a monastery at the site where I made the work. So it's called Okumo, which is Igbo. And it's called, in bracket, you have seat for Allah, Anyang, and the 3 virtuous monks. And the 3 virtual monks are the Korean monks. And in Korea, of course, the dominant religion is, of course, still Buddhism, the same as in Japan. Now, Rudolph, if you go back 3 images. Yes, stop at this. No. Okay, so stop at that. To continue answering my brother's question, I know we're out of time. But this particular work,
we have all time. We have.
Okay.
It's up to you whenever you can end. You want to end. Yeah.
Okay. So this particular work, is actually a shrine that I made in Japan, and so it was inspired. The idea of the shrine itself is inspired by Japanese shrines, Japanese Buddhist shrines, which you find in every village corner in Japan. And mind you, if you go back a couple of decades, the Japanese were the leading nation in terms of electronics, consumer electronics in the world. The Koreans then moved in, and then the Chinese, but the Japanese were, after the US, and Germany, the Japanese took over as far as advanced consumer electronics are concerned. But if you go to Japan, in every hamlet, in every village, you still find their shrines, and they take them very seriously. Some families still keep their family shrines, and they go there and they invoke the spirits of their dead relatives, their ancestors, and they make obeisance, and some, at the same time that they're leading the world in electronics, they're leading the world in advanced science, they're retaining that part of their culture, which is their religious beliefs, and do not find any inconsistency in that. We, on the other hand, of course, are doing the opposite. Not only are we not leading in anything except with our writers and our artists, we're not leading in science, we're not doing well economically, we're not leading politically, and at the same time, we destroying all that we could be proud of in terms of contributions to human civilization, which is our culture. The examples that you cited are very good examples of religious leaders and pastors and so on destroying our artifacts. It's a tragedy, and one could take it back to that alienation that I spoke about at the beginning, which is that we began to alienate ourselves from all that is ours. At the beginning, we alienated ourselves from the white man. You had the white man and his work, and then you had us. But then we began to also alienate ourselves from everything that we inherited because we were told it's pagan, it's sinful, it's representative of primitivism, it's backward. And our aspiration was toward our conquerors and our colonial masters because being successful politically, economically, in terms of strength, they represented success. And it's only human to aspire towards success. So we wanted to be refined and civilized, and religion was the path to that. Religion is very important in my work. You know, I still use, if you look at the works we've discussed, like the obelisk, for instance, it has a text from the New Testament. And as Rudolph knows, my father was a priest, a religious priest. My grandfathers on all sides, going back several generations, were deity priests, but my father was a Christian missionary and priest. So, and in my work, I still cite Christian texts and ideas, ideas from Jesus mostly, more than Christian ideas. So it's still important to me, but in context. You see, you have to place it in context. And I think that there's wisdom to be drawn from all religions. If you go into all religions, you find something that you can use. The rest of it is really quite caustic, very acidic, very divisive, very violent. It doesn't matter which religion you're looking at because there's always the centering on the group that owns the religion or the group that comes to believe that it owns the religion. And our tragedy is that we now believe that we own the religion. Um, a classmate of mine in grammar school about 30 years ago, I was already in the US. I made contact with him. And guess what? He was a Christian missionary in China. This is an Igbo guy, you know, a Nigerian guy who is a Christian missionary in China. You know, we're taking Christianity to the rest of the world as our religion at the same time that we're destroying the philosophies that came with our religion. If you make a comparison, if you really want to get into that, if you make a comparison between Christian beliefs, not necessarily the teachings of Jesus, those are two different things. If you look at Christian practices and beliefs, and then you look at our religious ideas, if you look at the Igbo, for instance, if you look at veneration for the elements, veneration for the river, veneration for the earth, veneration for trees, veneration for wildlife. This is all about preservation, and that preservation is tied into the preservation of the race, of the species. And that's what young Europeans are fighting for now in Extinction Rebellion, right? You know, you have to, this, the whole ecological campaign that began in maybe in the 70s, 60s, and 70s, but is now being championed by Extinction Rebellion, young people, about trees. And then, you know, and back in the 70s, they used to call them tree huggers, you know, and they were supposed to be on the fringe of society, those who, you know, hippies and tree huggers. Young people have taken it off. But it's the core of our religion. We venerated the rivers. So you take care of the river because the river takes care of you. Ndumiri nduazo, we say in Igbo. You know, the life of the river is the life of the fish. And the life of the fish is the life of the people who fish, who depend on the river and depend on the fish. And we venerate the moon, and we venerate the sun. And it's the sun that gives us energy, it's the sun that gives us life. We venerate the earth. My ancestors were deity priests of the earth deity, Allah. And Allah is everything. The earth is really our destiny. Never mind that we're trying to get to Mars. The earth is our destiny. That's how we were made. That's where we return. So our religious beliefs or philosophical beliefs made more sense than thinking of a fairy in heaven that's going to spread you up, at the end of the world, and then you go to a mansion in heaven. There isn't a mansion in heaven. We're all just going to be buried in the earth. So I see what you're saying, and I totally agree with you, and I think it's a tragedy.
Man,
However,
bro,
historically,
yes, sir.
historically, we've also seen revivals where certain cultures on the brink of disappearance begin to revive because young people begin to take interest in rediscovering what they've lost. And one can only hope that whatever little things we do now, if we do it more actively, we can leave enough to inspire young people in the future to recover some of what we're losing. You find that the Yoruba religion is more active in Cuba than in some places in Yoruba land,
Yeah, in Brazil.
So maybe there's hope, but you're totally right.
Thank you very
Sorry
much.
to have taken so long, but
No, that was very deep and inspiring, and I could see through even what you didn't say. I didn't want to make this a theology class or whatever, which I'm deep into. One day I will catch John Aber on that. But I really appreciate your versatility in and understanding of this area.
Thank you.
This is what I will leave, that most people I was a deep religious guy, okay? But when I
were you Christian Union or what?
Something like that. I was Bible study secretary for all of my university, so, and then I smile when I see people but in the same, just like you said, in the scriptures, I still have the best of Bibles. I still refer to it. You know why? I know where those scripts are coming from. And I've also went further to understand the original meaning of what those things are.
The original meaning is important.
Most religious people, especially Christian, are a victim of interpretation.
Yes. And ignorance as well. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Abi. Baba Aye, honest.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph, for dragging this old man here. And always it's a pleasure to see you again.
My pleasure. Pleasure is mine.
I owe you an apology for dropping off our last conversation on my poetry, but so many shifting pieces, and when I saw Rudolph's announcement of this on a WhatsApp group, I was like, it's quite a crazy day even for me now, but I was like, I have to be here. And so I must apologize ahead that once I'm through with getting the feedback from you, I'll leave, although I'll still be listening in whilst doing something else. So, but so I'll ask a question, and that is, I followed you closely from your UNN days, also being a student union activist, and I saw these interlinkages from then till now, of critical knowledge seeking and an excellent artistic spirit, literary and visual, and resistance, both everyday resistance and more, for want of a better word, I would say epochal, like the June 12, where a lot of people didn't know the roles people like you play. You understand what I'm saying? When I hear some people talk about heroes of democracy, and I'm like, there are quite some very important gaps. And now, my question is, we are passing through very tortuous historical conjuncture. And I do think both for now and for the future, it is very important to for like what you bring on board to have a generalizability that requires some form of organized extension of what it is. And let me say, one of what made me bothered and wanting to ask this question was Rudolph saying something in the post about you're probably going off as an hermit to to some hut. And I'm like, well, that might be a disaster, except if you're Moses as an Aaron. So it is not impossible. But to what extent are you thinking of such? I mean, it could be in the form of some form of, I don't like institutions and things like that, so to speak, but some form of the a center that ties these different elements together, or something less formal, or maybe even something more organized. But the essential bit for me is to go beyond a message in a bottle, which is what putting in everything without some form of constructed dynamo to give it generalizability and longevity amounts to. So what do you think? What would you say to that?
Yes, I think what you're speaking about sustainability and longevity, which is really
Beyond Olu's ideas and
yes,
values, yeah.
absolutely. Which is what legacy. That word is of course about legacy. Legacy is, as you know, a very interesting thing because you can have a sense of what you're contributing or what you're leaving behind. But it's never quite certain what will survive or what people will find useful or propagate when you're no longer there. So, in a sense, I had this conversation in some form with a young friend on Facebook only a few days ago who was worried about whether he'll be able at all to make any significant contribution to the world. And I was teasing him by saying, well, you have already made that by, being able to raise your kids and so on. And he said, well, it isn't just about that. He was more keen on what else he could contribute to the world. And my position was that it's not something you contemplate, it's something you do. And you leave a legacy by doing, and you do what takes your passion. That's the thing you do the best. If you force it, then you're probably not going to give your best. But if you follow your passion and you do it with intensity and you do it with a sense of purpose, you probably make a difference. And it may sometimes not be exactly the way that you envisioned it. When we were younger, yourself, myself, our sense of what we would leave behind centered on building the new society, through revolution, through organization, through political power, fashioning a new path for the country. As we get older, the people who are continuing to work toward that, still focusing on that, how successful or not they are is an open question, but they're still very focused on that path and that possibility. There's so many of us who became battle weary and got caught up in the exigencies of survival and living, raising kids, investing in the kids, sending them to college, and hoping that they would be the ones who make the difference where we weren't able to do that. And there are those who went into other forms of changing the world. And I think that some of the work that I did in terms of in the area of global cultural politics was toward that kind of goal. You know, you go into your field, and in my case, art and art history and cultural practice, and try to change the field and try to create opportunities for people who've been shut out over centuries. Where, you know, now, for instance, I was in Germany in the course of making a new work recently, and the gentleman who heads the institution that organized this event is someone who was inspired when he was young by the work that I was doing, by the work that, you know, the late Okwuenweze was doing, and other people who worked in cultural politics to try to create openings for not just Africans, but non-Westerners working in those areas. And there was, you know, a constant stream, which was actually quite humbling and touching, of young people coming up and saying, hey, we never thought we'll ever be in the same show with you. We never thought we'll ever meet you in person. When I was in college, this and that, I read this, or my teachers taught me your work, and that kind of thing. So you begin to get a sense of how what we do on a daily basis can have its own impact. That's no substitute for what you were referring to. It's no substitute for the kind of organized push for social change that we began with as young people. This bound to be not just setbacks, because that's, you know, setbacks are a norm. Of course, that's what dialectics is about. It's, you know, you come up and then you get pushed down by the other side, and then you come up again, hopefully stronger, and then you get pushed back, and that's what Marx meant by dialectics. So that's a given. But there's also bound to be some divergence in interests. So much so that there's some of us who are no longer interested in Nigeria as a nation state per se, which is what we were interested in at the beginning. How do we make this nation state succeed? There are people now who are more into the secessionist self-determination cause. There are people who are into the Pan-African. We shouldn't talk about little nation states. We should talk about the whole continent, and so on and so forth. And I think that's also normal. On the personal front, I think that it has. I'm going back now to what I teased people on social media about retiring as a hermit and so on. I'm actually by nature reclusive. That's the way that I was raised. That's the way that I'm brought up. I can be eloquent on the public stage, but I'm a very, very, very intensely private person, and I prefer, you know, a monastic life to life on the public stage. And I think that's part of the reason why I did not go into national politics after all the work that we did. It's just not my natural space. With all that hustle and bustle and deal trading and so on, I prefer the quiet area where you make art and you write poetry and you write philosophical essays, and that can, if needs be, and there's some way in which society demands and feels that I can still contribute on that public stage, that probably will happen. You know, I might still get into it, but my natural inclination as an individual is more toward the monastic and the, you know, solitary. So we'll, you know, we don't know what tomorrow holds. Some of my friends, when I say friends, people from our generation who've worked in the area of culture, artists, writers, and so on, are of course making those institutional contributions now. You know, someone like Yinka Chonibare, the British artist who was raised in Lagos. Yinka has come back to Nigeria now and set up a residency outside Lagos, trying to bring international artists to come and do residencies in Lagos and this farm that he said, self-sustaining farm that he set up, producing, you know, produce, vegetables and so on, selling them in the local markets, giving jobs to farmers, sustainable, life-sustaining jobs, you know, so they don't have to struggle. So the money that he made as an international artist, he has come back to invest in Lagos and in Nigeria in ecological and environmentally friendly investments through farming and through culture. The late Olabisi Silva, who came back and set up an art center in Lagos as well. She was actually, I think she was born in Britain and she went to school in France, but she came back to Nigeria, to Lagos, you know, where her roots are, and started a cultural and artistic enterprise that has been influential across the continent, not just in Nigeria. It's totally transformed, in fact, the kind of work that young artists are now making in Nigeria and making a way in the world with. So there are many such examples. In Ghana, there's a young man called Ibrahim Mahama, who's also done the same. In his case, he never left Ghana, but he was inspired. At least that's what he tells me. He was inspired by what I was doing, inspired by what the late Anwezo was doing, inspired by what Ella Natsui was doing in Nsukka. And that gave him the courage to stay in Ghana and start a huge cultural project with children, with schools, with international artists coming in, with farming. Farming is big with some of the interventions that artists are making on the continent, with a farm and so on and so forth, and an ecological and environmental centering of all that is being done. Recovery, you know, he's gone and recovered abandoned aeroplanes that the Ghanaian, you know, Ghanaian Air Force and Ghanaian Airways abandoned. He's gone and bought them and recovered them as classrooms, you know. He's gone and excavated old buildings that the government abandoned to decay, you know, some of the palatial buildings, that public buildings that were built by the Nkrumah government, and then they were abandoned to decay, you know, to get overgrown and so on. He's invested in recovering them and turning them into public spaces, art spaces, classrooms, and so on and so forth for young people. So there's all of that going on, even when people on the whole are not aware. There's so much of that inspiring work going on. I'm involved in just a tiny little part of it. But I'm so encouraged by what others, including younger people, are doing in these areas. So it's not just
it might
politics.
Be just a
the
bit,
politicians.
But you know, the salt is just a little bit of what goes into the soup, you know, but it plays a key role, huh?
Exactly. Thank you. So, right. You know, there's politics, and politics is important because, you know, you also have to be in an enabling environment to be able to do some of these things. But some of our colleagues and contemporaries are managing to do the impossible within the very difficult circumstances that we have in Nigeria or West Africa, around, you know, in the rest of the continent. They're inserting themselves. And in many instances, this is interesting, in many instances, they're investing money or resources or connections that they have acquired through personal hard work on the global stage. You know, this talk was supposed to be about artists and writers on the global stage. Many of them, what's actually making it possible for them to work and build these institutions and projects in Ghana or Nigeria or, you know, in other places is through their hard work and being able to find resources on the global stage, not as NGOs, you know, but as from personal hard work and bringing it back to reinvest. So success on the global stage has that, you know, ramification on the ground. Um, and Yinka is not living in Nigeria. He still lives in London. You know, he needs to live in the UK. That's his home. Um, and is Yinka an example of brain drain? No. You know, he got all his education and all his resources in the UK, but is reinvesting them in Nigeria. And one other point I always make, not to draw this out too long, one important point that I always make around some of the debates that some of our people bring up in arguments. A question that I told Rudolph all around that it's not a good question about people outside and people inside, Africa in and out of Africa, is that I don't mean this as a way of dismissing what people on the ground are doing with all the hardship that people have to contend with. But if you look at it, when a family, when you have an old man or old woman retired in any of the states and they can't get their pension because the government is not paying it, or because it's been embezzled, or because it's been misused or misplaced, and they can't get their pension, it's their children abroad that keep them going by sending them, you know, not just for themselves, but for their grandchildren to pay school fees, for medical, you know, fees, and so on, and occasionally bring them outside for medical attention, but also sustaining resources on the ground with scholarships in the schools. And that's the way it always was, and that's the way it's gotten more intense, so that Nigerians abroad invest $22 billion a year in Nigeria, more than the government budget for a year. That's how, you know, they help sustain people that the government has abandoned, you know. So that's, you know, people don't remember that our people abroad contribute so much to the survival on the ground without being on the ground. And in many instances, they're able to do that because they are outside, where they have access to resources, to better jobs, you know, or even just to jobs, you know, which they wouldn't have if they were still at home. So it's all part of the conversation.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Baba, and thank you, Ambo. Janaba, you're next.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Rudy, and Prof. Olu. Thank you for being here. You are such a wonderful soul. And AB, Ove, Igbo Basic, and Man of Prestige. It's good to see all of you again. And it's good to hear a son of a pastor or priest to speak of those spiritual things. My question is that how do you look at the politics of Nigeria, especially those that live abroad, to go and contest in Nigeria or any other part of the Africa, and some of your colleagues that have been, how do you look at it? That is one of them. And then secondly, how do you look at Nigeria in 20, 50 years to come in terms of whether religious aspect of it or political aspect of it? How do you see in the global stage?
That's a long time in the future to to look into. And the disadvantage that we have as humans, of course, is that we don't have that looking glass where we can look in and say that's exactly how things are going to turn out. We can do the analysis, of course, based on knowledge and history, and make a prognosis, and then hope that things turn out that way. It's very difficult to say about Nigeria because we've been forecasting for a long time. No, we've been forecasting on hope, and we've been forecasting on things will get better, and they don't seem to ever get better. And there's always that threat. Let me not call it a possibility or even a probability. There's always that threat that as a nation state, Nigeria might not survive, might disintegrate. And that's not a tragedy. It can be, but it's not a tragedy because Nigeria did not exist, just over a century ago. We were all same people, but in different units. And we could still be in different units as long as we deal with the fundamentals of a progressive, successful, advancing society, and we could still survive. And you see what has happened in Europe. The first instinct was to proliferate the states. And then once they all found their own footings, they began to appreciate again the usefulness of working together. And then we've seen the back and forth. We've seen Brexit, for instance. We've seen the hard right in Britain talk about sovereignty and all that stuff. But within such a very short period of time, there's already buyer's remorse among those who left the European Union and did Brexit. They're now thinking, how can we get back into Europe, because this thing is actually not working. My point being that the forms of political organization and units will oscillate over time. That's just history. States will go different ways, come back together, and that has already happened in Africa, and that's going to keep happening around the world. But units will splinter, and then larger groups will reform. That's just how society goes, and that could happen in Nigeria. I think we all actually sort of recognize some of the problems with Nigeria. What we don't have is clarity as to how to remedy them. There are different schools of thought, as you know. One school of thought, which is probably the most popular, was articulated by the late Achebe in the trouble with Nigeria. And that's the school of thought that believes that the problem is with the leadership. As Achebe put it, there's nothing wrong with the water in Nigeria. There's nothing wrong with the air. There's nothing wrong, essentially, with the Nigerian people. But there's a failure of leadership. That's how Achebe summarized it. And I think that's the popular understanding of the problem with Nigeria, that it's the leaders, it's the politicians. They're the thieves. They're the ones who are embezzling money. They're the corrupt ones. They're the ones who are failing our youth, and so on and so forth. There's a different school, which is the one that I belong to, which is that it isn't just about leadership, because a society produces its leadership. These people are not dropping from on sky. They're people produced within this society and this system. someone pointed out that it's my generation. I think it was Rudolph that pointed out that it's my generation who are running Nigeria essentially right now. You usually have the figurehead of the president who's much older, but the governors and the ministers, and so they my generation and younger. And you would think that for a generation that fought the pro-democracy struggle, that saw with itself the harm and damage that bad leadership was doing, you would think that they would grow up and do things differently. But the fact of the matter is that what they're used to is doing things the wrong way. They know they can theoretically articulate what is the right way, but their training and their upbringing and their socialization is in doing things the wrong way. So there's the alienation again, the dissonance between knowing what should be done and doing what should be done. And I pointed out the case of my blood brother and friend, Kayode Fayemi. And when I say that, that's the truth, is that we were essentially blood brothers, who looked after each other, looked out for each other, and worked together in the progressive movement. And I lived in his house, for some time, and vice versa. But you then look at Kayode, for instance, and you look at Ekiti, and you look at Ekiti State, and you look at Nigeria, and you look at Kayode's role in his political party, and he's a key figure in the political party. He may not be a minister or in the president's group, but he's a key figure in that political party. And what kind of influence has he had in his political party, coming from the progressive background that he comes from? What kind of role have these people played coming from the student politics background that some of them had? In many instances, they just turned their backs on those and done things the Nigerian way. One of the points that Kayode made at the very beginning, when he was he was first contesting to become governor in Ekiti State, he gave an interview to the New York Times. And one of the points he made, one of the arguments he made, was that in order to change politics in Nigeria, you have to do it the Nigerian way. And what was the Nigerian way? He was giving money to, area boys and basically buying votes, which is the Nigerian way. So how do you change a mud pit by throwing mud? That's not how you change. You come out of the mud pit, and clean up. You don't jump in the mud pit and say you're going to change things in the mud pit, and do it the same way that it's always been done. And that's, the tragedy of my own generation, is that we all just went back into national politics and continue to do things the Nigerian way. It's not a Nigerian way, it's just the wrong way. We haven't been able to move in the direction of the right way. And upbringing is part of it. The enormity of the challenge is part of it. Not becoming, not failing is also part of it. Because if you're a politician, you want to succeed. And that's part of the reason I did not return and go into national politics. I had conversations with lots of friends about, going back to Imo State and trying to become a contest the governorship and so on and so forth. But the reality of the fact is that I could go back and form a minority party, and I won't win. I might sensitize people. I might help energize people, educate people, and Obi is doing that right now. but I wouldn't win. You know, I would be under the temptation to go into the winning parties and hope to change things from within. And I would not succeed, but I would win. I would win the governorship, but I won't be able to change anything. So there's that as well. But not to go on too long. We all understand where we're coming from and what the challenges are and how huge the challenges are. But I think there are possibilities. What form they'll take, I can't tell you on this conversation today, but it could come clearer with time.
Although, let me add something. Maybe you can expand on that. I've had conversations with people that you were talking about, progressives who went into the government, and you were right about how they finally got in. There are people who are still on the outside because they couldn't do the Nigerian way, and we can name some of them. Those that got in, they now got in through the Nigerian way, and they now say that the reason why they can't change anything is because they're alone. When they get in there, they were thinking that they could get in there the Nigerian way, and then they'll find the critical mass they need to be able to change anything. But they go in there, they find out that they're alone. And for them to stay there, they have to play the ball, continue the Nigerian way, and they end up that way. So nothing changes. So
either they play it or they die. Or they get to.
Yes, exactly. So
on our politics.
So then now the argument they make is that you guys who are outside, we need you guys to come in, whichever way you come in, so that we can form a critical mass to be able to make an impact. Otherwise, we're going to stay either alone inside, or you all stay outside and nothing will happen. So that looks like the option out there. What do you think?
Well, I think they're being disingenuous and dishonest. I don't think they're being truthful. No, I mean, how often have they themselves gone out to recruit like old like minds who obviously won't be like minds again, because once you've done it the Nigerian way, you're no longer one of us. We're no longer one of you because you've done it the Nigerian way. You can't convince us anymore. You can't come back and say, oh, but I did it because somehow we need to get in. How can anyone trust you? That's why and how you did it. And how much work do they do with the grassroots other than waiting for election time and trying to buy votes with a bag of rice? I mean, the facts are on the table. The facts are clear. So they're being disingenuous. That's not the problem. And it's a very difficult situation to respond to, because or even to sometimes to read, because you look at someone like Obi, who has generated such enthusiasm recently. One, like I pointed out in a prior conversation, Buhari also generated the same kind of enthusiasm. So there's nothing unique about what Obi has done. But it's important because it points to possibility. It points to the fact that it's possible to generate energy, enthusiasm, keenness, a certain desire for a different, dispensation or change. It's just that it's not the right people that generate that enthusiasm. If you look at Obi, with all due acknowledgement and respect, he's been part of the ruling parties, right? Each one of them. He's gone from one to the other, to the other, to the other, and he's even contested for power at the very height of these different supposedly corrupt parties, as one of them. And you could look at his emergence recently as simple opportunism. You know, he couldn't get ahead in his usual places where he thought that it was the right time for him to emerge, and he failed to emerge. And therefore, he seized on an opening elsewhere and catapulted himself to the top of a Labour Party, being a neoliberal, you know, a neoliberal leader of a workers' party.
I will disagree with you a little bit on that, Prof.
Yes,
you know
yes, you're welcome to.
You know why? Even before he moved, all right, the mass was waiting. I'm telling you.
I know. I can tell you why the mass was with him.
Yeah,
exactly.
You know what?
My
if
brother.
he had won the PDP nomination, you will see the mass in PDP.
Yes, you make a very good point, and you're quite right. That the masses were with him, but he didn't have a platform.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, but we're saying the same thing. But why
I'm just trying to say that he didn't, because the picture, your initial statement created a picture of opportunism. Yes. Why not?
Yes, and I stay with that.
Why not?
No, I'll stay with that. Let's not argue about it.
I'm just saying that the mass didn't appear only after he has moved. The mass were waiting for wherever he goes.
I actually agree with you, but remember the masses were also with Buhari. So yes. So what happens? The opportunism in Obi's case, the masses went with the Labour Party.
Yeah.
They won.
Yeah.
Okay. So the masses were with him.
Yeah.
But he didn't have a platform. So the Labour Party was the opening that he seized. And that has happened with another friend of mine now, who's gone between the Labour Party and the AA in a different election. Didn't succeed with the Labour Party with the nominations, and therefore moved to an opening with someone who withdrew.
The mass are not with the Labour Party. The mass are with the person.
Yes, but because the Labour Party.
Another person imagine Labour Party.
But the Labour Party is the working people's party. It may not be the masses party, but it's the working people's party. And what I'm saying is, the reason you have this dissonance, this very fascinating situation of a neoliberal leader of a workers' party is because he seized an opportunity in the workers' party. That's opportunism.
That is fine.
But it hasn't succeeded, has it? The reason I go into it.
That doesn't mean he will not. Ovie, why are you all over? Where's
Ovie is like his Christmas.
It's just
in his language.
Here is the point.
Go ahead, sir.
I would be surprised. I'm not making a bet, but I'll be very surprised if in 4 years' time Obi contests on the platform of the Labour Party. I'll be very surprised if tomorrow the PDP makes him an offer that he can't refuse. He'll abandon the Labour Party and take that offer.
And
so there's no commitment to build the Labour Party as a winning party.
Yeah,
there's no commitment.
No, that's
and if he were to commit to build the Labour Party as a winning party, he would change the Labour Party and turn it against its principles, because his principles are essentially incompatible with those of the Working People's Party. Because again, as I said, he's a neoliberal. He's about taking away subsidies. You know, we're making so much noise now about Tinubu removing the subsidies, but Obi promised to remove the subsidies as well.
Yeah,
being the leader of the Working People's Party,
Prof.
knowing that the working people need the subsidies.
Yeah, but
they need to get to work.
You see, two
they
people
need to get to work.
Yeah, two people can have the same project title and have totally different approach.
That's true, but let's leave it at that. You know, give me
the details, right?
Give me the platform. Give me the platform today. You and I can have the conversation offline.
Okay.
Give me the platform today.
Unapologetic platform.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, folks, hold on for a second. There's something about character. Ovie, there's something about character. There's something about character. Character. And Obi comes with character. All these other things you are talking about. If it has been an Otikalo that went to Labour Party, would he effect the same that Obi has done? If it had been an Uzodinma, so let's not forget, a good name is better than gold and silver. And Obi's antecedent, who he is as a person, is really the driving force why some people who never got into politics went and backed him. If he goes away to the PDP today,
I have a question for you.
Please ask.
I have a question for you. What is his reputation? Wait a minute. Beyond making a speech that appealed to young Nigerians about change and so on and so forth. What is, I began with this earlier on, what is his record as governor in Anambra State?
That he performed. He left.
He did.
He left a legacy behind in Anambra.
What legacy?
The legacy he left was that of good governance.
Doing
good
what?
leadership.
Repairing the roads?
Living the things that people could cite.
Building hospitals?
Leaving money behind.
No, let's forget about money. Building hospitals?
That's a good question.
Olu, I gotta go, Dr. Rudy. This is not how you say, so I cannot talk too much here. I love you, the Prof. I love you. I was going to church with my pastor, but your word changes my life. I stay behind to hear you. I'm looking forward to connect you again. You are the people we are looking for. Rudy, you are the man for bringing these people. You know how to have a good day with so few more people here. But I'm out of here. Love you.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you, Janaba.
No, I'll have this conversation with my brothers some other time, because it's not a conversation we can finish today.
That is correct.
But I hope that we have the platform or the forums and avenues to continue these conversations, because the point you make about character is important, and that's the point I'm also making. Character of someone who jumped from one thing to another without commitment. You know, character of someone who's scouting around for the personal opportunity to prove that he's better than the others.
That is science.
Character of someone who would catapult to the head of a party he never took interest in before, never contributed to building it, never said, my principles gel with your principles, so let's build a party and let's go out and win and govern Nigeria. He never showed any interest in the Labour Party. You know, he never asked, how are you building? What are your policies? Are they the same as mine?
He was recruited.
He never did.
He was recruited.
Until he was given the opportunity to lead. Then he began to invest in the party. Anyone whose principles are compatible with those of the Labour Party would already be a member of the Labour Party, would also already be building the Labour Party, would already be advancing the level, even refining the Labour Party to make it a winning party on behalf of the working people. They wouldn't wait until they can't win the nomination in a party that's opposite the principles of the Labour Party. And then because they didn't win there, they jump over and suddenly become Labour Party.
No, but because I'm
holding on to their
Please.
policies, which are different from the fundamental policies of a working people's party. Holding on to those and imposing those on the party because it's an opportunity for the party to win. It's an opportunity for him to win. It's so they felt like it's a win-win situation. And the mistake of the Labour Party is to think that if Obi won, the Labour Party would change him. But that wouldn't happen because they'll be winning through him, right? They'll be winning on his reputation, on his charisma, on his appeal to young Nigerians and the rest of Nigerian people. They wouldn't be winning because they're the Labour Party. They'll be winning because they're backing Obi. So they can't change Obi. When Obi continues his neoliberal policies of bringing in the financial, foreign, international financial institutions to transform Nigeria further and further down the path of neoliberalism, the Labour Party can't change him. They may expel him if they can, but if they do so, then they'll lose. So they'll be stuck with ideas and politics that are contradictory to the fundamental ideas of a working people's party. That's the dilemma, and that's the mistake. And we've been around in politics, even if we're not participating.
But sir, are you saying?
But sir, do you think? Are you saying that what is?
Are you saying that what is?
Oh my God!
Why we got what we got now? That got an obviously rigged election happened. It's because if Obi got in with his quote unquote neoliberal policy, that's what ended up as what we got now.
No, I'm not saying that. You had a rigged election. That's that's a fact.
All right.
Obi didn't cause it. Obi didn't cause it. But what I'm focusing on looking to the future, because that was my brother's question, right? Like 5 years, 20 years, looking to the future, what's going to happen? So looking to the future, we've created this inconsistency, this incongruence of a neoliberal leader for a working people's party.
Can you put this down?
Please, let me don't speak unless you are called, please. All right, so we've gone to a place that I thought we were not going to. We agree we're not going here, but since they went there, we can continue. The other place that we
and our conversation's been dominated by Nigeria.
Of course, by politics, which was what we tried to avoid. We wanted to make you guys look at artworks and enjoy the.
That's fine. We'll have another conversation.
Politics is the new art.
All right. He's capable of handling everything you guys can throw in, but there's something else that is also important that I didn't get to with him, which is about religion. I think I will have the chance, hopefully, but I will let Man of Prestige because he has interesting views. That's actually where all of you will be blown away. And there will be more civil war on that one. But Man of Prestige, you're next. Ask a question so that we can get to people.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, good morning, everybody, wherever you are. Good afternoon, Olu Oguibe. Before I proceed, so I don't forget my thought, you said something about, I didn't mean to divert into politics, but I need to just bring that before I talk about your profile and ask my question. You said something about opportunism, Is the world not based on opportunity? I mean, how can we survive when you see an opportunity, we wouldn't jump on it? That's one. The second thing, I'm going to talk about my brother Ovie. Ovie is just jumping everywhere because he just emphasized his talking point on his platform. Everything you said, that's what Ovie always said about his. That's Ovie talking point. So that's why he's jubilating, running all over the place. But I just want to let everybody know. So you don't have to answer my question about that opportunism because my question is coming up. I don't know much about you until actually today. I just came back from church. So when I first saw your name yesterday, Olu, I thought you're a Yoruba person, which doesn't make any difference to me. But now I just Google your profile. Man, they are very, very, you have a very high profile. I commend you. I mean, I'm just reading, and University of Connecticut professor, art museum, and everything you have done, Rockefeller Foundation, Belengia Center, Open Center, I mean, everything is quite excellent. But I commend you for your achievement. Okay, you have a very high profile. Having said that, normal, I don't indulge too much into theology. That's not my, I'm a Christian. Like I said, I just came back from church, but I tend not to indulge too much into that area. I mean, I can only listen every now and then. So my main question is that let me combine both because of your achievement in that area, and you are very good in you are very knowledgeable in politics. How, as a Nigerian, do we tend to achieve our pinnacle, or what I consider to be a high noon when we are abroad, but we can't repeat that in Nigeria? Why is that so? I mean, we are very brilliant people. I'm looking at you, you're high up here. So why do we achieve our pinnacle when we're abroad, but we can't replicate that to Nigeria or help Nigeria achieve, what they're supposed to be? I mean, we proclaim to be the giant of Africa, but in my own opinion, we are not. Because I even look at some of the small countries like Kenya, South Africa, Ghana. I mean, Ghana, I can put Ghana there, because I mean, it's peaceful. That's the only achievement. But a country like Kenya, even Tanzania, to me, they have achieved more than we have achieved. So I don't know why we call ourselves Giant Africa. Anybody here can put me wrong or get mad, but I don't consider ourselves Giant of Africa. I mean, Giant of Africa by number doesn't mean anything. But anyway, I think my question is that why do we tend to achieve more when we're abroad? We don't do that in Nigeria. Is it because the government had never provided the enabling environment for we to achieve that, that high pinnacle that we're supposed to do? Can you just elaborate on that? That's my only question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think it's a very good question. And I have to admit that it brings us back to that word, opportunity. And it's really mostly about opportunity. I would say that we probably need to contextualize and modify the premise, because some Nigerians are able to achieve so much also, even while they are in Nigeria. It could be that in the majority of cases, what they achieve is achieved abroad, but they do so from Nigeria. So in a sense, one could say that there's an interplay, there's a connection between achieving overseas or abroad and achieving someone's full potential, because there are more opportunities abroad to do so. A good example would be our musicians, for instance, especially the younger musicians. They're achieving enormous visibility and success abroad while working from Nigeria, while based in Nigeria. So they're a good example. Some of our artists as well. My own former professor in Nsukka, the Ghanaian artist Ella Natsuri, whose almost entire career has been in Nigeria since 1975. He's lived and worked in Nsukka since 1975. And today he is one of, some might say, one of the top 10 greatest artists in the world today. And he didn't leave Nsukka until a few years ago, 2-3 years ago, because of the kidnappings and so on. He just didn't want to keep staying in Nsukka and risking being kidnapped, on a daily basis. So he didn't go abroad either. He went back to Ghana, while still keeping his foot in his studio in Nigeria. So he's one example of the fact that it's possible to achieve stellar global success even from Nigeria. And earlier on, we spoke about the different circumstances under which some of us had to leave. It's not always because we couldn't succeed overseas or succeed on a global level. Or rather, let me put it this way: it's not because someone couldn't do it from Nigeria. It's just that the individual circumstances dictated that some of these individuals couldn't. I couldn't, do what I've done under constant threat of being arrested or going to jail or whatever, or in fact being arrested, or in the case of my very close friend and other brother Chima Albani, eventually dying. So some people were forced to leave, but opportunities is important. Nigeria is, if we stay with Nigeria is interesting, or was interesting in the time that I was growing up, in the sense that it still provided unique opportunity for people practicing in my area of work, for artists to succeed. It still provided those opportunities better than any other, African country that I can think of. Maybe Egypt, maybe South Africa. Well, not even South Africa. Artists could then, and continue to, even now, could survive and make a very good living and earn themselves a very high reputation while working in Nigeria. And there were Nigerians who had the means to patronize, to be patrons for these artists, to support their work. They supported my work as a very, very young artist in my early 20s, with my first one-person exhibition at Dede Museum in Lagos. That's where I had my first one-person exhibition. I was very strongly supported by Chief Jibuno and his wife, the owners of Dede Museum. My solo exhibition as a young artist was opened by a federal minister. That doesn't happen in the US. A young artist who's just come out of art school having their first exhibition is not going to have a government minister open their exhibition. It doesn't happen. So people bought my work. Military officers, very prominent military officers, commissioners, ministers bought my work. The then Oba of Benin, Oba Redewa, came specifically to see my show. I was, 22, 23? So Nigeria was unique in that sense. And if you had an exhibition in Nigeria, even advertising companies would sponsor you. They'll make posters so they can advertise in your catalog and so on. So we, at that point, enjoyed a lot of support from within Nigeria that could give you opportunity to be a very successful artist. And Benin, after studying in the UK, he made his reputation and name in Nigeria. He didn't need to move to the UK. My other professor, Obiora Odechukwu, was a very prominent artist on the global stage while living in Nsukka and being my professor. I pointed out earlier on with Rudolph that the reason he eventually moved to the United States is because he was jailed, by the military. He was put in prison, and therefore had to, once he came out of prison, and he didn't feel like he could continue, so he moved to the United States. So that's modifying the premise to say that it's still possible to achieve prominence even on the global stage while working from Nigeria. But the challenge is...
Can I say something before you proceed? I think I understood what you're talking about, but your main emphasis is in your area of specialty, like art. I see how we're performing globally, like the Afrobeat and everything, which I follow closely. But my main issue when it comes to other fields like medicine, like technology and other kind of things, that will propel Nigeria to, to an international level. The environment hasn't been there. So that's my issue with Nigeria.
I totally agree. I totally agree. Even in my field, the environment isn't exactly the same. It isn't as enabling as I might be making it sound, right? Um, so that the point I was moving to, in fact, the sentence I was about to utter is that the challenges are different. The challenges are much more daunting in Nigeria. The opportunities are not there. I'll give you an example which supports the point you're making. Out in the West, artists are supported through grants. Every state in the United States has a program of making grants to their artists every year. New York has the Foundation for the Arts. Every year, the artists apply, and the successful ones get a government grant to help make their work. We don't have that in Nigeria. The closest we have in Nigeria is maybe a commissioner or a minister or the governor might dash you money, during your exhibition. but there isn't a structural provision to facilitate or to support or advance the practices, whatever they are. Is the same with investment in industry or research or medicine, even just opportunity to practice, which is why lots of medical practitioners are leaving for Europe. So I completely agree with you. And when they go to Europe, being in a much more enabling environment, some of them can excel. But mind you, and I'm not quite sure where you're based, but Rudolph would and any other individuals with us today would attest to this if they're living abroad. There are challenges abroad too. We also do not have equal opportunity as others. What makes it feel like we do is because we bring a certain grit with us. We bring a certain determination. We bring a certain tenacity and resilience that propels us even beyond the impediments. And the impediments are many, where we are. So it's all about opportunity and facility, being facilitated, being supported, being enabled, being given the platform or the institutional structural support to pursue, whether you're doing medicine or doing technological research, to succeed in that area. The Western governments, all governments in industrialized nations, invest in these things, right? They invest heavily. But also, private enterprise invests in research, knowing that they'll profit from it ultimately. Much of the medical research in the West is sponsored by pharmaceutical companies, right? They pay it forward so that whatever comes out of the research, they can take for themselves and make profit from. We don't have that, even in the area of charitable support. Out here, people invest in charitable support because they believe that the society and the community as a whole will benefit from that. What we have is the primitive example that I gave of someone dashing money, in many instances, stolen money from the government. The governor will come and give a cash donation. It's not systematized. It's not structurally institutionalized so that there's sustainability, so that there's a repeat. So it's not just dependent on the whim of an individual commissioner or governor coming to put their hand in their pocket and give someone, 500,000 naira. That's if you actually do that here, you get into trouble, right? You go to jail, or you might get into a political scandal. But so all of that come into why, in many cases, we're not able to fulfill our full potential in whatever area of endeavor we're engaged in. And it's a culture, right? It's something that societies build over time, and it becomes part of the culture. It's part of the culture in the West that you retire and you made a lot of money and you set up a foundation. Some of our people are beginning to do that now. So hopefully it will develop and eventually become part of our culture as well. But many of the advancements that are made in the West are made through support from these foundations, including pharmaceutical research. You have research hospitals that are endowed by private individuals who've done well for themselves, and in honor of a late relative, they would endow they will endow medical research in an institution or a hospital. We haven't quite got there yet, but we're on, the individuals are beginning to do that. And if more and more people can do it, it then becomes part of the culture. And through those, even when the government is failing, hopefully through some of those alternative sources of support, people can continue to, if we leave out corruption from it, of course, and emphasize merit. Because if you have a private foundation that supports research, but the process is corrupt, and it's not people who have merit that get the support, but your relative, your townsman gets the grant, not because they're doing exceptional research, but because they're your townsman, then obviously it won't work, right? It won't produce the positive results that we hope. So I hope that I'm addressing some of your question. I've taken too long to answer that.
No, you did. Thank you so much. Let's go to Lexi. Lexi, Ernest.
I salute our guests. Olu Oguibe.
Thank you.
Wonderful name from how you explained it.
Thank you.
Dr. Damages, you have been enriching this platform with knowledge. And I hope people are learning. Today is more like a classroom for more like me about this. Because what this brother has done is to say it as it is with some mildness. So
Lexi, your line is not very good. I don't know if
you hope not be sabotaged by some kind of thing coming in and trying to interrupt me. Now, one point I want to go straight to and then put my question. The enabling environment that has come up in all these discussions is very true. And if we want to deny it, we will be denying the truth. And as long as we don't accept the truth, we can't make any progress. I have said it, any nation that condones evil and deceit will not make progress. And it's even worse if the judiciary is tolerated with some kind of corruption. We used to read one book, I've said it here before, The Incorruptible Judge. I don't think it exists in Nigeria anymore. That book had to do with true case where the judge was incorruptible. I think they took it off because they know we should be corrupted, which has become part of what we may call the Nigerian culture, and it's working for all those who want it to happen that way. Now, in all that you have been telling us, I identified something that makes a lot of sense to me, and that is that Africans can contribute to the global intelligence or even ideas or concepts. But even more so, there are some who are gifted, and their capability and their ability to bring things up for the rest of the world to gain from is being inhibited because of the environment. And the environment ranges from the social to the real environment, physical, and all that. Until we agree on these things and begin to, fashion our solution, bearing all this in mind, we may just be going round and round in circles. And so, what does that bring me to? We talk about African unity as a continent. When we say that, if you say, oh, hold on, don't say it that way, some people will say, oh, you don't want us to come together and unite and fight the West and the East and the South. And no, there are some jewels amongst us Africans that needs to be allowed to have its own natural progression. And politics can kill it. And we are killing a lot of that in Nigeria. There used to be this engineer, Ezekiel Izuogo. This man had a blueprint, and he swore he was going to produce a car that could mimic the old Morris Minor that used to be in Aba. In those days, you could call taxi anywhere around the city. For 6 pence then, you get to where you are going. And those cars were very good. They ran well. They took you to wherever you wanted to go. Today, we don't have such things again. Izuogu Ezekiel decided to reproduce something like that. He actually brought out one of his samples, and it was supposed to be worked on. They sabotaged him. They destroyed his blueprint. They destroyed the environment. All the things he kept there, hoping that something meaningful will come out of it, became nothing. And that dream died. So we may want to be mild at saying, oh, well, we can succeed at home. Believe you me, out of 10, maybe 1 or 2 will succeed. But there's a lot being lost. And I'd like to use one more example. When we have these conditions of getting into the med school, the assumption is that if you don't score up to so and so level, you will not go into the med school. And behind that is that you are not qualified to become a doctor. And at the same time, the same country makes others from another region to walk into the med school with nothing. And in the end, those who walked in with nothing become medical doctors. Now, can you imagine how many doctors you have deprived the country because of your formula of letting people in? I lectured one of the minister's children into med school in Lagos. Today, she is a doctor. Her father is a northerner, so there wasn't any difficulty for that to happen. I'm just telling you people how things have been going wrong in Nigeria. Let's stop hiding. Okay, yes, leadership, but also the followership. We followed them in that wrong path. We've been doing a lot of wrong things in Nigeria, and many of us still want it to be sustained. Now, coming to this buzzword, unity. I have said it, and I still believe in what I'm saying. If we allow people to grow organically with what God has given to them, without all the interruptions and squabbles and hatred and politicking and all these things, we may produce the best in Africa that we are claiming we are now, which we are not. We have seen signs of people who can be great in what God has given to them, but only few are surviving. Thank God for our brother, Olu. Please don't call him Olu. He's not Olu. But if you want me to tell you that, yes, Igbo and Yoruba are connected, I can do that very freely. You see, the word, even his last name, the Ogun means counting. Now, Ogun in Yoruba means 20. Ogun in Igbo means 20. Ogo in Igbo means fight, war. Ogun in Yoruba means fight, war. If you write that word without saying it's Yoruba or Igbo, give it to any of the two people, they will tell you what it means, and it's the same word, but being hyphenated in one way or the other, different from each other. We are connected, but we have been so connected to a bitter end of things that we just need to adjust.
All right.
Cain killed Abel.
Lexi, I don't want to
They were brothers. Yeah, okay. So my question, let me now throw in my question, since I don't have enough time to say the rest of the things. The separation of groups, whether you call it tribe or whatever, into their organic state can yield what we are talking about now. It does not preclude unity in terms of being Africans who are trying to survive a very hostile world. But they should leave people alone to be who God has made them to be. Don't tell them to stop speaking their language. Don't tell them to destroy their culture. Don't tell them to say they are who they are naturally, and so on. The treatment we give to babies, male children, for example, which is to when they are born in Igbo land, is to circumcise them. Nobody knows the man who did it first amongst the Igbos today. It happened from time immemorial, where people who believe in circumcision, 8 days a child is circumcised. Today, the medical science is following that. We started doing it before we even knew that was anything like the medicine from the white man. So why do we? There are good things coming from there. I'm not saying that, okay, we shouldn't have things brought in. But let's stop this, our very oppressive and murderous interactions in Nigeria. As we speak here, people are being killed in my state. The government is for it. They send agents, they send soldiers, they send police, and we are expecting something good to come out. Every time we talk about unity, that unity in the graveyard is something that bothers me. I don't know when that will become a normal unity. Thank you.
You have to pose your question, though. I think you forgot.
All right. Thank you, Lexi. Let me say this. Our guest has been here for 3 hours and 30 minutes. So we have to be conscious of the fact that he's been here, talking. So let's go straight to the question.
But I agree with him, of course. Yes.
My question will be too blunt. I want Biafra for my people, and I think Biafra can exist with the rest of the country in whatever shape or form that the boundaries take. But leave my people alone. It's time for us to go. So I'm one of those who are agitating in my heart and in my spirit for Biafra. Now, it's not going to make me an enemy of the Yoruba man. I've lived in Yoruba land long enough to love them and accept them.
Your question.
I can write it. I can speak it. I can even use proverbs in it. I can analyze the language. Now, they can never be my enemies. But please, those of them who are creating this confusion now must stop, because it won't get to that. No time the Igbos and Yorubas will go into any war in Nigeria. I'll be one of those to make sure that doesn't happen if I can. But let us go to our tents, O Israel. That is the question I was going to ask you, but it's not fair to ask you
It's not a
whether
question.
you believe in Biafra or not. I do.
No. Any question is fair. Don't be afraid of that.
It's not a
can
question.
ask any question. Yeah, it's okay. Let's see.
No,
you can ask any question, but you got the point.
Does he believe in Biafra? That's what I was going to ask.
This is it's in a sense it's ground that we probably covered. Because and Rudolph, you have to help me, because now I'm no longer sure whether we talked about this in the context of this particular conversation or whether it was before in our prior conversation, but we did touch on Biafra, and I believe in self-determination. It's also in the Constitution that people, different peoples should be able to determine for themselves. And I think it's fundamental to most nation states and democratic societies, although only in theory, because we have several examples of civil wars that were started because constitutionally people were supposed to have the right to self-determination, but in practice they weren't allowed to exercise that right. So even in the current constitution, there is a provision for self-determination. How it's interpreted by the majority or the ruling powers is a different thing altogether. But I did say to Rudolph that having given several years to the Nigerian cause, and especially going from a nationalist student union background, fighting structural adjustment, beginning with the Buhari government, not just Babangida, but beginning with the Buhari government in the 80s and going on to the pro-democracy movement. And in my writing, as a practicing poet in the past, also espousing very patriotic Nigerian positions, I nevertheless did conclude through personal experience in the process of the politics that the project of the Nigerian nation state is probably not feasible for several different reasons that we can't go into today because we've been on for a long time now. And so I personally reached the conclusion for myself that self-determination is necessary. Although, and albeit, that unfortunately many of the difficulties with the project of the Nigerian nation state have already been replicated within what would be Biafra. And I can give you some very quick examples. We already have a situation where for many years, if you weren't from Soka local government, you couldn't get into position at my alma mater, which is was a sacrilege. University of Nigeria was supposed to be the University of Nigeria. That's how Zik founded it. And Zik was born in northern Nigeria. Ojukwu was born in northern Nigeria. Kaduna Nzogu was born in northern Nigeria. Uche Okeke was born in northern Nigeria. And so the University of Nigeria was founded as the University of Nigeria, not the University of Nsukka. And yet, in the recent past, we got to the point where Igbo people, Eastern Nigerians, could not advance or progress within the University of Nigeria without being displaced by people from Nsukka local government or the Nsukka area. We have a situation where my ancestral home is in Mbise, although I was born in Aba. we have a situation where someone from Onitsha could not become a priest in Mbise, you know, just because we have Catholic priests from Mbise. Why isn't our bishop from Mbise? You know, why have an Onitsha person come and be a bishop in Mbise? So we've already taken the divisive elements of Nigeria and replicated them in Eastern Nigeria or in Igbo land or whatever is intended to become the new Biafra, what I call the Second Republic. That's the way I refer to the Biafra of the future. We've had the First Republic, that will be the Second Republic. And many of these problems are going to persist. The Nsukka are going to be thinking, oh, it's our turn. You know, and then we introduce the quarter system, not the quarter system, we introduce the rotational system, where, you know, if someone is going to contest to be senator, they have to come from a certain part of Imo State. You know, if they're going to be governor, they have to come from a certain part of Anambra State, and all of that divisiveness. So there's already danger ahead for the Second Republic, because we'll replicate many of these elements and problems and challenges. However, I still believe that the kinds of obstacles that certain groups have faced in Nigeria in their advancement may not replicate when there's self-determination. At the very least, it would then be up to the Igbo to destroy the Igbo. You know, they won't be able to then point fingers at the Hausa or the Yoruba or someone else. You know, if they're going to kill themselves, they have to kill themselves by themselves, you know, under self-determination. But rather than impede a people constantly in every imaginable way, down to even frivolous, at least seemingly frivolous examples, although it's always, you know, economic, but sometimes it comes down to, it feels like frivolous. And I have in mind the situation a couple of years ago when there was the allegation that people were selling plastic rice. You know, that people, Nigerian businessmen were selling plastic rice. And this was introduced around Christmas time. And this is introduced because many of the importers of rice in Nigeria are, of course, of Eastern Nigerian origin. At least those of them that would exploit the market in Eastern Nigeria, of course, are the Eastern Nigerians. So by making these allegations of plastic rice, their business for that season was destroyed. You know, because people then were suspecting, is it plastic rice? Is it real rice? You know, and people went out and seized the merchandise on the pretext that they were importing plastic rice. That's just a frivolous example. You know, it's a very petty example, but it comes down to economic impediment. It comes down to the difficulties and obstructions that Innocent Chukwuma has had with his car manufacturing, assembling business. So forever impeding a certain people for no other reason than that they are those people is very problematic, and a nation state is not possible while you impede a particular people, while you decide that these particular people will never have opportunity like the rest. You know, another example I give is what happens with state of origin. And we know that the whole idea of the state of origin was introduced during the war, after the creation of states. In fact, that was Chief Awolowo's idea, to introduce the state of origin so that a child who is born in Lagos of parents from Eastern Nigeria would not have the same opportunities in Lagos as a child born in Lagos from parents who are Yoruba or from Lagos State as a state of origin. The same child in the same class putting in for the same entrance exam would be judged on a quota based on their parents' state of origin, which is supposed to be their state of origin. And when they take a national entrance, they'll be subjected to a cutoff point based on a state of origin where they only visit during Christmas to see the grandmother. They weren't born there. Many of them don't even speak the languages anymore. And so, in that way, a group is continuously obstructed and impeded and denied opportunity while also trying to build a cohesive nation state. You can't do both at the same time. It would be wonderful in many respects for the vision that not our founders, because Nigeria wasn't founded by Nigerians. Nigeria was founded by the British. But the vision that the pioneer fighters for independence had, some of them had for Nigeria. It would be wonderful for that vision to succeed. At least someone like Azikiwe, who having the kind of background that he had in northern Nigeria, in western Nigeria, in eastern Nigeria, or Ojukwu, in fact, who people forget, foiled the Nzogu in Kaduna. It was Odumegwu Ojukwu who foiled the Nzogu in Kaduna and arrested Nzogu, right? And Ojukwu, like I said, both he and Nzogu were born in northern Nigeria. The kind of vision that they had of one Nigeria, not as a theory, not in mouth only, but in practice, of a people who speak different languages, but also speak each other's languages, engage in embracing each other's culture, see each other as belonging to one state rather than different groups. If that vision could succeed, there's just so much potential, so much that could be extracted from our collective abilities and gifts as a people. But the constant from the beginning has been that certain groups are excluded when it comes to, when push comes to shove. Some people are no longer simply Nigerians. Then they become Easterners, or they become Igbo, or whatever. And that has undermined this project from the very beginning. And it's, in many instances, fundamental to the unit, the structure that the British built, because they built it, one, on suspicion of the Igbo. And they said so. Marjorie Penham said so in her writings. And they built it on trust in the Northerner, because the Northerner is monarchical. So they had the indirect rule system to advance British goals and objectives in the colony. The Igbo, being Republican or being, not monarchical, were more difficult to handle and always challenging the British. Someone pointed out, my brother pointed out, that we're from Aba, and the women's revolt began in Aba, although it was all over eastern Nigeria, but it began in Aba. And women, not the men, but women challenged the colonial government, and made them reverse a policy. Whereas they could recruit Northerners to work for them they couldn't recruit the Igbo who were against them. So there was from the beginning of the amalgamation of the different protectorates, there was a suspicion of certain groups and favoring of certain groups. And this became part of the DNA of the Nigerian project. And it has, unfortunately, stayed that way right till the recent elections. So, and as long as that is part of the fiber of the nation, it cannot succeed as a nation, a united nation state. And if that is the case, then it's imperative that people are able to exercise the right to self-determination and go their own separate ways and find out for themselves if they will succeed or fail. And they could very well fail, but they need to have the opportunity to find out for themselves. And then they could come together in some form of structure, like the Europeans have done. And they went their separate and they fought the wars. And after the big wars in which millions of people were killed, they finally decided, you know what, Germany and France and Italy and so on and so on, and Austria, we should form a union and work together in common interest. There's no reason we can't do that in our part of the world because nation states are not sacred. Borders are not sacred. They change all the time, historically. They move apart, they come back together, they reform, they reformulate, they reconfigure, and there's nothing that they're not divine. And the whole idea that, indivisible nation, that you have an indivisible, that doesn't make sense at all. That's not the nature of history or human society. There are no indivisible structures, social structures, or states. So yeah, I agree that at least there ought to be opportunity to explore a second republic and to challenge, especially the Igbo, to fail on their own and fail woefully if they deserve to fail, or to succeed if they're determined to succeed.
All right, thank you. We are so behind. At any point, our guest may want to go, but I'm hopeful that he will stay and take the questions for those who remain, who are in the studio at least.
Yeah, I'll probably take one more question, and then and see how long that takes us to wrap up.
Yeah, let's see if we can
Rudolph, point of correction. We are not so behind. We are so enriched. I've never seen in Nigeria giving so much detail, especially even that Biafran space. Thank you very much, sir. I really want to read from you if you have a book.
Oh yeah, he has books. We didn't get to that. We didn't get to so many things, but I hope.
Yes, but all you have to do is go online and put in my name. I think the books will come up.
Yeah. Okay. Please, just ask your question so that I'll give opportunity. I know that people have also been waiting for more than 4 hours to ask questions. So we just take these 3 people who are here, which is CM, OC, and Chukwudi. So, but quickly, if you go straight to the question, that will help us.
Yes, if you leave out the commentary and go to the question,
yeah,
that will save some time for us to discuss.
Okay. Go ahead, CM.
You were wrong. There are no more questions.
No, of course. CM, you don't know CM. That's what you're saying.
Good evening. Good evening, Rudolph.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, evening. Good evening, Prof. Oguibe. I shouldn't make the mistake. Olu Oguibe. And then good evening to everybody, to the rest of the people on the panel. Am I coming out clear? I don't know.
Yeah.
We hear you.
Yeah,
Okay.
you are just 2
Okay.
days
Actually,
behind.
Prof. Oguibe, I popped in. I've been listening from the background, but I popped in when you said what was P2B's pedigree. But I wouldn't go into that because I have to spare you that. So let me ask you the question. Otherwise, I have facts to tell you why P2B is what he is and why he's regarded the way he's regarded. He served Anambra with distinction. Now, the question I want to ask you is, I read, I think it was a Facebook comment you made some time ago. You are replying to a conversation just on a trade in which you traced how you left Nigeria, the chap you met around the Tinubu fountain, you discussed, and then you left. You boarded your flight, left for UK, did your doctorate, and now you are in US. So what you said there was, at a point, you had to write Nigerian Immigration Service or Diplomatic Service to hand in your passport. Now, the question I want to ask you is it that Nigeria is not worth your trouble, or you do not want the trouble of Nigeria?
Well, that's a good question. Thank you. And I think that question I've actually partly addressed already in the response to the last contribution. And it's about a loss of faith. And we're all human, and faith is important to it, whether it's religious faith or other kinds of faith. It could be faith in your society, it could be faith in your country. And I think faith in our country is the basis of patriotism. You have to have faith in your country, not the government, but in your country, in your people. To be a patriot is to commit unquestionably on the strength of your faith in your community and your society and your country. Quite often people do that the wrong way. They commit for the wrong reasons. But at the end of the day, it comes down to a certain trust that by investing your commitment to your country will reciprocate. It's a social contract that the country will reciprocate your investment in the country, even if it's just a matter of your trust or your faith in the country. But when you find that that is not the case, that your country is not willing to reciprocate or to reward your faith, let alone your work, and not in terms of personal reward, but in terms of not undermining the basis of your faith. When that happens, then the social contract breaks down. It breaks down also in terms of the experience that our people are having on a daily basis. There's certain things you ought to take for, at least want to take for granted. Things like security in where you call home. Things like you want to be able to go down the street and find, at this stage in the development of human society and civilization, basic medical help for your sick child, and not have to go to a faith doctor or a prayer warrior, for dysentery or diarrhea or even a headache. If your society has the wherewithal to provide that, but fails to do so, it undermines your faith. And my relationship with Nigeria is a very complicated one. I've written about it, but I haven't written all that I could write about it. And it's interesting because for many of us, we were born Nigerian, and then we became Biafran. Not because Nnamdi Kanu is waging a campaign, I was a Biafran from 1967 to 1970. That's part of my personal history. I was born in 1964 in Nigeria. In 1967, I became a Biafran. In 1970, I became a Nigerian again. And along the way, I've become other things in addition to those. So already the history, personal history is complicated right there. You know, why did I become as a child? Why did I go from being a Nigerian to being a Biafran? And the reason, historically, we all know. It wasn't because my group wanted to not be Nigerians. In fact, in one of Ojukwu's speeches, which has been part of my artwork in the past 7 years, 6, 7 years or so, my Biafra time capsule work, he points out that no other group had at that point invested more than Eastern Nigerians and the Igbo in the project of Nigeria. And yet, you had an incident where, because of the error or mistake or act of a small group of army officers who actually believed that they were acting in the interest of the whole nation and whose intervention was celebrated for 48 hours at the very least by all Nigerians. Because of what they did, Nebo went out and killed Nebo. I was punished as a child because Kaduna Nzogo carried out a coup. I was starved. Half of my generation was starved to death because Kaduna Nzogo carried out a coup. That's not right. Kaduna Nzogo carries out a coup, he gets arrested. He gets tried. If he's going to be executed, he gets executed for what he did, if he deserves to be executed. You don't starve half my generation to death, millions of children, because Kaduna Nzogo carried out a coup. So there's a historical depth in blood that is part of my personal back and forth with Nigeria. And then growing up in the 70s, you know, core, you know, there was Nigerians in universities
I'm not sure what happened.
all around the country. Can you guys still hear me?
Okay, good.
Yes.
You had young Yoruba people coming
Prof.
to Eastern Nigeria, you know, on youth corps.
Well,
you had
fair enough.
young
At least
Igbo
I
people
put a
going
question
all
through.
over the place. It's just a
Thank
beautiful,
Jesus.
felt
Oh,
like a
Jesus.
very beautiful time to be Nigerian. And people were willing to forgive, or at least temporarily forget what had just happened, a tragic, monumental tragedy that had just taken place. People were willing to put it behind and rebuild. And also, not just rebuild, but rebuild toward one Nigeria. People like Achebe, who lost everything, still went back to investing in the project of Nigeria, right? I mean, they did that. The army officers who were dismissed, you know, they took the paltry pension that they were given and moved on. Some of them, you know, came back into administration as Nigerians. People were willing to put things behind, but the people who carried out the crimes never put it behind. They continued to threaten these people. Every opportunity, someone will get killed. Oh, you know, he committed sacrilege with the Quran. He went to toilet with the Quran. Who goes to toilet with the Quran? You know, they'll come up with all sorts of allegations to, you know, criminalize and terrorize and punish people for something that they did not do. That is not a fundamentally acceptable basis for united nation building. And so, in the 70s, my generation grew up as Nigerians, which is why we went into Nigerian student unionism and then went into the pro-democracy movement, and it suffused everything that I wrote in my poetry, everything, which, you guys can go back and buy the books or find the books and read. It was totally a Nigerian project, which is why when I finally came to the conclusion that Nigeria had failed me, I stopped writing poetry. That was practically the end of my career as a poet, because everything I'd written was about Nigeria, and I felt betrayed. But I also felt like I had missed something, which could have been a good thing, missing it, if the Nigerian project had recovered and redirected itself in the right direction. It wouldn't have been a terrible thing that I missed the fact that this nation actually, for 3 years or 2.5 years, yes, for 3 years, beginning with the pogroms and then going into the Civil War, that this nation was actually willing to kill me for something that I did not do, for something that my father did not do, for something that people in Mbise did not do, or in Aba, I missed that growing up in the 70s. It wasn't part of the conversation. In fact, it was suppressed. You were not meant to mention what had just happened. And if Nigeria had recovered the sense of purpose, where all Nigerians are the same in terms of opportunity, in terms of acceptance, in terms of working together, in terms of not being excluded, in terms of children not being punished because their parents come from Anambra State, then missing that part of the story would not be a problem. In fact, it would be a good thing because we could all then continue to build. But I had personal experiences within the pro-democracy movement with people like Kayode, my friend, and so on and so forth, that reminded me constantly that I wasn't Nigerian, I was Igbo. That when push came to shove, they would not treat me as Nigerian. They would treat me as Igbo. And that was a crisis moment for me. Deep, deep, deep crisis. And it took a while for me to recover from that because I had to leave the pro-democracy movement. I even moved to the United States. That's actually the reason I moved to the United States from the UK, was I felt like, maybe I wasted my life in a cause that meant nothing. Whether that was true or not is debatable, but that's how I felt at that point, that I had completely wasted my entire youth on behalf of a nation that would, on very simple little excuse, kill me. It wasn't funny. And I had to rethink everything. But also, going back to the matter of the passport, in addition to all this, I also did not want to, as long as I could avoid it, as long as I had opportunity to avoid it, I did not want a repeat of a situation where Muhammadu Buhari was my president. I was willing to die, to kill myself, rather than have Muhammadu Buhari, whom I started my journey in politics, opposing as a dictator, a cruel thief, to then carry a passport where, again, almost 40 years later, he is the president. What kind of society does that? I did not want to give that fact an opportunity to occur to the extent that I could do so. And it wasn't just luck. It was work over the years that I now could have a difference. I already had a different citizenship, which I could keep along with the Nigerian citizenship, but I could also give up the opportunity of being subjected to Buhari's presidency as a Nigerian. That was only part of it. Remember, there's the baggage from the past, my disappointments in the pro-democracy movement, my disappointments with the nation and its performance, my disappointments with people, and so on and so forth. But this is like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Was I would not live to have Muhammadu Buhari as my president, and I'm lucky to say that did not happen. I think it's just really luck, because they could have turned down my application to renounce the citizenship, and I'll be stuck with this animal as my president. I've had other animals as my president since then. I had Trump, after all, as my president. And what could be worse? But this was a situation where I had agency. I could do something about it. And so I did. That's the story. It wasn't about the prospects of Nigerians. And it wasn't about Nigerians per se, although it was also partly a factor, because I always come back to the question of citizen responsibility. There's the question of leadership, but there's also the question of citizenship. And the citizens produce the leaders, and they support the leaders, at least in a democracy. Even with the rigging, Peter Obi supporters don't agree with me on this point, but doing the calculations, I always insist that despite the rigging, the elections were rigged. There's no doubt about it. It wasn't just even rigged. We saw the candidate buying votes with cash. I mean, that was on YouTube, right? So you can't even debate that the elections were corrupt. But even after all that, I don't think that the critical mass in numbers was there to win or be the elections. So people will disagree with me on that, and that's fine. But I guess the point I was making in that direction is that that's the story. It wasn't a disappointment in Nigerians, but Nigerians have a responsibility as citizens. It's up to them to choose Obi rather than Tinubu. That's within their powers to do, to go to the polls and say, okay, even with the rigging, we're going to massively support this particular candidate so that no matter how much you rig it, we are still going to come out on top. But of course, that's easier said than done, right? And I totally recognize that. And I think that we, or rather people in Nigeria, have been complicit in the failure of the Nigerian project. The Nigerian people have been complicit in the failure. The Nigerian people were complicit in the failure of the Kaduna Nzogu coup. And Kaduna Nzogu carried out a coup with the goal to release Obafemi Awolowo from an unjust imprisonment and hope that he would put in place a socialist government to cater for the Nigerian people, not for the Igbo, but for the Nigerian people. And the Nigerians rejected that. Maybe they were right in rejecting a coup, but they went even further. And Nigerians were complicit in the corruption under Shagare's government. Nigerians have been complicit in all of this, all the way. It wasn't just a matter of politicians going in and destroying everything. It's also about Nigerians accepting a bag of rice instead of thinking about the future of their children. What's a bag of rice going to do for you when you finish the bag of rice? Instead of saying, we're not taking you, and this is where sometimes I also get disappointed in the Igbo, because we used to be able to do this in the past. We used to be able to have the temerity to say to someone, we don't care about your bag of rice. We care about the future of our children. What are you going to do with the schools? What are you going to do with paying teachers' salaries? What are you going to do with returning the stolen pensions for old teachers? What are you going to do with the roads so that people can travel to work freely and people can move goods and services? What are you going to keep your bloody bag of rice? We want accountability and we want proper leadership. People can do that, but they don't. They take the bag of rice. So that's part of the disappointment. It got to a point where in the very flawed democracy where I've lived for the past 20-something years, people still feel a sense of agency, so that when they disagree with government policy, they go out of the way to do everything they can to get it reversed. And if they can't get it reversed, they punish the politician in the next election. They don't accept a bag of rice. And that's a fundamental difference. And that's something that people have to develop and learn and think more about the future and not be abused and insulted by mediocrities who are supposed to be their servants. A public servant is a servant. A politician should be a servant, not a lord handing out T-shirts and bags of rice. A society that's willing to trade the future of its children for bags of rice is a society in deep, deep trouble.
All right. Thank you so much. I really, some people will kill me here if they don't have an opportunity to talk to you. So you just give short answers to them and let's move on. Chukwudi, you are next. Just a question, please, and then unmute yourself, Chukwudi.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, for giving me an opportunity to speak.
No. It's not an opportunity to speak. It's an opportunity to ask a question. Because I've been here,
I understand.
For a long time. It's almost 4 hours.
Although I'm an Aba boy also. I was born in Enyimba City. Okay, so Enyimba people are tough. Okay, I've been waiting for a long time. I'll make a few statements, and really, I was ashamed.
No, let's beg you to do the question.
Yeah, can you?
Okay. The question is, I think.
One question, please. There are three other people.
The question is, I strongly believe the African problem is genetic. It has to do with our genes, and I'll be willing to debate you or any other person at an appropriate time, and I will give you why I think it's so. So I don't really blame our people. I think with time it's going to get better. Just like you have mutation, or if you want to do genetic engineering on Africans, but I've studied this and there's no way. And I have some converts too. Some erudite professors are now buying into this idea. That's what I want to say.
All right, thank you.
Well,
don't,
thanks. But
don't,
because we forced you, you've actually summarized it so well. So thank you so much.
yeah, this is what I think we do. Let's take the remaining questions and then you can deal with them once. Ify and then forefathers. If you go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I didn't really listen to your conversation or your discussion right from the beginning. I was just going in and out. But the one thing that you just said that caught my attention right now is about P2B. You agree that the election was flawed. You agree that there's a lot of this is not election. I don't call it election because this is not exactly how to conduct election. But how can you say that even after calculations that you don't think that P2B will win the election because the numbers, we all saw what happened. And the reason why I am asking you this question is that I was listening to the evidence they gave during the tribunal. And my question, why are they refusing to give up the beavers if there is nothing they're hiding? Because if you believe, according to the INEC, that the election was conducted free and fair, and in a court of justice or court of law, why can't you present and say, this is my evidence, this is how we came up with the numbers? Why can't they give it up if they're not hiding anything?
Okay, then summarize your question for me, because my topic. Let me remind my friends and compatriots. The topic for my conversation is actually the place of artists and writers on the global stage, rather than Nigerian elections. But I still have family there, right? I'm the head, like I pointed out on Facebook the other day, I'm the head of a vast African extended family now, with hundreds of members, even from here in the United States. So I can't avoid that. But I can't spend the entire Sunday on Peter Obi and the recent elections. I'm not an expert.
Don't worry, don't answer the question.
I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert on that. The point, though, is I know that Peter Obi could not have won Ekiti State, and I know he couldn't have won Osokoto State, and I know that he couldn't have won Yola.
This is your assumption. You don't know.
No, these are not assumptions. These are based on knowing the people. I actually know the people.
You know them one-on-one.
I wasn't born in the United States or in the UK, and I traveled Nigeria, so I know the people.
Okay.
And the numbers don't compute.
Okay, thank you.
But I accept that the elections were rigged, but the numbers don't compute.
All right.
And elections are about numbers.
Final question from
now. Let's make this point though, Rudolph.
Okay.
Let's make this point because it's important. One of the prior conversations we had before we went on air was about what Soyinka said about Peter Obi followers and their attitudes.
Yeah.
And I find that unacceptable, the way some of them misbehave, because we're actually thinking about a different Nigeria. That's the whole purpose of supporting Peter Obi, is about a different Nigeria where people behave properly. And you can't get there by behaving improperly. You can't get there by not engaging in conversation. You can't get there by insisting that it's your way or no way at all. You can't get to a new, different Nigeria of responsibility and caring and respect if you're going to disrespect everyone who disagrees with you. So the character of so many of these followers do not promise the kind of Nigeria that Peter Obi promises from his statements, or even his conduct of himself, that you find that constantly he is the one calling on his followers to calm it down, we're not like the rest. You have to listen to him on that ground. You can't get incensed because I disagree with you over the numbers. I don't believe the numbers compute. That's my opinion. You can disagree about that, but you don't have to be incensed by that. Because if you're incensed, then you're not thinking about conversation. You're not thinking about coexistence on harmonious, respectful, friendly terms as a people. You may feel robbed, but that also happens. Remember Rudolph with the Democrats and Al Gore in Florida. The Democrats did not destroy the United States. They did not refuse to have conversations. It all came down to a few charts on voting cards in Florida. That's how they lost the election to George Bush. But still, they had a civil society without insulting one another or getting angry and so on and so forth. If you need to build a proper democracy where there's conversation, then people also have to look at themselves and look at yourself in terms of the things destroying Nigeria. Look at yourself in terms of the service you provide at the bank when you're the bank clerk and people coming to take their money. Look at how you behave towards them. Look at how you behave when you jump the queue. Look at how you behave when you give a bribe to get a testimonial for your child. Look at all those things. Don't just look at Tinubu. Question your own behavior on a daily basis. Question how you treat your servant or house help. Question how you respond to your preacher or your pastor and how you respond to somebody else on the street. That's the beginning of a new society. It's not about, the whole idea that Peter Obi is the Messiah. That's the wrong approach. There is no Messiah. Because then Peter Obi gets into government. Let's say that he doesn't have the majority in the House of Representatives. The assumption is that, it's Nigeria. The House of Representatives is a rubber stamp for the president. But it doesn't have to be. He could get into the presidency and maybe fail to get the majority in the House of Representatives, and they'll frustrate him. And he may not be able to carry out the policies that he promised. Then what? So Peter Obi is not a messiah. He's someone with a message. And that message isn't just about being president. That message is about being a different people. And you have to start the journey of being a different people from yourself, from not being dismissive, from not cussing out other people, from not refusing to have conversation, from not agreeing to disagree. If you can't do that for yourself, Peter Obi is not going to do a miracle for you. That's just the fact. And I think that's the last point that I would want to make while I say thank you to everyone who's giving their time to be in this conversation with us today.
All right. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
That is wonderful. I know we stayed beyond what we initially agreed to. You wanted to stay and you went to places you didn't want to.
It's Africa time, right?
Thank you so much.
Rudolph, I have to say this. What is the difference between, in terms of look, and then what is there between him, man of prestige, and Showore?
We'll talk about that another time. Thank you so much.
Uncle, thank you so much. We still make
thank you,
Guinness start in about week
Thank you, bro.
All right.
Thank you very much, man. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Olu Chukwu.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Goodbye. Bye.
So we'll take a break. When we come back, we do a retouch on some of the things we had today. So let's I'll play a video, take a break, and we'll be right back.
We'll get in touch with you through Rudolph.
You have to come back. You have to come back. Promise us. Promise us you are coming back.
If you just go online, you find my website.
No, promise you are coming back, sir. Promise us you are coming back.
I have to go. I have school assignment too.
Thank you.
Wow.
Oh man, what a day.
Собьем все, если вы будете их посылать. Потому что вы долбитесь по мирным жителям. Вы уничтожаете мирняк. Вы только что развалили автобус с людьми. И совести у вас никакой не было. Я что, много буду говорить? Что поехал?
Beggars. I played a key role as chair of the African Union during the COVID period. We felt like we were beggars when it came to vaccine availability. When we felt we needed access to vaccines, and the Northern Hemisphere countries had bought all the vaccines in the world, and they were hogging them. And they didn't want to release them at the time when we needed them most. And we felt like we were begging. And at times it felt like they would just be droppings from the table, that yes, we will give you that and that. And let me tell you something that generated a lot of resentment. We resented that, and it got worse when we said we want to manufacture our own vaccines. And when we went to the WTO, there was a lot of resistance, enormous resistance. And we kept saying, what is more important, life or profits by your big pharmaceutical companies? And that too, I must tell you now, generated and deepened that disappointment and resentment on our part, because we felt like life in the Northern Hemisphere is much more important than life in the global South. And these are issues that need to be addressed. And I'm glad that we are all seated here like this, because we've got to get to the heart of these matters and address them.
In the commercial city of Aba, Olu Oguibe's first introduction to arts came from his father. His father, a preacher, was also a school teacher, a wood sculptor, and a sign painter. During his days at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka, he was a radical student union leader between 1983 and 1985. He earned a suspension and a lot of good trouble there for his activism. This did not in any way affect his academic exploits, as he went on to graduate as the best student in his class, and of all time from the Department of Fine Arts. He later earned a PhD in Contemporary and African Art at the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London in 1992, for his thesis titled Uzo Egon, an African artist in the West. Olu Oguibe is an art historian, art curator, and leading contributor to post-colonial theory and new information technology studies. For years, he taught at numerous universities worldwide, the last of which was the University of Connecticut, where he was a professor of art and African American studies. He was also a senior fellow of the Vera List Center for Art and Politics at the New School, New York City, and the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. He started publishing poetry at 14. His first collection of poems, A Gathering Fair, won the 1992 Christopher Okigbo All-Africa Prize for Literature. As a practicing artist, he has had one-person exhibitions in Nigeria, Britain, Germany, Switzerland, Japan, Korea, Cuba, Australia, and many others. His most important work, Monument to Strangers and Refugees, a public sculpture in Königsplatz, King Square in Kassel, Germany, was awarded the Arnold Board Prize in July 2017. The masterpiece, which has the words, I was a stranger and you took me in 4 different languages, Turkish, Arabic, German and English, was fiercely opposed by the right-wing anti-immigration opposition, who felt it was supportive of the then administration's open immigration policy. In this interview, Olu explains the message in the obelisk.
Politically, in current times, in recent times, people have tended to look at the subject matter in a one-way kind of way, thinking only of those who are coming in, but also thinking in terms of rights, in terms.
Welcome back. I'm not sure what happened. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, sorry, forefathers. I wanted you to be able to accept them, but at that point, he was ready to.
It's okay. He wanted to leave, so good for him. And I didn't have the chance to challenge some of his points. And besides, he just wanted questions anyway, so it's all good. And I'm sure CM was willing to just tell him one, but it's all right. Some of the things he said about Peter Obi was just a little bit, you know, is mangling the political this thing analysis, and also some of the way he understands it. This is the issue I tend to have with some of all these highly educated, like professors. They are professors in their area of, you know, expertise, you know, their subject matter, but not necessarily on everything else. But the problem is that Nigerians don't know the difference. When he's talking about art, he's a professor there, but when he's talking about other things, he's just like everyone else. And he came across from his own analysis of this what he was talking about Peter Obi. Here in the UK, I live in the UK, where Labour Party is tipped to win the next election. The person that is in charge of the Labour Party is a center-left politician. In other words, he doesn't necessarily represent the real ideals of the Labour Party. This is the same thing with Tony Blair and most of the people that take up to win this Labour Party elections. The same happens on the right. You don't have. It's only Trump that has really won an election from the right of a party. And before long, they will remove him and put somebody that is center-right. The center politicians are the ones that tend to win. And the fact that he just maligns for being a center-left politician doesn't seem fair, because that's my point. He doesn't understand the subject matter. He's talking about things he doesn't necessarily understand fully about. And then what he said about the Biafran this thing, again, one of the questions I wanted to ask him was he aware of the Decree 44 of Agni-Rossi? Maybe that will force him to actually check, because he seems to have, I don't know. I don't know how Nigerians understand the history, but if he's aware of it and he came openly here to explain it the way he did, that is not accurate again. He just said because of somebody planned a coup, they just started killing people. That's not what happened. That's not how the process happened. There were some things that led to that. There were historical aspects that led to that. And somebody that is a professor should know all these things when he comes out, because people are nodding. He's a professor. He's saying these things. It's true. Yes, he's saying these things. But that's not the area of his expertise. That is the problem with all these things. And it really affects Nigerians. And this is why maybe in the context of the UK or many Western countries, when they want to talk to professors, they restrict them to their area of expertise. Let them not venture too far into areas that are not our people should be educated to know that when a professor is talking about areas that are not part of their expertise, they are just like you. on those areas, they are probably just like you. So be careful what you are nodding your head to, that whether it's accurate or not, and listen to the ones that are more educated in those areas, because history has happened. It's there in document. You can check it yourself. So I will just leave it at that anyway. And I regret that CM didn't get the opportunity to, because CM has a record for P2B. He has all the record. He studied everything. So CM didn't get a chance to, correct some of the things that he said. But it's okay. It's all good. And Ovie, I saw you're very, very happy with his submission when he's knocking P2B. And then again, he went on to have a go at the obedience. Why? How about the other side that is burning markets? I was here when Igbo Basics were here. We were seeing Southeasterners getting attacked. Igbo Basics was in tears right here. I was on this channel. He wasn't saying anything about that. He was talking about the ones that are rude to people. This type of thing, I don't understand it. I don't get it. Is it based on events that you're actually observing or just bias? And if it's bias, then just say it. I guess you're not going to say it. But people should not listen to them. Because obedience have been attacked, and I get tired of hearing all this stuff where they keep talking about obedience. It's almost as if, you know, this thing that Europeans do where they see white people, black people doing better. They say, you are being uppity. That's the impression I get when they talk down to obedience. Like, oh, how dare you Southeasterners, you know, a party that is, the base is based on the Southeasterners, how dare you speak up? That's the impression I get. Because why do you talk down to them when the other side clearly is more violent and more divisive? I don't get that. I really don't understand it. And if I'm not mistaken, he's supposed to be a Southeasterner too. You know what? I rest my case on that one. Thank you.
For forefathers, wow, forefathers, there's a big difference. A hunter does never say everything. I didn't listen to the chat column where the people they comment and things like that. Somebody even says that I speak like, or Lexi speaks like Bobes. And somebody else says, hey, Zebu Bobes brings a fire. And so I follow some of these things. What am I trying to say? I am listening to this young man, Oguibe. By the way, his first name is Walk, like going to work. That's his first name. And then corrected his last name, Ogo, and then we went through that. I listened to him, and I can see where he's coming from. I lived through the war, personally. I was born in 1960. I was born 10 years earlier than that, but we're making some corrections. So I lived through that war, and when you listen to me speak, I don't insult anybody. I don't put down on anybody. When he talked about Itobi, I retorted with the fact that, listen, if it was an all-UK, I talked about character. Character. Itobi's character is the reason why people followed him. And I can assure you, if he goes back to PDP, the people that have followed him will go away. It is because of his character. So what am I trying to say? Let us try to practice. Everybody can come here and say. Let's not try to knock them down in any way, shape, or form. Before they come on stage, there is often a premise that is discussed. I was expecting for us to go into the why he left the religious aspect. He talked about his upbringing. I was expecting for us to go into that. I was expecting to bring into this subject matter debate today about the respect of trees. If you don't respect trees and you see a tree, you just go down. You see a tree that's been there for thousands of years, you go and chop it down. I was going to discuss in that line, and that's when I brought about the subject matter of when I went to the stream. I saw a unique stone that was carved out, and I picked it up trying to bring it back. The children, I am a big boy in my village. I grew up there. I knew more than they do. They stood by and said, "Daddy, you're not living there." And they gave me the reasons why. And I said, okay, no problem. So there are deeper things that I was expecting for us to get from this guest that showed up here today. When we veered him into politics, listen carefully. He demonstrated how he lived through the politics. And he came down to the fact that because you are Igbo, even in Nadeko, whatever they did, he demonstrated that. Let us respect anybody have a right to come and say whatever they want to say. Let's listen to them. After they've listened to them, we can analyze, we can respectfully disagree. But for somebody you've seen on a world stage and the work he has done, what did he bring out in me today? He talked about 1989. What did I come up with? 1989 was my last exhibition at the World Trade Center of New Orleans. In other words, when you live through certain things in your life, when you are talking, you're talking authoritatively. Let's give the young man a break for being knocked into an area. He's an artist, by the way. And if you look at some of his work, it's out of this world. If he does what he's doing in Nigeria, they'll kill him, period. And he said it by himself. So let us, each time we bring a candidate, a guest here, let us try the best we can. I am an Aba boy. I grew up in Aba. Aba is a place where we will make Guinness stout with Onubu. Aba is a place where we can do anything that is doable. Aba is the Japan. Aba is the Taiwan of Nigeria. But let's take the good side of what this man has talked about. It's in Suka origin. The man dissected a lot, but when it came to the political side of it, in spite of the fact that he has been a mover and a shake in that area, he wriggled and wriggled and wriggled. But when it came down to character, let Obi try and go back to PDP and see how many people that will follow him. So he's wrong on that. Obi is not going to go back to PDP. He might not run again, but also let the courts speak. And after this, the courts have spoken. Listen, I'm a Nigerian. I've been a Nigerian. I'm a Biafran. The young man told you that if you listen to him, he was born in 1964. The war happened to him. If you listen to him, he talked about, in fact, Nigeria happens to a bunch of people who go from here to Nigeria to go and participate in politics. Professor Wadirike in New York, a very brilliant young man. He went to Nigeria to join politics. If I start naming those of them who have come from here and went to Nigeria to go and run and join them, I had the experience of being there and coming back out because I did not want to be a 419er. I had that chance. So what am I trying to say? Please, Rudolph, as you steer these conversations, let us do the best we can. When we come out here for the particular purpose, I was expecting religion to be discussed, why his father was a priest, why did he leave that? I was expecting for us to draw some things out from there. But when we come and jam into the politics, then he starts playing the way he plays. And that's not fair to both sides. It would be nice if we can actually, let's give the young man a pass. He stood his ground. He said he surrendered his passport. And I talked about Radio Mbise. Damian Anyanwu came crying in this place where I am. He said, this is the reason why I left Nigeria. They accused him of being Radio Biafra. Damian Anyanwu. He was invited to the White House here in the United States by George Bush administration. So let us do the best we can to get the best out of whoever comes on stage. But let's not knock them down. Let's appreciate the work that the young man has done.
All right.
You said that you made Guinness with Onubu. That one. What do you mean by that? Are you saying Nigerians have been drinking stout but made from Onubu? Is that what you are saying? I don't.
Father, change your name. Change your name. If you the beer for father, you don't know the meaning.
What is the meaning of that, man? They
Change your
made Guinness with Onubu.
Anyway, I think it's my turn, right?
I really appreciated the way you laid out because you presented made the man to discuss the depth of what you put out on the table a lot.
All right.
Thank you.
Abby, go ahead.
All right. I'll start by countering Igbo Basic. Just the way you want the man to express himself, forefather, Abby, and the rest of us, and even Femi, that is with his face, I think he's going to blow. We have the right to also. I mean, he just rounded the whole of what Peter Obi stood for to a myopic perspective. And I hardly agree with forefather, but I agree on this. I mean, he broke it. Forefather just analyzed it better than I could. So, Igbo Basic, sir, with all due respect, you cannot also say we should not challenge him. In fact,
No, I disagreed with him on that. I disagree with him on that. Listen, Obi was recruited. I was part of the people who recruited Obi. But he made it seem as if Obi was opportunist. No, it wasn't opportunist.
And he even tried to be condescending about being opportunistic.
That's the part of it that I don't like. You can speak to us.
Now, if I see opportunity, I dey jump enter straight. Waiting bring me come Canada now opportunity. And he also mentioned that, you know, I now can have a one-on-one with him. You know, I know they fear professors or anything because I feel the times 10 professor too for brain. Right? And we are all just normal before we go through academic, and then they tag that big tag. I know they fear. You know. I got 2 masters as well. You know, but again, you know, he talked say Obi went to Labour Party that he didn't grow. How many of us were part of the foundation of America, Canada, Europe, where we can't jump enter? I mean, so I respect the prof so much. His respect has not diminished in his area of specialty.
Yeah.
But when it comes to politics, it's every man's game. It's the people's game. All of us have a say because we are all affected. And in fact, some of his analysis that goes down on mostly knocking the people. The people of Nigeria have been punished and brutalized for years, for heaven's sake. He also made a comparison with the US, Al Gore and co, and how many whatever. You cannot compare the US with Nigeria. You cannot. At least, even we know that elections are rigged in the US. Europe know. You people know that the Dominion machine is easily tweaked.
You can't speak to that.
All right.
But go ahead.
Wait, Ebi, let me just say that.
That of Dominion, you are wrong.
Just say that I don't, this channel is not. Let me just say
this channel is not
lawyer. I don't know, not to talk of whether this channel.
All right.
On behalf of this channel, I say that.
Okay.
I support you on this one. I support you.
I rephrase that there is no election anywhere in the world that are perfect. But at the same time, you wouldn't find the crookedness of the last election in the advanced world. It was just too crooked. It was just a bad job. You know, it was just bad.
The case is still in court. The case is still in court.
Hold on, sir. The prof was saying Obi, and this is where the prof, you know, is missing some things. You know, he said Obi cannot win in Gombe, Sokoto, and all that. Does Obi need to win in those places? No, he doesn't need to. He said Obi cannot win Ekiti. He doesn't even need to. All right, you know. So these are the small things that, you know, it's not the prof's area of expertise. But I respect what he has done in the past. He's also tried to fight for the good of Nigeria by, you know, you heard what he said. He was a founding member with Kayode Fayemi and all that. So I will rather focus on, you know, the good that is done. But when it comes to this politics, we go challenge him. No doubt about that.
Yes. Ebi, that is so true. But you see, the thing is this: the Nigeria of today. If I told you that I once wrote to the US saying that I don't want their citizenship,
wow,
you heard what I said.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why when the man tells you that Nigeria has failed us, including you and me, that is what is going on. When a man speaks, hear the person's cry. He told you. And listen, everything he talked about, the politics of it, that's why I said, don't go there. Because I have been in the forefront of the background when Obi was recruited, when I was appealing to Anyim Pius Anyim the other
wait.
someone who haven't won.
Igbo basic words. You were appealing to Anyim to do what?
For them to yield to Peter Obi, because when Peter Obi
was Anyim, or when he was still in PDP.
Yes, Anyim, no, yeah. What happened is this: 4 of them showed up. Nwachukwu and Ekwenze, who were pushed from here. Samuel Wabunwa, who was doing the One Nigeria.
To be what?
To run for presidency of Nigeria.
Under what?
They were running under PDP.
Okay.
Okay? So at that point in time, when Peter Obi showed up and we said, this is the best of these candidates, we were appealing to the 4 of them to please yield to Obi so that all of you can galvanize and see what happens at the center. It was after that that we recruited Obi to go to the Labour Party.
Yeah, I mean, you're right about that. Hey, and mysterious. There's one mysterious in the comment section. I beg you, I don't shut up.
No. Obedience. Let everybody respect obedience. The same way we respect every other person. But the other side, who have played rough and tumble in this political game, they have come. We came with daggers. They came with AK-47. What are you talking about? Okay. Go to court. We're in court now.
Okay.
Let the court decide.
Let's see other people.
No, we came for a different topic. Arts is what brought me here today. Okay? But we're very into politics. Why is it that each time we talk politics, you see 500, 600 people come watching? But when we talk arts or the other things, you see 200 people.
Yeah, because we're still battling with the fundamentals, and that's why I said we cannot. You know, when we are doing anything in Nigeria, before we know it, especially when it's negative, then we compare with the US, and then when you drag them and say, okay, you want to compare, okay, if you know the rule of law, for example, you know, have we achieved that level of of finance in Nigeria when it comes to the rule of law? I'm not saying it's perfect in the developed world, but you can't even compare that. And during COVID, when we saw how, especially in Canada here, when people start behaving like animals that we never saw before in the shops, in fighting for tissue paper, just like that. So what it shows is what is keeping the West is because they have proper rule of how to assert the rule of law with the policing and everything. Here in Canada, they will tell you, you are free to commit crime, but we will catch you because the community policing, everything is there. They will catch you, Shani, but we don't have that in Nigeria. So when we start comparing, we're still struggling with the basic in Nigeria, light, water, all these things. So anyway, I don't know what is happening to Ovie now. Suddenly, he went and brought Obi's photo again. Ovie, he's now having over to you, Ovie.
All right, Evie, I will answer that. Remind me at the tail end of my submission, I will answer that question. Why this is the background? Yes, Rudolph, once again, thank you. Thank you. When I mean thank you, special. Today one is special thank you. I'm saying that because so far among public intellectuals I've been bringing around, I think this is the top one. I said that because hardly you see public intellectuals who can talk about yesterday, related to today's, at the same time tomorrow. Those people are very few in our society today. We're talking about people like Professor Noam Chomsky, who is a linguist, Thomas Sowell, an economist. We are talking about Noah Harari, who is a philosopher. De Gregory, a comedian. Seth Godin, a marketer. Ray Diallo, an economics. Odia Ofume, a poet. I can go on and on and on. And this guy belongs to that category. Somebody that can sit down and listen to for 24 hours. There are some people you listen to not to argue. Not because you agree with everything they are saying, but because if you are somebody who like to read books, listen to current affairs and all that, when you find somebody who is connecting dots that you can relate to, you just have to pay attention and listen. You don't have to agree to everything he's saying, and that's exactly what that man brought to the table. I've read the only book I can say yes, I read, I speak that I can agree with in terms of the history of Nigeria or Biafra and all that is a book by Dele Ogun, The Fatherless People. So when in the talk, I was just kind of like the people, especially when he was giving detail, it will basically help me out here. I've always complained that we don't know what happened during the Biafra. And I'm not saying the little that he has said about Biafra, that's the fact. No. But compared to other people that I've listened to, I can deduct, what everybody is saying. And that's what I expect. That's what I expect this guy. So the idea is, it's not the area of specialists. No. Go to history, people where they analyze things. It's not about being specialists, it's about how much you have been in. And that's what he fit in as a person in terms of the life that he has lived. Somebody who is a pro-democracy, done all that. That means he has a thick and center of everything in his useful age. And Nigeria failed him. I would understand that that's a different topic entirely. And I think the idea that when the guy they questioned Peter Obi's character, we keep forgetting it that we are comparing him among his equals at that time, among the 18 other candidates, right? And I think me and Augustine had a very heated argument about this character of 18 when Ekokoso makes that comment in Chatham House, right? We are comparing him among his equal. It's not comparing Obi character to me. I mean, there's no comparison. But among these 18 candidates, and that's where but everybody is narrowing to because he hates him. No, he doesn't, just because he doesn't have to hate him. And that is because we only listen to argue. We don't listen to actually see the bigger picture that this man is actually trying to paint out. Right? That's exactly where the man is coming from. But again, we can do no wrong. Now, Igbo Basic, you said as soon as they bring politics and everything sway. In reality, the organized society that we choose to adopt is being governed or ruled by politics. Nothing moves without politics. Everything has its root with politics. Now, where the politics don't settle, that you don't see it like that in the open, like the developed world, the attention is paid to other things, like the arts that you're talking about. But a situation where we are to, as a Nigerian, that we haven't figured our full step out. Everything has to rally around there. That's why we can't, in a way, we cannot do without them at this stage in our nation. They are everywhere, they're in charge of everything. So until we don't advance in a way before we say, okay, we don't actually pay attention about politics, let's focus on this. Now to cut it short, Ebi, you are saying that remind me again.
Before you go to Ebi, somebody in the comment section has said, Igbo Basics, you did not stop Olu when he was talking nonsense about Peter. If you love Peter Obi, you did not stop Olu. First of all, let me put it this way, both to you and to all of us. I wish that my late friend, Professor Sisi Wako, I wish he's here. He taught me one thing. What he taught me was let them land. Let them land. Let them land. When somebody starts making a presentation, you zip your mouth. The person would be the judge, the person would be the prosecutor, the person would do everything. You still haven't said a word. So in that case, let our audience also understand that sometimes we need to sit back, let the person present all their matter, judge the whole thing, and then pass the judgment. That's my case. So move on.
Okay, Abby, I don't remember now. You remember my background?
Yeah.
See, if you remember very well, during the election period, I keep referring to the Bible. There's time for everything.
I know.
There's time for competition, right? Competition don't pass, even if you see the courts. All of us, everybody cannot be called. Let the doctors and the lawyers or whatever do their thing. This is time to take stock. Whether I like it or not, election will come again, right? So that is the whole point. Okay, now election don't happen. We are rigged. They are brutalized, racialized, whatever. All these things, I think if you want to put down, okay, what did I do wrong, right? That's the next thing I wanted to ask him, right? What did Obi do wrong? Forget all this criticism. Okay, going forward, what do you think he can actually do better and all that kind of stuff? But again, we know. So
yeah, we can infer that we can infer what he thinks Obi did wrong from what he says is wrong.
Yeah, but that is a big, and again, that is it. When he talk about opportunism, when the guy will be an opportunist, people again went crazy. Again, it's within that circle. Don't be bringing your own personal experience. Say, oh, you say you will take advantage of it. It is not about that. It's about the politics of that day. How did this man move around within the politics? Among his equal, again, whenever they criticize these people, will they use our life? No. The way they move around is different.
Yeah.
Even though we can relate to them, they are brothers, but once you put on that shoe, it's not competition. Once you put on that shoe, it is different. Forget it has character and all that. It is not about you as at that point. It's not about it. That's what the man is trying to say.
Yeah,
when
because
it is
I mean, just, well, which man? You mean the prof? But yeah, here it is. It's taking, you know, it's being condescending on the fact that it's not principled by jumping. But how about people who are, hold on, how about people who are there in their party, APC, PDP, but wiggle their way within that system with massive bribery and rigging?
Again, I think that is where, when I say the comparison should be with that, of course, among all the people that contested, I don't think even himself can argue with it that Obi does not stand in terms of character among the contestants, right? But now the question, so just because he is in terms of appear better than every one of them, then it should not be criticized again. Because don't forget, I want them to just go vote, which in many times doesn't count. Those people who are in the scheme of things, those are the things they look at. Not necessarily me and you saying I only vote 9 days at stake. People have billions at stake.
But that is their business. You cannot use their own perspective to judge me.
Can I speak?
No, he is criticizing Obi based on that. He is criticizing Obi based on that.
Now waiting.
Don't try to rationalize something that is not. What he was doing wasn't rational.
Even when you call me, I keep quiet because I don't want to actually. I don't want you make you interrupt me because it's different. You they listen to argue. I'm here to learn, and I've learned a lot from that guy.
You have not learned anything. You just like to.
You can't tell me what I learned. I want to learn. I see the problem. Now you want
whatever direction you're going to the right.
You see Nigeria problem. He's trying to tell me what I learned. Are you in my brain?
I'm not in your brain, though. I don't know what you learned.
So why are you telling me what I learned? I did not learn.
Let's hear from Femi. Femi, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So a couple of things. While I was outside looking in. And I'll take it from something we just said now, and even what the basics, I believe is still here, just said. I think one of the things that I continue to personally get better myself at saying things, you know, irrespective of this domain that we're in. And sometimes I think it's just best to listen, and to listen with as much of a non-sentimental mindset as possible. And the reason why I say so is that it doesn't help when people just simply do away with people's opinions just because it doesn't align with your opinions. I would not like a world where everybody agrees or where I agree with. I mean, I think it's going to be a boring world. Besides, this guy, and I didn't even start watching the program, and I hate myself for this, but I'll definitely go back to what the beginning. But listening in at the point where I started listening into, I was trying to picture myself in his, of course I can't be in his shoes or in his place, but I was trying to go down his memory lane, the way he was actually joining, trying to go back and forth, trying to piece things that may have happened. Because remember, a lot of what he was saying it from his own, what he has gone through in life. And we all have life experiences, part of which shape us as well. And I actually enjoyed, I really did enjoy a lot of virtually everything he mentioned, at least judging from where I started listening to him from. And one of the things that I kind of quickly picture was the fact that at some point, it doesn't even matter that the guy is Igbo. It's almost as if just because the same things he said, despite the fact that it was Igbo, maybe if it was Yoruba or Hausa, it would have even been worse. Right. Now, did I necessarily agree with everything he said? Not exactly so. But again, the program is called Have Your Say. And besides, even the political, and this is where, again, I align with even our elder Igbo basics. as far as I was concerned, he didn't come here to answer political questions. He was asked. And then you remember when he was asked that question, he actually made, if you remember, he made a statement about the fact that he's being taken to where he does not want to go. He said something along those lines. Now, something I was also, because the way I try to listen to things it has changed through the years. If any of us is placed on a pedestal to discuss issues, there's going to be people that are going to be saying all kind of things. You cannot satisfy. There's no way you're going to put anybody here that is going to. You're not going to have disagreement or people cursing you in the comment section or whatever. So I enjoyed what he was saying. I didn't even when he was asked that question that had to do with Obi, when it looked like the whole place now. There were things he said that I could see where it was coming from. Again, like I said, I didn't necessarily agree with him. And it was the way I listened to that particular aspect, because it looked like that was the most controversial aspect of everything. The way I looked at what he was saying, despite the fact that I didn't necessarily agree with everything, and I even though I could still see where it was coming from, I guess it kind of like focused. I'm thinking, I'm not in his head. I guess he was focusing more on the question was this being asked. He wasn't trying to bring it, okay, what about Tinubu? What about Atiku? You know what I'm saying? So that's the way I look at it. I think it was just trying to focus more on what it was being asked. If you had to compare me, and then plus again, I still go back to the fact that the way I look at this thing, he didn't come here to answer political questions. And I saw some things, even though I don't care about people are always going to give questions, their own opinions, everybody else's opinions. There was something I saw where people now started veering towards casting aspersion on his personality. When it came to politics, I saw things like what kind of professor, artist, as though or every other thing does not even matter. Like I don't think it's right to just all of a sudden, just because you totally disagree with something that, yes, it might be so much sentimental, all of a sudden you're now watching every other thing that is about him does not necessarily matter. That says a lot about us. And that's one reason why a lot of times I tend towards this aspect of not wanting to blame the white man or whatever. There's something about us that we also have to correct. We cannot keep blaming everybody else and leaving things that even we ourselves are bringing upon ourselves. I'll keep it that way for now.
All right, thank you, Femi. Austin.
I laugh again. Somebody said that we need some genetic engineering so that we can start thinking well. I try to evaluate what Prof said. Really, I'll tell you the truth. I don't see anything wrong with what he said. I think we should try to be. I always make this thing. Let's not use our standard as the basic standard for everybody. It's very important. Look, as time and dates change, things we consider to be normal, things we consider to be legal, things we consider to be societally acceptable change. Remember, in those days, there was a time where you get married to children, and it was seen to be nice. But in our days, now you get married to children, it's no longer seen as nice. So things which we call good or things we see as legal and nice change with time and with perception. When he talked about the Civil War, talked about politics, to be honest with you, I don't see anything wrong with it. Let me now go to the point which is controversial, the part of Obi being an opportunist. Let's try to look at this very well. The constitution as of today does not give us independent candidacy. Why Obi needed the Labour Party as a platform? The Labour Party needed his influence as well. And that is why I love what he said, a win-win situation is important. Without that, Obi couldn't have had a platform. Now, the second thing he also mentioned was that the ideals of Obi does not match that of the Labour Party. I remember Rufai asked this question before on Arise TV, and for it, to an extent, it's true. But the point is that he had a gap of just a few days to choose a new party before the close of the books for INEC. So there was something to be done. There were mistakes to be made. That is true. So for me, I don't see it as anything. Yes, the Labour Party needed Obi because Obi's influence gave them governors, gave them House of Assembly members. It's true. But Obi also needed the Labour Party because he needed that platform. But when you now compare it across board with all those we have, was Obi the best candidate? Yes. And there was something also which I think we should be very okay with. There are some places which are typically, let's say, Muslim inclined places that you and I know that Obi can never win there. That's the truth. But the point that did he pull more vote? Probably, it may be. Let the court decide. So that is just what he tried to say. And for real, if you want to check it, for real, it's the truth. That is just the truth, if you ask me. So let's forget about the influence of, I always say this, let it not be that because it's the way that I think, that must be the right thing. No, that is not true. If we listen to everybody, you will see the difference. And that is just the whole thing about it. And please, somebody experienced a civil war, like my grandmother and even my mommy, they experienced a civil war. Sometime as children, my mommy, I think, was about 12 to 15 years old when she experienced the civil war. So she may not have known the basics. I won't say she's that extremely educated. She may not have known the causes, but she used to tell us how the soldiers behaved, used to tell us how things happen. It's from those glimpses I now have what happened. My father told me, my mother told me, my grandmother told me. So when I get these various variations, then I now try to find out that this is true or this is not true. And some of the things he narrated here, as I said, my parents may not have known the top political things that happened then, but they know the normal things that happen around their vicinity. So with that, I don't think that it is a case where this person doesn't know it. And that's why I say it doesn't mean that your standard is another person's standard. You may have read 10 books. The person may have read 15, 20, and he may have seen this. And one thing I feel, he is a professor in arts that's related to history. You cannot draw something until you go there. If you see this movie, Wakanda Forever, that movie, the person who did the costume had to go to people's villages to know how they do it in their villages. And that is how he designed the costume. Tell me, if you go for such a journey, won't you know how the people there behave? You will know. And that is why when I saw the woman online on ABC News telling us the research she did before drafting that costume, then I knew that she have learned more about the customs and tradition of the African people. So let's not just push it that way. And moreover, everything he said on life experience. There's nothing that I heard he said, okay, like me, I said that my mother told me. But he said that he experienced the war. So it means he was there. He has his own version. And so I don't think there's something that Prof said, which I feel may be a little bit crazy. So that's just the whole thing I feel. If you want to ask me a question, I can take your questions if you ask.
Also, look at the man's work at the world stage. Look at that man's work at the world stage.
I think I just need to allow Phil to speak first before.
Yeah, hold on, let's go.
Yeah, but let's not forget the man's work at the world stage.
Number 6. Phil.
My question is that which you job today?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Damages. You are doing a great job.
Thank you.
Just for sustaining this debate. You know, that's the victory that our democracy or our country has gained. You know, oftentimes in the past we couldn't sustain debate, but this period we see that we have consistently debated this issue from different angles. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Thank you.
So my point, based on what the professor's interventions and submissions, we make a lot of mistakes when we say people question, people dispute, and even try to question his professorship. It's good. Those are healthy debates. When people are in dispute, when they are not in support of your opinions or your submissions, they have the right to question your background. So let us not try to say why are people asking is educational qualification. Once you put yourself outside and you begin to talk about issues that people are very passionate about, they will question every department of your own life. So one thing I want to submit is that I support P2B. So when the professor, very brilliant man, when he has submitted he has made some positions that I feel, are not correct, my opinion, I have the right to challenge it. Like on the issue of the political ideology, the professor talked about the Nigerian way. And from his submissions, the Nigerian way is the wrong way of doing things. And we all know there's nothing like political ideology in Nigerian politics. People move from party to party, from platform to platform. But suddenly, when it comes to P2B, people expect P2B to be ideologically pure. That I disagree, and you know that means we judge P2B by different kind of a different standard from the rest of other politicians. Number two, you know, I wrote something down. It's always been known worldwide that intellectuals, though very sound, they always meet epochal events in history. They are always in their cocoon, you know, and they miss when serious events are happening. That is why they've always failed to forget. I mean, they fail to acknowledge P2B as an authentic leader of a populous movement. P2B, and what gives credence to P2B is when I see sound minds always, you know, not in support, not seeing him as a leader that he truly is. So from this professor's submissions, you know, it gives more credence to the fact that P2B in this last Nigerian election is an authentic populous leader, a leader who emerged from the spontaneity of the masses. That is what Karl Marx said. And he talked about P2B not being a messiah and P2B being an opportunist. This life is about opportunity and how you can be able to tap into the opportunities that come your way. And don't forget that all popular movements in the world have not been led by the originators of those movements. If you talk about the movement that brought about in Cuba, the real leader then was Che. You know, who did the actual fighting, and it was the intellectual backbone of that movement. But after they got what they felt they've got in the country and they've established government, he moved on to pursue other revolutionary movement. So the movement was there, which was the mass of the Nigerian people. That movement was kind of without form. It was migrating from the NSAS and other issues that Nigerians have been suffering. So when P2B just became the face of that movement, and the opportunity came, just like somebody asked him, Mr. Ibe also said, but the movement was there. When he asked him that, but the people were there, they were just waiting for P2B to pop in any platform. The professor agreed, but he still tried to meander around the whole issue and say, but you can see that the movement was there, and to tell you the movement was there, that if tomorrow if somebody else is come, this same mass of people will support that person. So it's not about P2B, you know. And the last point I want to make, I see a kind of Nsukka intellectual school, a particular Nsukka intellectual school that is against P2B for what reason I don't know, but that is, you know, in intellectualism there's a lot of what they call jealousy. There's a lot of intellectual jealousy. Those of you that are professors, you know, in the academic world, there's a lot of jealousy in the intellectual world. So sometimes there's a feeling. We don't know, something. It's human nature, you know, because it's like this platform must be Rudolph's platform. Rudolph must start it. Somebody else claims he must start it. There's a feeling that, you know, this leadership, this movement that the people envisage in Nigeria must come out from a particular section, whether a particular group of intellectuals or whatever. That is why when there's an offshoot, a total offshoot from a different angle coming to lead this movement, people, intellectuals, most importantly, they will always refuse to align with that movement. But a lot of many will align, but many. You see that the movement is majorly going to be propelled by the masses, and that is why you see the way they defend what they believe in. They don't want to be intellectual. That is why they are the masses. So when you say you are not in support of P2B, regardless of what people have done, they will just come and oppose you. They will oppose you vehemently. But it is not peculiar to the obedience. It is a universal phenomenon in every society where there's a popular movement. That is how the opposition is. Nigerians are very laid back. If it was in some other societies, this movement, we wouldn't have been talking about P2B. We would have gone to a different dimension in this movement. But that is the way we are. So that is my submission. Thank you.
Can I say one thing before just 30 seconds?
Okay.
What field marshal, I don't know why it's field marshal. What you said is apt. The fact that we are painting P2B with another brush means he stands at high past all of them. That's just the whole thing. It shows that he's different from the Bala Blue, as we said. So if you are saying that P2B is too good enough that he should not associate with this level, already shows that he stands out. And that is why we want to raise him up to the highest standard. In such a way that even the little things that are, that's I say, if it's not impeccable, if it's not extremely neat, it's not extremely pristine, then that small thing should be removed. And that is why, one thing I love about P2B, I say he should be studied as a course. What I like about him, he is always ready to listen. Even when he was on the Twitter stage, he said that if there is something I'm doing that is not correct, you tell me. And that is a leader that's the best. Is it possible he won the last election? Glaring, if you ask me to evaluate everything, is glaring he won the election. But as Prof said, there are some certain states that that no matter how it is, he may end up scoring 25% and he left that he may not win it. And that is what we are trying to talk about. We are saying the same thing in different ways. And the fact that you just said that P2B is painted with another brush shows that he is different. His standard too high. And that is what Prof is even trying to say, that he is different among his mates. That is why, since if you do the bad thing where everybody they do, that small mistake you could have made will bring it out. And that shows that he level past other people their level. That's just the whole thing.
Can I add something? I think it is true from what the professor said that P2B cannot win certain states, but he can get more numbers. He didn't state that, but he just said he cannot win certain states. And the way he colors, the way he spoke. And I think, Augustine, I may be disappointed the way you analyzed it, because you went for the truth aspect of it, when clearly you understand that truths have to have context. And some of the statements he made were not factually correct. And he went on to say that P2B, this moved party, that as if that's supposed to be something new. Center-left politicians move to left parties all the time. Like Labour Party in the UK here, there was a Labour leader that was left-leaning, and the media and the establishment completely destroyed him, Jeremy Corbyn. Until now, a center left politician is in office. Now it's okay. That person is likely to go in and win. The same thing in Labour Party. Tony Blair went on to win. Whenever Labour Party got a left-leaning politician, they don't win until they get a center-left politician. The same thing happens on the right. When you have a very right-wing politician, Trump is an anomaly. The rest have been center-right politicians. When you have a right-leaning politician, they tend to fight against them, and before you know it, they get them out of office and replace them with center-right. The same thing happens all over the world. And the fact that if he's not aware of that, came here to start maligning P2B with that kind of statement, say it's like everyone else moving party to party to party. He moved to the party that aligns with him most and that is also available. And you're using that as an instrument to malign him, and that doesn't seem fair, based on the fact that, according to Phil, that Nigerian politics is almost not ideologically based. Even if P2B does have an ideology. In the UK, I think it was conservative. So that said, then he went on to talk about the obedience. The statement he made about the obedience was clearly erroneous too. It's not factually based. It's not even accurate at all. And I find that problematic when people do that. And it's not even equivalent. Obedience are some of the most, how do I put it, disciplined political movement I've seen in Nigeria. They are so disciplined. They don't go and disrupt the streets. They don't attack anyone physically. Yeah, they challenge people. They challenge the, that's what you want. Even in this Israeli military, they encourage junior officers to challenge the ranks. You have to challenge where we are right now in Nigeria. You have to challenge anybody. Because if you look at Nigeria and this thing that we do about worshiping people with titles or whatever, look at where it's gotten us. I've said it before. There was a period when I found so much information about Nigeria. When I looked at every adult, I felt so angry. I didn't want to greet any of them. I felt that those people were just useless. All the age amounted to nothing for the results we've got. And that is why you have to encourage people, like Phil said, you have to be able to challenge this no matter what. Where Nigeria is right now, we have to challenge everything. And nobody should be told to shut up their mouth, not challenge them just because somebody has a professorial degree or your excellency and all the rest of it. People have to question everything. If that person, that excellency means you are clean. Whenever question you are put, the test you are put to, you come out shining. That is your point. You can't just say my excellency, your excellency, and professor, but when they challenge you, suddenly they start finding holes in it and say, why don't you respect me? Why don't you respect me? It's not going to cut it. You have to give good reasons why. And when people say stuff, like when you say something about the Biafra war, for somebody that is that high level, when you are saying those sort of things, see, Augustine, if I say I see you, what is the context? Is he in a picture? Is he on YouTube? Are you standing face to face with me? You have to add context to whatever you say. You can't just say stuff and leave people with the impression that, oh, the Nigerian state is just murdering Southeasterners. That is not what you do as a responsible grown-up. You say stuff and put context to it and say, this is the tragedy that happens to our nation. I don't like it, and it happened to my people, and I'm still suffering from the issues that arose from that. But this history, this is how it happened. This is that. But if you make it look like one side is mangling the other side, that you are telling people, you are selling the same narrative that maybe people like Kano and the others are selling, that the Nigerian state is attacking the Southeasterners. And this is what I find. Whenever I see them saying these type of things, I ask them, have you seen Decree 44? Because before you start shouting or saying this type of stuff about the Nigerian state, check the history closely. Look, and I wasn't that old. As a matter of fact, I was in Nigeria when I first watched the Civil War videos, and I started thinking about all this is why all these things kept happening. And it wasn't that long before I started looking at the history of Nigeria, how the Northerners didn't even want to join Nigeria in the first, because they were worried that the gap between the North and the South. So if you don't understand the fears of people, and you don't take that into account when you are talking about the issues that occurred in your country, you know, if a woman is afraid of being abused, you know, with the arrow word and all the rest of it, like this woman is paranoid, and then you go and do something to aggravate that fear, and she reacts, then you just take only the reaction and just use that as a narrative. That is not true, is it? You're not telling people the full story of what just occurred. And that is the problem, the way we talk. And I feel like we as grown adults, we have a responsibility to the younger ones to hear the full story. If you want to abbreviate it, but level it. Don't ascribe only one side and malign only one side, put one side of the story alone. This is where truth truly lies, and it's all going to do us good if we tell the truth of whatever happened in history. Ugly, beautiful, and believe you me, there are a lot of beautiful things that has happened in Nigeria. A lot of people don't tell the story of all that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, forefathers, and thank you, everybody, for weighing in on our conversation. All I can promise
No. Don't. We're not going to allow to just go like that now, as if he's speaking the truth. He waiting
okay,
he read for
go
book.
ahead.
Waiting he read for book, and person wait there. Who go listen to? Right? Now you have to understand politics, right? From also, even that they say everything are politics and reality of things, what actually happened. Ask yourself some political question. Why is the South is having a 5 states and some zone they get 7 states? Just ask your question. Ask yourself that, right? Politically speaking, right? Then connect with the demand they try to tell you. But that's the guy talking about. Oh, hold on. I know talking about Obi. We are disagreeing with Augustine, and that's to me. It comes to me as problematic for to Nigeria. It's as if you are the only one who doesn't listen rationally, right? I was even playing with Augustine. He's waiting Augustine job today, right? And I think Boy Ebi get it and he started laughing, right? Now, again, I think Augustine put it right. It is Obi and against 17 others when it comes to character. As Augusti put on, yes, Obi character is better than the rest. But in terms of standard, it is not up to par. But they are still ready to support him because what? He has a message that things cannot continue like this.
What is the standard? What is the standard? What is the character standard? No, you can't just be flowing like this, my brother. What is the character standard? Let's start from that. What is the character standard?
Can I finish? I hear everything we talk. There's a reason I no respond to you, right?
No. What is the character standard? If you want to go, let there be a benchmark.
Can you just listen for God's sake? Can you just listen at times, not to argue?
Okay.
Can you just listen at times, not to argue?
Let him finish. Okay? You can weigh in.
Some words I'd use for the sake of conversation, right? When the man does say the guy no fit win this state, of course, even though we go agree with that is not a fact. But he said that for conversation's sake. Let out to listen is very important. You understand? When I say yes, Obi character is better than the rest. But the man is, according to what he's saying, is still not up to par, and he gives you reasons, jumping from one party to another. To him, it is not up to par for the leader that he deserves. Why don't you say it like that? That's exactly what he said. But he said what he said. He did not stop there. He said what? Obi has a message. And I think to me, that's the most important thing. He has a message. And what is that message? We know go fit continue like this again. Talking about the character now, if we want to bring out to our individual level. When he started as a man as a teacher, how do we relate to ourselves, even as a bank teller? All these are connected to what the man is trying to say. And that's true. Those who don't disagree with it to some extent, who support him on that ground, it is because the man has a message. And I can argue with that he doesn't have that message, even though I didn't support him.
All right.
Let's listen. Let's learn how to listen to just not be to argue all the time. We are not going anywhere. We begin argue because I mean no bad. Do Naija, he read something for book. Is he make a listen to that? Make a lipes way was part and parcel of the thing. He was starved. You don't hear that part? Make a not listen to you. Man, not listen to that. Listen to you.
See.
Hold on. Let me hear a number 6 because I want him to. Wait, okay.
Yes, because when he talked about Obi's not up to standard, but he's better than the rest. Like I like it's always good to let us know what is the standard, so that you don't just be talking like just out of the blue, like throwing words. You have to
benchmark the man is jumping from one party to another. To him, that is not character. He said it now. How you want me to talk him? He said from jumping from one part to him, that is not character. To him,
let me weigh in on this. Let me weigh in on this.
No, excuse me. Even in the US, people change parties. People change parties.
It's not about
whatever the man said, you will never agree with him. Whatever he said, you will never agree.
Look, there's something I want us to know here. It's not about changing party. It is very imperative that Obi needed a platform to work. And even if he decides to go to NNPP or any other party or what, AP, they will still complain. People will still complain. That's the truth. There was a very short window to make an assertion, and Labour Party provided the best platform for it. According to Professor, it is better to build from the scratch. Obi has been building, his reputation precedes him. He has done it. So they felt that this person is the best to come in. Now you mentioned, I don't want to go far. Let's go with what is the standard. The standard in Nigeria is very low. Evidence is even in the JAM score and the post-UME scores we have. Very low. But does it mean that is the highest universally accepted standard you can get? No. When it comes to standards in Nigeria, Obi is far, 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 far higher above the standard. But is that what we expect as a world leader? No. And that is why sometimes you see people who are very logical in the argument say, okay, this small thing remain Adam. This small thing remain Adam. And the more you add it, the more you grow. And that is why, as I said, I keep on giving Obi thumbs up. Why? He can learn. That is what makes him better and better than all the others put together. He can learn. And if he continues that way, he's going to be the best president you can ever have. A good leader listens. You don't know it all. You can never know it all. And that's why I see Prof trying to say, okay, maybe in the future, if you want to do this thing, these are the basic standards for international. But when it comes to the Nigerian standard, Obi is far, far above it. That's what they are trying to say.
All right.
Please, can I see? One would take Obi. See, we are trying to build a new Nigeria, and it's very important that we put that at the back of our minds. Because if you look at it critically, Peter Obi, in my opinion, did far better than what Abiola did in Abiola. What period was that? He did far better. Peter Obi didn't spend money like, or of course, Abiola spent a lot of money. And there's a lot of ethnic coloration to anything Peter Obi does, and which is difficult for some of us to stomach. Everything he has achieved that is always trying to be diminished. With all these arguments like what my brother with the dread is trying to do. Peter Obi has been completely diminished and demonized. But don't forget, it was voted for by the mass of Nigerians, regardless of tribe. So in fact, what he has done, just like he said, will be studied when it comes to the political history of Nigeria. And for now, Peter Obi is the face of the people. He commands the respect. He commands the loyalty of Nigerians, myself inclusive. So let us stop diminishing the effort of Peter Obi, even if he has been rigged out, even if he's not going to be given, he's not going to win in the courts. Let us desist from diminishing the genuine work that this man put into this project. And don't forget, even before the election, before even Peter Obi decided to contest, people have already made up their mind that they were going to vote for him, myself inclusive. I remember a program, I watched an interview, and I made a comment. I said, why can't we come together and push this man? That is the kind of impact that he had on Nigerians. So why will you try to diminish him and try to rationalize everything about him? Everything, every action, every move he made, people just come to intellectualize it, and they want to create a different standard completely. They want him to be pure, intellectually pure, ideologically pure, everything. That is wrong. And these people that make this argument, it seems that they don't want Nigerians to move forward. That is the basic conclusion. That is the basic conclusion. They want to be circling this same roundabout that we've been for decades. They don't want to move forward. So if you now, like somebody like my brother in Dredge, why can't you present yourself for governance? If you can present yourself for governance because you have the qualities, we will vote for you.
Quality, not be by quality, my brother. I don't get back. I get back, will run. Not be to run, you must win. If you want to win, you got to have the bar.
The most basic standard should be quality. That should be the minimum. That should be the minimum. Even if you look at the event in France, you can see young African nations. Look at the leaders they were presenting. The debate is everywhere. Look at young African nations. Look at the leaders they are presenting. We are putting arguments. We were nowhere to be found. I mean, how does that come across to you as a Nigerian? How does that come across? It comes across to me as very shameful. Why? If they say Umiloko is Yorubas, are you telling me that Yorubas don't have somebody to present for Nigerians to vote? Are you is that what you're telling me? That Yorubas don't have somebody that they will present all these people that are saying they want this Umiloko sound minds? Why don't you present yourself, my brother? Why don't you come out? At least you'll be making arguments.
I don't get money. I don't tell you the reason that you don't agree with me. Why you don't? See, that's the problem. You don't want to agree with my woman. I don't get by you. They argue with me.
So the point is this. The point is this. I think it's really shameful what we presented, because even our seat at the Paris conference was empty. I saw the seat some days ago, and myself at the shame say my baba no go sit on that seat. Trust me, it's still the best thing that happened to Nigeria. That's a typical no. That's not the best thing. I think if you ask me, based on the candidates, all of us know that Obi was the best to fill that shoes and somebody who can command respect at the international community. That's even, I even mentioned yesterday of even Tinubu not being able to give a good handshake, which I think was a little bit disappointing when he met Macron. So, but nobody is bringing down the ideology of Obi. But it's just that, as I said, he's a leader he's a leader of great repute. That's why you see people constructively criticize so that he reached that level where you say, okay, boy, this guy into much. And besides that, you know why I'm happy? Obi has taken us on a very long journey. Journey number one, he taught us politics. He taught us politics. He taught us the ability to even come out and speak. He taught how many people they roast come for street again or carry pure water. It did not happen in the last election. So it means he don't bring us to a certain level. Rule number two, he has taught us about the judiciary. People now know about the judiciary a lot. People are going ahead to look at what is happening. And if you go to the court and talk rubbish, people will control you for street. So that's to show that the standards are increasing. You'll be very surprised. This is 2023. If you reach 2027, 2031, you'll see Nigerians are becoming more intuitive. And that is where you see that Obi has done a good job. So as I keep on saying, one thing I've always loved is what constructive criticism. If you see the little thing that's not working, and that's why I said on this platform, if I have a friend who always tells me, Augustine, you're doing well, Augustine, you're doing, I will send you away. I will send you away. I need somebody who look at the little I've not done well and say, okay, this part was not okay. Then you learn one new thing. The next person tells me this one is not okay. You learn one new thing. As you keep on learning, in 10 years, in 5 years, you see where you are going to be. Then you know that, yes, this person is a strong leader. And that is why I say I take Obi correctly. Because he's ready to learn. That small way, he go learn. And that's what makes him a better leader. That's just what we are trying to say. It doesn't mean that if somebody says, okay, this is not okay, then Obi is bad, Obi is this. No, he's still the best you can have in Nigeria for now.
If I could submit something, the obedience. Let me say it to all of us here. There were people who sold their refrigerators. There were people who sold their wristwatches. There were people who sold their clothing to support people. That's the masses of Nigeria that came out. We are here talking from a safe distance. But there were people whom I was in communication with each and every day. If not $10, I go send this person, send that person, send that person, because they are the people in the front line. So that is what happened. It will be, as far as Nigeria is concerned, it's still the stellar character. It's a shining example that Nigeria is yet to admit what has just happened. Because of the man's character. That's why I keep, if now Okorocha that we bring, you think anybody for follow and go sell in fridge to go join. So let's cut the people. If Obi moves to PDP tomorrow, I tell you, say those people will follow and go, they go say, not be the thing where we bargain for. Obi has carved a niche himself. And Obi is going to stay. Some of us, we are not going to come back talk anything about politics. Not just me alone. But because a man named Peter Obi, we saw what in Genja Media presented of him. Man says, okay, presented a very simple interview of Peter Obi, where the man talked about his 2 pairs of shoes, his frugality and everything else. So let us, please, congratulate the obedience as it stands right now. The game is not over yet. The game is just beginning. And Nigeria is never going to be the same as far as politics is concerned. Peter Obi is capable. Peter Obi has defended himself. And Peter Obi...
Let me respond to one of
you. You've already responded to me. Let me respond to let me talk now. Jesus.
You are what respond to. You are on a questioning. Rudolph, no, this one too. Rudolph, you like
double response.
Just hold on. On either questioning or challenging our leaders or questioning our leaders. You guys are getting it wrong. As we did here, so we go feel challenge ourselves, say la 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 la. But when you have a guest, if you have a guest, the rules different. Ask your question. Let them answer. You don't have to agree with his response. Just a reason that question you ask. If you the way make him tell you exactly what you want, then why did you ask it? So let him answer them free out. The idea is say, you got it because what happened? Because if the guy, the reason why you did not get to ask question, it is because with the way the person that asked that question before you asked that question and she responded. That was rude. Let's face it. And the man expressed it. The man was not happy. And people notice on the comment section. So just if it's a guess, ask your question. You don't have to agree. Last week, guess. I told the man, he asked me, I said, no, yeah, I'm not convinced, but that's okay. Right? Don't be saying that's where you some people are getting it wrong. When you tell the guy, then they will begin to push you to that people that say, they are fascist and whatever. You understand? It's a guess. If me and you, I think again, Augusti kind of like was in this my position the last time he was on my show when I did follow and argue in a way to the point that I said, who can be the guest among all of us? You understand? Right? So if there's a guess, the rules different. Yeah, and we need to acknowledge that.
Can I just take this one quickly? Okay, I will say this to Peter Obi himself, and something that maybe his followers want to learn. Peter Obi seems to have been able to talk divisive politics in a way that is the most civil I've ever seen, and that is something maybe the obedience can learn. And I know I need to learn from that, because I tend to know how to put people down, like I'm about to do with Ovie right now. You probably will start a fight in an empty room, because what you just said just now doesn't even marry to what we just said. The idea is that even if he answers the question, people are still allowed to question, like we are doing now. We are still allowed to question what he's just said. And about just because you have your own experience doesn't mean what is written may not be superior. Because in many cases, like you have your own ailment. If you have an ailment now in your system, does it mean that the doctor doesn't know better? The doctor does, because he's the qualified one that he's got overview of the entire subject matter.
But my friend, let
me finish my point now. If somebody's no. the civil war and they don't understand the context of the entire thing, maybe they should educate themselves fully. Because if let's say I'm a victim of the civil war, or something happened, there's a riot going on, I get attacked. I may not even be part of the target. But it doesn't mean just because I got attacked, I make the whole narrative of the reason why the event occurred based on my experience, because it's not accurate. You see what I mean? So just anecdotal evidence, there's a reason why anecdotal evidence is not necessarily representative of the subject matter when they are talking about anything. It could be accurate, but in many cases, it can be just one person's point of view. There is a greater truth out there. And the truth of the Civil War is greater than one person's experience. That is what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
All right. I wanted to say something, but maybe I'll let KJ speak before I speak. KJ, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. And I've been listening from the background. I just wanted to come in to agree for the maybe second or third time, agree with Ovie, his view on this particular issue. I think that when Dr. Rudolph invites a guest, especially the good ones I've been bringing for so far, the ones I've listened to, they all have valid points and have been somewhat of what we call experts in the fields they've come to speak on. It's no need for us, to disagree with them to the point that they begin to feel, as if their being here doesn't, add any value to them. You can agree or disagree with them, but hear their point of view, because they are our guests. And we have not called them to give them what we feel is our own opinion concerning an issue. Some of them have researched all their lives, and some of them are still researching and still teaching on it. So I think if you ask me, my view
on Nigerian politics,
whatever field it is, that is why some of them are experts in those fields. Whatever it is, listen. Rudolph is my good friend on, at least from where I'm looking at him. I don't agree with his view on Trump. I totally don't agree with it. Okay, but I'm not going to come and begin to argue with him on that. He has the right to hold those views. I have my right to hold my view. Okay, and
so
we
then
can
what
go
is the point of breaching the divide if everybody just stands on their own
now
point
listen,
of
that's where I'm going to. That's
Ability
if you
for
had
you
allowed
to
me,
see
I would have
somebody,
hold
ability
on.
for you to see
If you had
somebody
allowed
say,
me,
he says, okay.
yes,
Can
if
I
you
just
allow
make
me,
an
I'll reach here. I'll
interjection?
reach where forefather is.
Can I make an
Purpose of our
interjection, please?
the purpose of our discussion is to exchange ideas. Does not necessarily mean I must have to buy into yours. We can exchange ideas. I can go and do more research on what you have told me. Just like some people have said some things here, I have gone to do more research on. I can go back and into my closets and look at it and say, okay, this is the view forefather is canvassing. Is it true on this? And I consult. And that's how we learn. I must not agree with you here now and say, okay, what you have said is correct. But if I don't agree, I don't have to push it. I can say, I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. Okay, before I come back to comment on other things. Thank you, Rudolph.
All right, thank you so much. Who has...
Dr. Damages, there's something I want to say. You see, this your program. Is like, I don't know if you see what is going on in your program. Your program is taking a life and a shape of its own. So, like sometimes it's like you want to mold it, but there's a particular shape that this program wants to assume, a natural evolution. It is a divorce from the traditional guest coming to, give his give his apology and whatever. This your program is like, it's like a mini community debate, a town hall, whereby it's not a conventional interview. So one thing I want to warn is that don't try to muscle this shape that this program, because this program is going to become a pivotal and a foremost internet platform that people will study later and want to and come and take example from. So I would say just leave it. Your program is shaping very dynamically and in a very special way. And don't try to muscle it by saying people just come and I just say, this is what I think. Everybody just, okay, sir, thank you. Your program is unique. Let it evolve in this unique shape that is taking. That's just all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Ebi, you want to say something, or should I?
Oh, well, I think we should just salt this with a new flavor so that people like Kulata can have something to jump on. He's been milking this forever. He's so happy. He said, water. He's everywhere.
I hope, Mr. Ebi, I thought we were not going to talk about Kulata today.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
Ebi.
because Kulata is obviously from the same place I come from. Kulata is Ijesha. So I have personal interest in him. I've told him I will take him to the family meeting sometimes. So maybe we should just jump away from this topic because there's no way we can win this. And I still stand by the first analysis made by forefather. He has not breached any rule. No matter who comes, we have the right to say our own. Don't gag us. And I say so many times, I appreciate what Professor Olu Oguibe stands for in his area of specialization. It is just like when they brought Soludo to channels and they want him to talk about Kimbaloye was poking his mouth and he said, I don't want to go to that area. And he ended up going and he just vomited his mind and he got the result. What he should have done is hold on to his self-control and say, I don't want to discuss that topic. So all this idea that professor, we brought him here and all that, even professor, if the audience like us, then bring another professor where he no agree with, he go talk his own. Let us talk our own. Don't gag nobody. And don't think that
you're getting it wrong. That's all we
Ebi, nobody's gagging anybody. But one thing I will appeal to us.
Now.
We appreciate the professor.
Even if forefathers are take on Biafra, I'm not disputing entirely. It's just that I say there's a superior argument. That doesn't
one
mean
thing I will appeal to us. One thing I will appeal to us.
Where did you get the scale for the superiority now? How do you score it? Where?
Hold on.
Ask you somebody where he had the shoe, and somebody where he friend tell her. He used analogy of a doctor, right? Yes, my doc, I cannot argue with my doctor. So does my friend. My friend, if he tell you, say, he know what they do me. Because that's what you are doing now, right? A friend and a doctor. So a leader and a soldier.
I'm not
something I
gagging.
wanted to say.
Be serious. I'm not gagging the professor.
Ebi, hold on for a second. Ebi, between what you said and what Lexi laid out a formula, and you also laid out a formula that enabled Olu to actually go down and say everything he wanted to say. But my appeal to us is this: when we get any guest here, let's not badger the guest to the point that when you see a guest begin to fluster, when you see somebody's eyes begin to go red, as much as they are defending themselves, we need to topper it down.
No, Igbo Basic. Have you ever seen, this program called Lions Den? And I like what Field Marshal Man is saying. He's saying that even against what Mr. Rudolph Okonkwo, aka Papa, what is that his son's name?
Oduaka.
Oduaka. May be thinking for this program. The program himself is evolving. Okay, it could be the version of Lions Den that everybody knows. If you come as guest to Oma show where he came here.
But there's a reason why we brought him, Mr. Eddie.
Okay, hold on. Let me summarize it.
Throughout when he was making his own art submission, you see us. As soon as
so you are a political specialist now, Mr. Eddie. You're not professor of politics now.
Serious. So what are we supposed to come and do when Dr. Rudolph put us for back page, and then after the man has had 1 hour plus of downloading, we now come, and when we come, now market, it becomes a market.
And I think what Phil said is very important, though, that the evolution that is taking place here, because there's something to be said for challenging opinions, and when they come out on the other side, that person would have been through the baptism of some rigorous debate, and maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing, because when they go somewhere else, they will scale through anywhere else they go.
You have an institution now, begin chat tuition fee, because we don't get professor of politics. Abby is a professor now. You don't graduate from your university, so you go pay.
Let me tell you guys behind the scene what happens. I think this might be interesting. So, it's very important. I agree. Number 6 field. I agree that something I didn't have any idea what this will turn into when it started, and it's evolving. And I'm following. I'm following you guys, and it's because of you guys. It's not because of me. And so I'm watching what is going on. I'm the one talking to some of these guests before they come. I know the conversations we have. One of the things, and I can say it openly here, I tell them, I don't know who is going to come in today to talk to you. I will talk to you for an hour or more, and then I will open the door. Anybody can come in. And I say to some people, I say, your former girlfriend might come in and raise a question if it's people I know that well. And it's open, so anything can happen. And I've had some people I've contacted. They said they won't come because of you guys. So those things happen. But if people agree to come and they say they want to, I say you should expect any question. You have the right to say, I am not taking this question. You have the right to say, I will take this question. So it has been going well. And I don't think something else I have to say, because people don't know this. Most of the guests sometimes after they leave, like now we had Professor Oguibe leave. Sometimes they come back, they go back, maybe where they are watching, they want to hear the feedback that you guys are giving. So they also listen to the feedback. And of course, you know that maybe in 2 days or 3 days, we can cut off parts of their interview and put it out, So, but the point is that what I'm asking for, is like, when we say try to ask a question and not the comment. But even if you want to make comments, it's not the one that lasts for 5 minutes. The reason why we say this is that I'm thinking about other people who will not get a chance to even ask a question because somebody decided to talk for 5 minutes. And some of these people are my friends. I'm talking about people who come in here and talk for 5 minutes before they ask a question. You know, my thing is for the purpose of, you know, you care about the other people, let them have an opportunity to, they may stay 4 hours before they get the chance to talk to the guests, to be able to say something. So because of that, I would say, I will appeal to people always to limit the comments. And most of the comments, people make it because they think that the guests may not have the background to understand their question. So they think they need to make comments. So that's what I appeal to people to reduce that. It's not necessary.
Rudolph, differentiate between question and disagreement.
Oh, the disagreement is another part, you know, that sometimes people think, and this is, I know it's not, it's a bit difficult to state without making it look like I'm trying to gag people. I don't want to do that. It's never my nature. But there is something about some guests who come here, and and some of these people, not everybody, some of these people, when you meet them outside, even the way it's not the way even if you want to challenge what they're saying, and I encourage that, you know, everybody, I always say that you get any question, you know, you can challenge them, but there's a way it should be done in such a way that you won't make it look as if you're being interrogating them or doubting. You know, you can challenge them, and we know how to do that. Everybody here can do that. But I think what happens is that sometimes we're emotional and passionate about something, and we think this is our enemy. Remember, these people most of them are intellectuals. They've dealt with challenges in the profession, and people have questioned if you've gone through your doctorate degree anywhere in the world, you are going to take questions from your colleagues, people who are just as smart as you are. So it's not that they're afraid of it. It's about the approach, you know, the approach you take. It doesn't mean they know more than us. It doesn't mean they know more than you. But it's the approach you take in presenting that your viewpoint that is important. And I think we can all do that well. I want it to be free and to continue the same way. I'm not trying to change anything. But I keep thinking about how we run it so that, one, everybody will get a chance to talk and ask questions. Two, that we don't get to the point where our guests will feel that this is unnecessarily, they don't have to do this. This guy is not selling any book. And I can't buy any of his work. It's not like he's trying to, I know how much I appeal to some of the guests to come here. I don't have, you know, so sometimes I tell them that it's important that we hear from you. You can't just be an intellectual. You can't be a professor here. You are, you know, nobody. Come here and let other people, and they also learn. There are many people who have come here, and when I get feedback from them, you know, they pick up a few things from audience members. So it's a two-way thing, but it has to be done in a very respectable way, I think, without making it look like a gagging. It doesn't mean that, but so that's all I'm appealing to everybody here. But I don't think there's anything wrong that happened today. I'm not saying there's anything wrong, but I'm talking about, you know, subsequent events and so people know. So that's it. Thank you, guys.
So our audience thinks that Igbo Basics is the corporate in speaking.
What did they say about you? What did they say? Igbo Basics. What did they say?
They say that,
they talk about you talking about Zebediah every time you stand.
No, that one is yet to come.
5 minutes before I ask question.
No, I'm here to lay that one down. But what I'm trying to do, I'm learning, and we all should learn. I'll try. Sometimes I ask professors in the field. Sometimes I ask them, I'm appearing here. Can you lay out what you want us to present today? But sometimes I come out, I start speaking from the perspective of, I haven't been through the war, I haven't been on a second missionary journey here. And when I start laying out something, I am speaking in terms of from there. The man picks up what I said. But now, I'm going to change the formula.
Yeah.
I'm glad I
get you. You need to explain to forefathers.
Hold on. Igbo Basics. Over the weekend in New Jersey, somebody came to me and stated all your talking points, you know, like, you know, that everything you said now, because people have had it many times. people have had it many times. I'm not saying that it's not important, but what I'm saying is that don't assume that people know the tagline now, the storyline, and maybe reduce emphasis on them and go straight to the question. And most people do it here. It's not just about you, So go straight to the question if it's about question. But if you're having a conversation,
Rudolph, sorry to interject. What is
no, but that would be helpful. We're learning. The reason why we are learning, Richard Nwachukwu, who publishes African Herald in Dallas, we went on a World Igbo Congress presentation. It was unfortunate for him to be the first person to go on stage to ask questions. And he kept on saying, let me finish, let me finish, let me finish. From there, I am fully aware. So going forward, we're going to do the best we can, go straight to the questions, ask the question. Everybody already knows. People here today were expecting me to come and talk about Zebrudaya. I am here to talk about Zebrudaya when we are ready for it, and we will try and bring him live here.
You don't have to apologize. You don't have to.
Like this. It's my turn.
KJ, my brother is here.
Appreciate.
KJ, my brother is here.
We need to. Okay, sir. We need to appreciate something. We need to be soft on Igbo Basic. Him and Lexi, I can bet, are not in. If I look from face, when people might be way younger, like KJ or so, you are also their age. I beg now, so then they do their own thing. We go just try. How many times have you told Igbo Basic to limit? And he's learning. He said he's learning. More than 10 times he has been learning. So let's leave the man. Their generation, they have so much experience. They want to make us know it, and we are picking from it. But it is what it is, as far as I'm concerned. Igbo Basic, Mr. Lexi, Mama Echo, once they start talking, even my daughters, when they see Mama Echo talking, say, "Oh, she's here. She's mad." I say, "She's not mad. They vex. She's just very passionate about our point." So I don't know how it's going to work with it.
No, Abby, I agree with you. I brought my daughter here. Abby, I brought my daughter here, who is into arts, and she is into animation. I brought her here, sat her down, wanting her to be the person to. That one will go. That is when she hits you, you'll be wondering. So this generation we're talking about, I would rather you folks give you all the talking points, and then you have a very technical way that you can 1, 2, 3 points. You have your own way. If we start from adages, we start laying it down. By the time we finish, we've said everything we wanted to say, and the audience or the person who is the guest understands where we are coming from, because we pack it up. I'm going to have
I know you are a writer, sir. Bullet, just to help you, sir. Just write questions. Number 1, number 2, and that's it. But if you bring it from brain, then he will talk to history class, and you have too much.
You're right about that.
Mr. Abi, I'm taking my time. I for not allow you to talk first.
KJ, you need to defend me, KJ.
I for start my ground. I for not allow you to talk. Rudolph, come on now. What are the benefits for the senior citizens?
If you allow me to say something.
Hold on, first. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Who is that?
They say not turn by turn now. Will they come by line, Abi? Hold on, you never reach your turn. My turn. Rudolph, you are in America. What are the benefits for the senior citizens? That should be their discount. And last senior citizen too. Now, because according to KRS-One, right? KRS-One say you as young people, when you learn from the old, right? So that you can go far. While the old learn from the young, say that can go faster. Right? So that's more easy. Anytime with it, I appreciate them being all those in idioms and adage, all those things when they throw around. I thought you go, you throw forefather off. You will say, what is this man talking about? So it's good to have them around us. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Austin.
So just keep me for now. I'll speak last.
Okay. Number
now,
6.
elders they talk, so the boys will look the other way
So,
around.
what is the current discussion?
Oh no! If you don't have anything to say, I'm just. I think people are reacting
That's
to
why I
what
like him.
reacting to what you
No,
said.
I'm okay for now.
Okay, KJ.
Thank you, Rudolph. And I want to say again that from what I understand, the program or the show has taken a very good stand among people, the audience, and even the discussants. Well, I initially said, when you invite somebody who has been on this path for a while, especially more than some of us, it's always better to listen. I mean, it's always better to listen, and listen does not mean that you totally agree. And just like Rudolph has said, doesn't mean that we're not trying to hold you from firing, but it's always good when you present your refusal or your disagreement in a very subtle way, so that the person also will understand that you appreciate. I'm saying that because some of those people have spent a lot of time researching. Sometimes if you throw their book, their whatever they're telling you out, it doesn't leave them. It leaves them with a very bad taste. Once in my university, a professor, a lecturer, I still remember his name, Sani Mohammed, presented a paper, and that was when we were dealing with corruption in Nigeria. And that paper was that maybe the sun in Africa, especially in Nigeria, makes our brains to be so disoriented, that we are so much into stealing, and that's why somebody can embezzle millions of naira and still be comfortable sleeping. When that was presented in the college board, professors and other lecturers, they were so annoyed. They threw it out. They hammer. In fact, I remember one of my prof even just took the paper and marked it, cycled other things. I cycled and cycled here and there. I told him, threw it to him and said, "Come on, go and do your research before you come and talk to us here." You see, it wasn't too long before that guy left the university. It destroyed his career and all that. So what I'm saying, I say that there's always a way to, those of us who read theater arts, we know you can critique, but it should come from a positive mindset, from a positive way. When somebody has gone to, done all this work and you come and tell the person, come on, what are you even saying? The pushback sometimes to me comes a bit offensive. I'm talking from my listening to you guys, because I've been offline listening to what was going on. So I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody's concern, everybody's question, but let's be a bit more positive. Thank you, sir.
The man is not just a professor now, he's
Can I
also
go
an
back?
activist, a pro-democracy. I think that's what actually attracted me to him, a pro-democracy, pro-June 12. He's been in the field, so I don't know why they say no qualify. Forget about the professorship. This man there, it's like Showore. It's like you say Showore don't know anything about what's happening. So they are on the same level in terms of what's in the knowledge about.
I agree with you. It's like yesterday we had somebody here who was talking about Nnamdi Kanu, and what was quoting was not what wasn't correct, because I was in the field when those things were happening, so I could tell where and where because I was a participant. And it's always good to hear what Chimamanda refers as
danger of a
other
single
side.
story.
Yeah, the danger of a single story. Okay, the danger of a single story is so difficult, and China puts it this way: until lions learn how to tell their own story, the story will always win the side of the hunter. He's a victorious hunter. He's always killing, because the lions don't tell their story. So what we should always understand that when the lions begin to tell their story, it will no longer be as the hunter used to tell it. Okay, because you're always in the victory part. Because the Lions also have a part to play in it. Thank you.
All right. Uzo, before you speak, let me just add one more thing. So the goal of what we're trying to do here from my own perspective is getting as many viewpoints as possible to come here and talk to us. You don't expect that everybody that will come here will agree with you. Some days it may be somebody that will agree with your viewpoint, maybe somebody that will disagree. As much as possible, anybody that we can get and has something to share, we'll bring it. So that expectation should not be that it has to be somebody that agrees with you. And that's not the criteria. Uzo, go ahead.
Okay, Doctor, there we go. Igbo Music, Dede, Ekeleo. My people, I hail everybody.
You're welcome.
Okay, what's up? Because I remember 1 minute. I remember 1 minute. Salute everybody. If I don't it doesn't matter. Father, you don't show. When I don't show, you don't show. And they hear you.
I was here when he came now. Also,
yeah, you turn off your light. I be best for the damage is small because the car was beg go buy a man for Nobi. Yesterday, we were looking for the bear. The guy did go the reef for team for Nobi.
You know, I've not shown videos from that event. Maybe that's I was on the school for.
But remember this next time you should on that show that day. You should go live, just like Ovie did when he was on the sport program. Let people see the rich culture of where we are coming from. That was so good.
Yeah, so, I couldn't. I was involved in the planning, and I couldn't carry. I had my cameras. I didn't do anything. I didn't.
Yeah, it was been good though. When they see you, the Dragon Man. Drag him up, and I know so that
all you needed to do is to get me a penthouse in Manhattan. I would have come and cover it.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, I was in the. I came back from church. I was listening to everything our address is saying. As I said, I used to say that when people go to farm, there are so many roads that lead to a farmland, not just one route. Sometimes if you go farm, I grew up in the village. If one somebody shoot for the other road, follow the other road, go farm. So our guys take this is how they say it's work his own mind, the way you feel. Not that he's a god or that the way he's own, the way he sees the whole thing is. Not my mind of me, not man of phobia, not man of anybody here. I can disagree with him. Yeah. Anyone can disagree with him. And somebody said here, he came here to meet people. You don't know who people are. A professor will be, he may be as an audience. Another professor comes as a guest. He was so challenging. Most of us here have academic qualification to challenge whatever anybody said in this place, but respectfully, all right? I have not seen anything wrong we are doing here yet, but on my own, I will just say, let's take it easy so that we should be having guests, because it may not reach in the extent that Dr. Make invited, they are not coming, because the question that are going to come from the audience that they're not ready for that. Let's not reach that extent. After like if I come and say to this, no. There are so many. I can't stand the pressure there, and they will start rejecting invitations.
No, I don't think the questions will ever be the problem. It's about how it's presented. How the questions will never be the problem.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, what I mean, some people that cannot stand the pressure of the question comments. So they may decide not to come. That's all I mean.
No, we've not had any. We've not had any. Okay. When they said that, I disagree. I said the nature of the program is such that I want the audience to participate.
So on the other way around, we all come here to learn. I learned something from him today. If anybody doesn't learn something, I learned something today. All right. If you know that, as I said, especially as said his forefather, if you know that what somebody said about a history told is not correct, find the real history. Come as a guest and teach us. Let's learn. That's how we learn. If you know that, you know somebody that can say his own part of it. That's what I said. There's many roads that lead to a farmland. Find somebody that knows about it. Let's learn. All of us are all learning. We are not here, So that's not my own point. They're not like, okay, I don't agree with what he said. This is his own mind. Everything is about to be, it's of his own. It's not for me. It's not for you. He said the way you feel. I can also something about Tinubu. Somebody else will disagree with me that I can't say that about that person. But my own say it's not from the person. So the other way around, let's try to learn every day. We can learn something today. And on the comment section, so many people learn a lot. Also. Not only one person, many people learn a lot today. So we come here to learn. If you know that you know it all, just come as a guest and teach us. So we also learn. As much as a little one I know, I said it, I will also try to say the way it is, not to challenge what somebody else said. All right. So that's what I just my own contribution. Then my thing is that this show has been a one platform that gives everybody opportunity to come out and speak the way they are, the way they feel, that way they express themselves. Most of us don't have opportunity to express ourselves outside, or so many work have taken off this shape. But this show here, I brought something from their shadows, and it's an appreciation. And I pray that we will do well to appreciate this show. I think the remedy is not at least we have to talk about how to make this show more. This is not the comedy show anymore. This show is not if this that is just like Obi according to Labour Party. It's just like a pilot. It doesn't have this show now. Don't come to make this show anymore because as it is now, it's like Obi to Labour Party. All right, people Obi they use it to rise. People are using this show to like go places, to know people, to be connected. So please let's just try our possible best to make this place like a connectable enough, and so that when we say Abra tomorrow, we say, brother, how are you? You know. So my greeting to Igbo Basic, he had been an elder. Yeah, even whatever they said, you already been here. Like as they said, what a child coming on the tree and see an elder will stay there and he come. What an elder stay there to see even a child come, they cannot see it. And that was what they use the computer of those days. I still believe in that. He has really done well. That means we give you a title, the modern show title, our elder, our everything, you know. Just like me, I'm good in giving title. You know, Fakaja. Employer now, somebody every title one time. Thank you very much.
All right.
No, it is well. It is well. KJ, my brother, is here. Before I get to Ibeda, I must pass through Zwakole. That's why whenever KJ shows up, I feel like I can just quietly bow out and listen in the background. Because KJ is a seasoned journalist. And somebody on the chat line, I'm following them now, even said that Igbo Basics believe so much in Rudolph. And somebody said Igbo Basics could not even defend Peter Obi, and now he's talk. I mean, they lay out their things. They said, and somebody else said,
but Igbo Basics,
yes.
Yeah, they have the right to say what they are saying.
Yes.
So we don't have any problem with that.
No, I'm learning from what they're saying.
There's one mysterious there that's been on my neck. In fact, now I'm begging him. I want to be his friend. You know,
they have the right.
He's on my matters. His money.
One of the things that people don't understand that it's not easy.
Which is good.
To come up here. It's not easy to come up here and hear your view. It's easy to write in the comment section. I've done that before. It's not easy. So
but let me tell you, the comment section ecosystem has its own peculiarity, and I like it. It's not everybody that wants to be saying and talking. Let the comment section be.
And the Kulata is leading that session. Kulata is leading that session.
Yes, let the attack just be constructive, no insult, but please, criticize. I like it.
Yeah, we have no problem with that. All right, Prince Apache, go ahead.
Remember, I'll be the last person.
Dr. Damages.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Yesterday I was so angry because Sam O was there and was not leaving, causing every one of us to keep waiting and waiting and waiting. I waited for almost 3 hours. I was almost crying. I was like, oh my goodness.
You don't have my number. You don't have my number. You can send me a text. Maybe sometimes we forget people in the backstage. Let me confess. Sometimes my moderators and myself, maybe something going on. We forget that there. Right now, I don't know if there's anybody backstage, and I've been.
Oh yeah. So how can I get your number?
Okay, go to the chat section. We'll get you.
Maybe you give it to me inbox if you don't mind.
Yeah, private chat. I will send it there. I'll put it there.
Okay. Yeah, as for the guy that came on today, I didn't listen to him. But to me, I feel very much, I feel very much disdain with professors, from Nigeria, being the fact that they were there and this sham election were conducted. If they all knew all these things that they are telling us, why didn't they tell their colleagues not to do what they did? If they all knew that, then they would have done the right thing. But to me now, any professor from Nigeria is just to me, I feel they all bought those certificates. They all, I'm sorry to say, they all bought the certificates.
So I don't normally do this, but I guess it's not from Nigeria. Been out of Nigeria since 1993. So
out of Nigeria, he has to prove it to us.
Prove how?
Yes.
How? How? How can he prove it to you? How can he prove it to you that he's out of Nigeria?
that's
How?
I know that we are joking now, but even in some court forums,
We'll allow people like CM to interrogate him.
No, the thing, no. He is a professor of. He is a professor of art and art history, a curator of art, and he exhibits. So I've read a lot about his biography. He knows what I mean. The best graduating student from UNN during his time, and I think the best ever. Even I may be wrong, but the best ever. So he is a champion, so to speak. But what I do not why I came in that time was when he was asking Igbo Basic, said, ask you a question. What is P2B's on what record? Hi, the thing, I just felt I needed to intervene. You see, I wanted to tell him because I didn't have the time. He mentioned areas which he felt a governor should perform. He said not tarring road, everything. He said education, build hospitals, schools, and all those things. He said it, and I agree. But the thing is, he did not know P2B's records in those areas. That's one. If not, I would have told him because he is somebody who is well educated, not just educated, but he's an intellect. He's really brilliant because going by the record he set at the UNN. So if a governor should, because okay, let me make it as a principle. If you want to improve anything, you should be able to measure it. Anything you can measure, you can't be able to improve it because you won't know at what point you've made the improvement. So for you to say that somebody has performed well in an exam, there should be a measurement whereby they say if you score this, you perform. If you don't score this, you fail. So P2B met Anambra and WAEC League table number 24 out of 36 states. He moved them to number 1 for 3 consecutive years. That's an achievement. That is by anywhere you go. You met it where it is and you improved it. So that's achievement. Those for Anambra to come first in WAEC for 3 consecutive years, I mean, you should clap for the governor. He did well. Not every state could do that. They talk of building hospital. Anambra has a state university, medical school not accredited, no teaching hospital. They were at the verge of moving them to move them to Enugu so that they can do their clinicals. P2B started a teaching hospital from the grass, that is foundation, clear the grass and set it up. Under 2 years, Nigerian Medical Association came and commended it and said they've not seen it in Nigeria. And those students graduated. It's a record. P2B brought a cardiac surgeon from United States, Dr. Milo. He said, if you can provide money, I will build a heart transplant center in Anambra State where you can do cardiac operation. At Yadazi, is there. P2B did that. But Olu did not know all these things. Above all, P2B did not mismanage. A typical Nigerian governor is a thief. That is the thing. A typical Nigerian governor is a rogue. They're only going there to steal money. Peter didn't do all those things. It's a credit to him. It's a credit. So our professor did not know. That's what I wanted to tell him. If he did, he will know why people, because when P2B said go and verify, people went there. I mean, EFCC never invited Peter or suspect him for anything. Can you imagine? Despite being in an opposition party throughout his time. So these are the type of things that he didn't know. That's what I wanted to point out to him. As for what he said about art, I wanted to even tell him how I can't afford his work in terms of buying them, but there is a good artist. In terms of his profession, he's on top of his profession. That I don't have to doubt it. From the example, what I read, everything he made. Yes.
CM, as soon as he made that question, please. And he come face our senior, very someone that I really like, Igbo Basic, but Baba, I'm like, where is CM? Even forefather came and said, CM has all this, but your internet no green work as usual. You know? Thank you.
Now Ebina, you know, say that's why I like Ebina, I miss you as all this your engineering stuff. You go give me small while you take the battle internet. All this way you go carry engineering degrees more than 50, go there Canada. We need you for Anambra. I don't tell you, Oka, me and Rudolph go look for land for you. Oka or Nation, we need free land.
Nigeria eventually broke. dey pack my load go southeast. Kulata know and is jealous. He knows.
All right. Thank you so much.
I think it's my turn now. I've not spoken. It is my time to spark.
Okay, Austin, go ahead.
So I think that I used to tell my students that at your level, maybe those most of them in college, in university, if a professor comes and lies to you and goes scot-free, it means you are not enlightened enough, and that is what this population here gives to you. Nobody comes here and just throw anything and run away. You will be interrogated, and that's one thing that is beautiful about the whole thing. Because if everybody just come and say yes, 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 and yes, but generally there are ways to interrogate people, especially when you come to presentations where you say, okay, from my own perspective, I don't think this is okay, or maybe this is my own reason, this is my own reason. But it doesn't look as if it's a challenge where if you do it, I get angry, or if I do it, you get angry, and all those things. So for me, I think I appreciate the questioning. The question is a vital part of this program, and I think we should sustain it. It's just knowing where to leave it in case, so that maybe we no drag. You know that thing. There's a way, you know, that there are ways. Today I was talking. I used to see Kulate in the section in that comments. I would just be laughing at him because generally he get mad now to the section. When he come online, if you challenge him or tell him give me fact, he go see and he go shout up and down. I keep on telling him shouting too much does not mean you are giving facts. You need to give your argument, and that's something when I look at him, I will just do the laugh because for me, shouting doesn't win an argument. No. Now the facts you go give. So there are ways where if you want to drag and this person say, okay, this is my own stand, leave him. It's okay. Let him go ahead with his normal thing, but you know exactly where you stand and what you think. So I think that is one thing maybe for me, it would be nice to adopt in such a way that if you want to give your own perspective and the guest seems on or maybe unhappy, it's okay, leave it. Even not even if the guest, if it's your friend, just leave it. It's okay. You can go ahead with your own thing. I go ahead with my own. So that's just what I have to say.
All right, thank you. Mr. Scribe.
Hi, everybody. How you guys doing?
That laughter. I was hearing about it. What is about that?
Oh my God. It's been a while, yeah?
Yeah.
Not much. I've been listening in the background, man. Look, fatherly duties have taken me away. But I've been following the show on YouTube. So, but let me look, my thoughts are not gathered, you know, because there's no rest for the weekend, man. I have a deadline for tomorrow. I have to finish.
All right.
I'll just listen.
So I'll be taking off, but I want to give out a copy of this book.
Wow, what book is that?
Soulful Return, a novel by Fidelix Barrow, a medical doctor here in America.
Nice.
Be on the show next month. So he's sending signed copies. Hopefully the people getting this will read it and people can buy the book. It's on Amazon. So that when he comes, people can be part of that conversation about his work. Soulful Return. So
you say you're giving it away.
No, what we agreed is that we just come up with a kind of competition, and then whoever wins, we'll
okay.
So that's yesterday we had rants. We decided on the rants, and the rants became whoever won the rants got a copy. So today we will give out a copy, and that's the last thing I will do. But I don't have any idea. Are you guys willing to rant, or you want to do something different? I have this cartoon that I saw that was interesting to me. Go ahead. Who wants to speak? Go ahead.
We don't get the gift of ranting, you know.
Yeah, that
ranting. See, listen, Rudolph. You know, say this ranting when you depend on the life of Kulata, where the comment section to the use their this thing now. This Kulata where the comment section, then you can. Somebody like me can never win. So I don't really believe in that ranting anymore. To be honest.
Okay. All right.
Don't give a comment.
Find the criteria.
Kulata. That is trying.
Yeah, so we're going to do. I think I got the idea now. Someone made a comment. You know, for the comment section. Sure. If you are still at the comment section, let's give it to someone at the comment section. So,
That's easy. No, Rudolph, that's easy now.
No.
Hello?
Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize if I talked over anyone. But there's this randomization tool that you can find. You take the URL of your YouTube, and then it'll randomize, and then it'll calculate based on sentiment and whatever, and how many comments the person made.
Hey,
and then choose the winner.
Watch technology.
I'm just suggesting.
Subscribe is here again with very advanced.
Maybe that one not true.
Now for fairness, now what I just said is not for fairness.
I understand. There's the simpler one. Let's have a short list, maybe 5 or 6 names. I think there exists that's software. We put it and then pick.
Okay, yes, exactly. Yeah, random draw. Now draw you go do all those. Even if you run finish.
What if show picks 6 people from the comment section and you guys in the studio will vote?
Well, some of us are in the studio and in the comment section. So if show doesn't pick my name, I will fight him.
No. See,
we know there's another comment section.
We were there here now. Which one the comment section?
Forget. CM, you don't have to worry.
See, if you want to.
CM show won yesterday, and he said he would send the copy to you. So you don't have to worry about it. You are getting a from show.
Okay.
Won. Yeah, you left and he won, and then he said he would send it to you.
Okay, yes, I went to eat and I did okay. Is that okay? Yeah, sure, it's in UK. Oh, that's good. In that case, now I don't need to participate anymore. So let me give others the chance. Oh yes, now AB, isn't it true? Let me allow AB or any other person here to win.
My fear for you, CM, is that by the time we are talking now and they want to give it out, your internet go cut. So it's better.
All right. So sure. I don't know if you are wrong. I know.
They suspect you now, AB. Maybe now you the cause. I don't they suspect you now.
No, sir.
All right. So thank you, everybody. So we handle this. I believe he will. I hope he's still out there. We'll give it to somebody on the comment section. But thank you, everybody.
So we'll give the book to somebody in the comment section. That's what you said.
Yeah.
Okay, I agreed. Something happened today when our guest showed up here. When he said he's born in Aba, and I wanted to find out from him what period he lived in Aba, and he said that he stayed there for about 2 years, because I wanted to ask him a question about this artwork. This mother and child. And that is out of Aba, Augustine Okoro. But once he said that he stayed there for 2 years, I withdrew my question. So we truly do prepare with things from the background before we show up. Abby, I think I met you in another channel. Now I'm going to have to investigate to know exactly. We had a different program. Not this thing. Not here. Because I think this is the only place where you find Abby.
Is it on my?
This AB is an engineer. This is an engineer. This will not be another anyhow AB. This one an engineer.
I will research my head, but I know that AB is a unique name from some place. This is the only program where you find me live talking to anybody. That's what I'm saying.
Me too.
This particular AB na engineer. Not be anyhow AB. Different. There are AB and there are AB. This one na engineer. You sure say that?
TM, where were you when they were trying to nail me to the cross? You were supposed to be there.
All right, guys.
Sorry.
Thank you, guys.
Subscribe.
I have to go. Subscribe.
I have to join Rudolph.
Rudolph, before you leave, hey, when did you begin to play masquerade in America? Why masquerade? No, the masquerade come from America. Masquerade went there in spirit, come from America.
All right. This week I'm going to bring the video.
You can masquerade not be person. Why are you saying this? Masquerade na spirit. Masquerade na spirit. It cannot be Rudolph.
I'm sorry, because we have to be the voice for the comment people.
Yeah.
Dr. Damages, Show has put the list. So better copy.
Okay. So
I copy and paste for you on the private chat.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Please. Let's see.
They already put.
No Pulata.
It's on the screen.
No Pulata. Bro, South now. No Pulata. No. Who else? Pansat is not there. Come on, man. No Alex Gomez.
I can't see.
Come on.
I can't see any lady.
No.
Rudolph, you never put me on the private. You never put me on your group.
Pulata came late today. He came late. He should be removed.
Where's Alexander Gomez? Where's
When they make Pansat returning officer.
I understand that show put.
Okay, so what will happen is that for those in the
studio, you go to court.
Those in the studio vote. I don't know how Show did it. I don't know. But
go to court, mate.
Give it to Eddie. Give it to Abby. Abby is active in the comment section and in the studio, so I count for something.
So that
should count for something.
I'll give it to this.
You guys vote.
Alex, I want to make a case for Pansat and Alexander Gomez. Those guys contribute at least every time they put super stickers. Come on, man.
Well, give it to Pansat. They need book.
I mean, support of Alexander Gomez and Pansat and come on, man.
Pansat no book.
It's not about them.
So can you add them, please? Can you add Pansat? And
you can write it in. You can write it in. Overrule Show.
Pansat need book. No, give Pansat. You need to read book.
For me, if
Alexander Gomez, yes, very, very true.
Sure, don't turn to Yakubu. If you don't agree, go court.
Yeah, he put it there.
But Abby is active both in the comment section and inside the studio. I think that should count for something.
We're not disputing Abby. We're just saying that we should just.
I think Alexander Gomez and
you can write.
If you ask me, I want to make somebody angry. I will strip Abby from it.
Oh no, bro, I won't be angry.
And the reason
No.
The reason is because
I don't support you. Sorry.
I won't be angry.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Pansat need book. Pansat don't know book. He need that pass.
There are some people backstage. They will also have the chance to win, to vote. So I will take myself out. I will leave. Forefathers, please bring them out in so that they will also participate. And
take me out and bring Mama Echo. I vote for Gomez.
Come out now. Forefather goes out the road because of him. You don't accuse me, but.
You guys vote, and then the winner. Let me know, or Show will tell me who won, and then we can then tell the writer to send the book. Mama Echo has. I know your book is not there yet, but it's coming. All right. Thank you, guys, and I will see you guys on Saturday. This. Take care.
Take care.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye.
Well, Mama Echo, open the floor. Pray for us or pray against them. Either one, open the floor.
Cast and bind.
Holy Ghost.
Fire.
What do you pray for? Where
did you see Matrix here? Matrix, I guess it's no. It's just a shirt, my God. Where did you see Matrix here? Mr. Scribe and Show, welcome. I think because I will be signing off early today, so I hope we have one of you to take over. So where are we on this debate? Have we moved on from the professor's debate? I know. Oh, the voting. Okay, let's vote then.
So I think Igbo Basics went for Gomez.
Yeah. Okay, yes, he did. Is it for Igbo?
Wait. Gomez is not on the list.
I'm going for
I was given the task to put up the names. Egbo Gomez is not on the list. I purposely left him out. So we can't vote for somebody. You are worse than INEC. Somebody that's not on the list. You complain about Akpabio. You complain about
Nigeria.
Somebody that is not on the list, you are voting for him. How?
It was Lawal on the ticket. Was Lawal on the ballot box?
But that's why we come here to rant every Saturday. Are we doing the same? So, see, let me explain my rationale. The reason why I left Egbo Alexander Gomez out, you would understand, is somebody that, we get on quite well in the chat section. He's somebody I know. And I'm not trying to say whoever wins the book cannot afford it. But it's somebody that I know that at least I know he can afford the book. I won the book yesterday.
I want to be removed.
Okay, we'll remove him because you said so. So I know he can afford the book, and if it's a book he's interested in, he's a doctor, he would buy the book. I'm buying one from Amazon, right? I won one yesterday, but because I know CM really wants the book, and I said, oh, give it to my brother CM. He came second, I came first. I said to Rudolph, send it to CM. I would order one on Amazon. So this is one of Rudolph's guests. It's a way of supporting them as well. If you can afford the book, please buy it. I should listen to people. I don't know them. I don't know the financials.
Sure. Don't you think we could give him the chance to win so that he can award it like you did?
Yeah, exactly. That's also an option.
Because he will know that at least it's popular, then he can
an option.
It out.
He's listening now, so he knows already, based on all this, put him. He knows it's popular. But he could have won the book and probably not, giving it out. So I just thought, you know what, let me pick a few people. Edmond Alex is noted. You can't miss him on this chart.
Don't be a
you understand? But there are people.
Put a name, we will vote him out. Don't be a dictator. Put a name, we will vote him out.
So by the power vested on me, by Rudolph,
by you,
that is the
no, by you.
It is not changing.
No, just vote for him.
No vote now. No, you people that you are asking to put him, you don't vote for him. No. Egbo's going to buy his book, don't worry.
Let us see.
My own, now Maurice Iwu. Somebody say Maurice Iwu. I'm taking you back to Maurice Iwu.
Sango was pass neck. Okay, what are the lists now?
That's the list.
Is this the list?
Yes.
Yeah. No,
okay.
No, I know get the name. So
where's Pansat?
No,
Pansat is fine.
No,
wait. What's your excuse?
Where is
Pansat is fine
again?
Sorry, did they Rudolph tell you to put up a list? You can put Pansat and Ebi, and today it is my turn in local, and I will run it the way I want to run it. Don't come here and be asking me. Pansat is at home.
Sure. I like that.
Let me vote.
Sorry, what did you say, Ebo?
He said I don't party. One Femi. He wants to disqualify me.
I'm voting.
Yeah, vote.
We should start right now and go round. We should start from scribe and move round to the end.
Okay. Alex has my vote on wavering votes. He has my votes. Oh wait. Oh, sorry. We're choosing from this one. Sorry. Okay.
Kulata say one is mandate. Kulata say one is mandate.
Sorry. Ebi has
tell Kulata to go to court.
I'm giving Ebi.
You should go to court.
I'm giving Ebi my vote.
Thank you, sir. Canadian.
So Ebi has one vote.
Ebi, are you going to vote for yourself?
Oh yeah. Don't presidential candidate go to vote?
Of course.
So let's do this quickly. So forefathers, who are you voting for? This is open ballot.
Open ballot. Option A4.
Papa that worry. That's why I don't be answer.
No.
They send you palliative.
Ovie, you know what they do? If they look at the names, who would attack me if I don't vote for them? Which of these people usually call me out?
Who go pay later?
Oh yeah.
I'm going to go read this election. I go read them now. Tomorrow's person can go read them.
Forefathers.
We can't hear you.
The man press mute. You can't talk. See level.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I think based on what I've heard so far from other people, I think I'll choose Mysterious. He attacked me, to be fair. It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to.
Okay, so Mysterious has one vote. For Scribe, you're next.
Mysterious I had in mind.
Ebi has my vote. I don't know the other
Ebi,
guy.
so one for Mysterious, one for Ebi. Ebi, who are you voting for?
I vote
Maybe we
for
vote for himself.
Amorobini Oyo. Okay, so Ebi has 2 votes.
Come on, 2 votes.
I go for Mysterious.
So that's 2 for Mysterious, 2 for Ebi.
I like victory. So I love Victoria, the victory. I'm
2-1. Okay, Victoria has 1.
Yeah.
CM, who's your vote for?
They vote for Ebi.
Hey!
Ebi has 3.
I have one other vote, I know.
It's
It's your turn, sir.
I vote for the engineer who be Ebi now.
Oh,
Ebi has 4.
Now follow engineer. Now follow engineer.
Ovie.
Now CM do that one for me.
What's the score?
Don't worry about the score now. You just vote.
Ovie na ring master. Take the ring master.
I get 1 error for you. I get 1 error for you.
If Ovie change his vote, now be say he don't collect.
Oh, yeah, Mysterious has been my #1 fan on.
So Mysterious get 2.
And
okay.
Ebi again has been doing wonderful work on and off the. But I go for Mysterious. I don't know Mysterious. It could be my.
So Mysterious don't get 3 votes. Mama Echo, the last vote.
Mama Echo, come on.
That's the last vote.
Did she chop a bar?
Mama Echo,
now you go decide the election.
Mama Echo, who do you want us to give the book to out of all these names?
Mama Echo, you are muted.
Bring it to North America. Mama Echo, they call the men on the bagger. They call Babangida.
Oh, wow.
Mama Echo, please, we need you to vote.
Wait, you're down a rigging, You don't waste time.
Mama Echo is on the phone with Babangida and Obasanjo them.
Mama Echo, they hear us.
No, I'm not also they hear.
So maybe somebody should take her out and bring somebody in to just cast the last vote. Bring someone else in to cast the last vote, please.
You cast the last vote.
No. I have to recuse myself.
We're winning.
We're winning. Basic is back.
Igbo Basic. Who got your vote?
We're winning. Mysterious.
You're muted, sir. Mysterious.
Mysterious is just going to
You're muted. You're muted.
Igbo Basic.
Who and who are running? Because
those are the names. You can see the names at the bottom of the screen.
Who are running?
It's people from the comment section.
Yemi Ebi. Okay.
Yemi and Ebi?
No, Mysterious.
Yemi, Ebi, Mysterious, Josh, Lad, Victoria are a real K.
Austin is
now the Ebi where they here. Now the Ebi where they panel.
Mysterious was his man.
It's a campaign. That's a campain.
Mysterious.
No campaigning.
Mysterious got okay, whatever. Listen to this.
No, Ebi.
Just cast your vote. Cast your vote.
No, the Ebi we are talking about is the one here. That is the Ebi we are talking about. The Ebi in the panel.
That's not campaigning.
I wanted to vote for Alexander Gomez.
Yeah.
But Mr. Show, rigged him out.
Yeah, Show rig him out.
So Mr. Show has all my almighty power.
Go to court.
Which court? US court? Anyway, I think that's the fun. I think that's the fun of the whole thing. This is why I said that's the fun of the whole thing. Somebody, one lawyer, once put me forward to come contest against now.
All this one a story. Vote now. Vote.
Which story did this one?
This one a story. Now people. This one it talk like a politician will not get manifesto. This one like
Let's go to the mystery box. Let's make it tight. Huh? If I want to vote for Mr. Mysterious. No, I didn't say I want to vote for Mr. Mysterious.
He's making his hard.
Has he voted? What did he say?
You want my trouble?
Oh, God.
Morning prayer.
Mr. Abby refused to pay bribe. You refuse to bribe
All right.
Mr. Abby.
All right.
So you want to run us up, Ari?
The mysterious person, whoever it is, Maybe because I know who you are.
All right.
I'm not voting for you for now.
No problem.
Wow.
For now.
I'm going to give it to that mysterious person.
Okay.
Let me tell you guys something. If I wasn't in the competition, I will.
The vote is tied now.
No, it's not tied. Mysterious.
No, he said we vote for Mysterio. You know tied.
No, Mysterious didn't win. Now 4-4 now. Now 4-4. Now 4-4.
No, it's 4-3. 4-3.
Okay, 4-3. So
somebody voted for Victor.
When I vote for Mysterious,
If he will basically vote for Mysterious, it should be 4-4 now.
Mr. Evans,
That's what I'm saying. It's 4-4.
Somebody voted for Victoria.
I vote differently. Someone else voted differently.
For Victoria.
Yeah, vote for Victoria. Yeah.
So it's 4-4. So it's 4-4.
It's not 4-4.
Wait. 9 people voted. Augustine, if you are the scientist, 9 people voted. 4 for Mysterious, 4 for Abby, and 1 for Victoria.
I vote for different person. Who did you vote for?
No, Mysterious.
No.
I voted Mysterious.
Mysterious.
It's 4 for Abby, 4 for Mysterious, and 1 for Victoria.
Yes.
Yes.
No. You will cast the deciding vote. You will cast the deciding vote. You will cast the deciding vote.
Let's start afresh. Run us off.
Wait. Mr. Abby should vote between himself and Mysterious.
Abby voted already.
Abby voted for himself.
So excuse me.
So you are the
INEC. So you will cast the deciding vote. Yes, you will cast the deciding vote between Mysterious and the engineer AB.
I know.
Engineer AB.
I know. The comment section is popping up. 110 comments. I mean, let's do this one for all. So the deciding vote, I'll give it to Abby. Abby is the winner.
Thank you.
Follow engineer.
We're going to court.
It's gone.
Abby. No, please. I want to make a comment, please. Before just this comment. Abby. Scribe is from Anambra. He voted for you. I'm from Anambra. I voted for you. Ike San Antonio is from Anambra. He voted for you. You said you are coming to Anambra, so that gave you 4 votes, and then show made it 5. So you see now
I have given chieftaincy in Anambra.
Anambra people voted for you. Show Anambra people voted for you. So you are coming to Anambra State.
So let me get this now. Assume and the children have informed number. So the people will vote.
Can I make an acceptance, please?
No, we are going to court.
And children have informed vote.
No, explain your votes. You are
going to court.
Explain your votes.
Did you explain yours?
No, I'm not supposed to explain now.
So Yakubu is allowed to vote, Abi?
You are the deciding factor, yeah. So
you voted.
Tell us you were not biased.
I give it to so my simple reason is I've given it to the man who I feel does more. He comes on the panel, he engages in the comment section.
Are you guys blaming Yakubu for reading a lot of
opinions? What's the leaking? It's transparent. Uzo, I didn't hide anything. I didn't announce. See, it's 11 o'clock. I didn't announce at 4 a.m. This is 11 o'clock. It's not 4 a.m.
I want to make an acceptance speech.
Please give us an acceptance speech.
I thank everyone that has voted for me. I know that some people are not happy that I won. I want to now make a special announcement that I hereby dedicate and transfer my award to Mysterious.
Is that
Oh, that's nice.
Well done.
Okay. It goes like that.
I'm challenging the process. We are challenging the process. If you must be called Mysterious, the process that you need to get the vote must be mysterious.
Must be mysterious.
We are not saying you did not win. Abby, we are not saying you did not win. We are just challenging the process.
I don't agree. I agree to be. I know he did not win, but I'm challenging the process.
Mama Echo, you were supposed to be sitting on this hot seat, not me.
Mr. INEC President, please transfer my award to Mysterious.
To Mysterious. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you.
What if it's an AI? It could be an AI. We don't know. It could be a robot.
So Mysterious would. Mysterious will have to send. I'm sure there's a way Rudolph can contact the person and get there, because I don't know who that person is. But I see them in the comment section. They're quite active. Rudolph will have to get their contact details and get the book across to them.
Eddie, is that what you are expecting Tinubu to do on that day of
Mysterious, come online and give us an effective speech. Okay, easy already.
I will not challenge the process. He has withdrawn his case. Oh God! But honestly, jokes apart, this is what Nigeria can be like.
Yeah, exactly.
Not that laughing or anything, but tribe has been forgotten for a second. The process was transparent. It was fair. We can actually agree on a lot of things, but the politicians every 4 years, and this is not APC or PDP or politicians in general, every 4 years they will come and sow discord among us and we would fight. The same people laughing now. Give it 2 minutes. Let's go back to the usual topic of let me go with Scribe. Now Scribe will first start. He will tell us how Oliver Cromwell, the famous English soldier in 1654, when he fought
he really loves Oliver Cromwell, man.
The Desha War now led to the French Revolution when they discovered Baguette, and that now led to there's a man he likes. He talks about opera, opera. And that would lead to forefather would now say, you people, you don't listen. You listen to your neighbors. There's a reason. I don't like my Igbo brother suffering. We just start fighting each other all over again. But things can be.
On a more serious note, let's say everything. But right now, with the challenge, you say, now you be the determining factor, right?
Right.
That's
yes.
Explain how you take. So, because the whole country is accusing INEC boss, just as they're accusing you, right? Just imagine you come and explain to us.
And I've given my reason for casting the vote.
Of course. Imagine they say AB is modified because that is not the name.
Imagine he came out, Yakubu come out and say his reason for announcing Tinubu is because Tinubu do more. He's been doing it for the past.
Kulata don't disagree. Kulata wants his mandate. Kulata wants his stolen mandate.
Anyhow, there's something I wanted to talk about. I don't know. We know
talk about it. Can you ask Kulata to go to the court?
No, you did not. My ex-wife will take you to vote. He didn't vote.
I voted now.
He didn't vote.
Don't say who you voted for.
Hold on, boy. Your vote was not.
No, you didn't.
You know,
you betrayed.
I voted for Gomez.
No, you did not avoid. No, you are
nullify the vote and let's start.
Mama Echo's rigging is like Wike's rigging. It's another level. Somebody will not be list. Now if you vote for.
Mama Echo, don't turn off the RF. Turn off everything. Network.
When during election, he run come up for Nigeria. After election, he come back. Now waiting Mama Echo do with that. During the election, he run come up for Nigeria.
Now I get plenty children.
Mama Echo will have voted for Victoria.
I was trying to resolve.
You cannot have a candidate as a member of the College of Electors. No, Minister, to answer you, Minister, you said the process is not fair, that the person contesting should not
vote. But Ebi came, he was his own lawyer, he was his own man. He said the presidents go and cast their votes. They are contestants. Who voted? We saw his picture. Obi voted in his village. I think we voted in Adamawa, so the contestants can vote, you see. We're just following the process of INEC. We'll get there.
Upload. Has the right to change the result. If you don't like, go to court.
I did not promise you that it was going to be transmitted electronically. But find the video of me. Find the video. Where I promised you. I didn't promise. Uzo, find the video where I promised it will be transmitted electronically.
Use Annex format right now. That means Yakubu voted for Tinubu.
Well, I didn't say that one, no.
Because he voted for the winner on that.
I don't know.
That man will not die well.
I don't know. Did some of you see what happened some days ago when Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala had to update her Twitter account where she did not put the picture of the president Tinubu? Yes,
I saw the story.
The backlash. I just went online some minutes ago, and I think there's another whole saga. Femi Adesina has just updated his Twitter page. He showed the presidents of all the countries we are talking about, Kenya, South Africa, days, and Tinubu is not there. And I think the supporters are trying to roast him alive now.
Femi Adesina, the one that finished with Buhari.
You see,
Femi Adesina that worked with Buhari.
Yes.
He's still there. He's still there.
Oh, wow.
So he updated it. All the African leaders are
there.
All of them. And they are there in suit and the rest. But
the truth is this.
$250 million. People are getting so mad and angry and the rest and all those things.
And so I think what's happening is ACN versus CPC. APC has been split.
Can I say something?
Yes, Mama, sorry, say something.
The truth is this. When Nigeria opened their crocro, some make a differentiator. When some of Babaku of Nigeria APC opened their crocro eye and put a Dundee as their president, that for him to even talk to us on Nigeria, somebody has to stay behind him and be prompting him. You now expect him to go to that kind of place where there's no person that will stay behind it to prompt him. What do you expect him to speak? We know that his brain is suffering from dementia and Alzheimer's. So when he go reach there, as he no practice, he go disgrace himself by changing from agbado to cassava without knowing. Because his brain will be telling him he's in Nigeria where he can speak nonsense. So to avoid it, Remi Tinubu, the smart woman, has to drag him to make sure he didn't go there to disgrace himself. So for those Dundee like him, educated illiterate, that are in Twitter trying to defend non-entity, when I just start, some of them go soon get BP. Because this very man, until court decide, that's why you got the disgrace on up and down. So what are we fighting for? When they were pushing him to become dead, they think so all the innocent blood, when they pump through him, he go stabilize and to go represent us. Nigeria, shame on us. Yes. Very big shame. They begin to attack my sister, Ngozi, for not snapping picture with the vegetable man wanna put for us. If now you go snap that picture.
She actually did. She took picture with him.
She took pictures with
no, they wanted the picture to be blown. How can you? Don't all of us know how he entered there?
Okay, Mama Icho.
Every one of us, in our own little way, you build your integrity. They say, show me your friend, and I will tell you who you are. So with your small integrity, when you build, if now you show, you go there, snap picture with a drop baron. God forbid.
Yeah, Mama Icho, so I think you made very good point. I think what Augustine was saying is one of the key guys that worked with Buhari, Femi Adesina, that was what the mouthpiece of Buhari, was the one coming out to defend Buhari line. He was working for him. He's looking like
Femi Adesina.
Femi Adesina is
wait.
No. What Augustine is saying is almost like Femi Adesina is exposing Tinubu for not going up to speak. So APC people are now angry at him.
I'm not talking of Femi Adesina. I'm talking of Adesina of the African Development Bank.
Oh, you said Femi Adesina. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm talking of Akinwumi Adesina
of the African Development Bank. Okay. Different story. That's a totally different. That changes the story.
If Akinwumi talk,
I'm talking of Akinwumi Adesina. I think this whole thing, when
Augustine, wait, may I say something?
Match your break, Augustine.
If Adesina Akinwumi talk, you go listen. But if na that Femi Adesina, when he cover for boo throughout, he doesn't have moral ground to talk bad of Tinubu. He does not. And the day when he try, hey, me I ain't go enter one trouser for the internet space because
how many trousers you don't wear, Mama Icho? How many trousers you didn't wear? You and Rudolph don't wear one.
I feel that for this whole case, I don't know. I'm talking about people who are criticizing the whole thing.
I am proud of Femi Akinwumi for putting it in our face.
So is it Femi is the name? Is it not?
Yes, Akinwumi.
So
the former Greek minister.
Akinwumi, I don't know where you do. You feel hear this talk, oh. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Is it the former Greek minister under Jonathan? Is that what you're talking? Is it the person?
It's something agricultural.
Is the head of the African development?
It's not.
African Development Bank.
African Development Bank. He's the one.
His name is not Femi, but it's Akinwumi. Second, I've forgotten the first name. It's not Femi.
It's Akinwumi Adesina.
So
Akinwumi Adesina,
the man with the bow tie.
Our brother, they can Auntie Ngozi, thank you. If now one picture you snap with that Dundee, no poster. Yes, so that I want Emiloko. Shebi this one he won't go.
All this, all this going abroad is that really what will solve our problem?
You know my prayer for you, Tinubu. My prayer be say one of these days, heaven will so disgrace you.
No let them fall. No let them fall.
You go fall. Now
I know that's where you're going. I knew that's where you're going. Don't let him fall. That would be a shame on Nigeria. Don't let him fall. Please, Mama Icho.
He go fall.
It's
innocent one that take during election. He go disgrace am
every day. Don't let him fall.
It will happen. It will. Before we go take over our mandate, he go so disgrace himself.
Augustine, I think you were trying to say something about that picture. What was the point you were trying to drive at?
About the picture. What I wanted to say is this: generally, if you go for conferences, you have people who sit at the panel and talk. After making your submission or maybe brainstorming on certain things, when everything is over, those people at the panel come to take snapshots and they grade themselves. Then they leave. So I think that may be what has happened. They may have had a financial meeting, and after discussing, maybe Tinubu was not there. We all know that he wasn't there. So after that, we now have a situation where they had to sit, take pictures, then they can then move. In that case, I don't see why those who are criticizing Adesina are criticizing him. If you know committee, no will take picture with you. They will call your bedroom, go take picture. No. But if you were there in the discussion, then they will take picture with you.
You don't know
whether Femi posted the president there or did not post the president there. I think it will even be more insulting if Femi have to take pictures with other African leaders, then go and take pictures separately with Tinubu, then join the two in the same tweet. That one will be very insulting. Meaning, come meeting, make a come meeting for your bedroom to take
Wait,
pictures.
Augustine. You know, say during election, the protector make you not talk to Nigeria. Because they know that the only thing when they na agbado, corn, and cassava. If to say they go for that meeting, when they go they talk better thing, you go remember agbado and cassava. So, as long as God live, the people who not buy to enter that office, they are not sleeping. I am waiting for another meeting when he go fall. Or when he go there, he brain go they tell us, say, talk agbado and corn. Now that day, now we go celebrate. I go pop champagne. So that next time, all these Ababaku that are celebrating him, because they go show them the picture anywhere they did. See una president. See una president. Because this nonsense, when we don't do it ourselves, it go stop by fire, by thunder. Shebi INEC, they just say, go to court. You know, as they disgrace themselves for court, the people when they charge of beaver, they don't come, disgrace them. Say there's nothing like glitch. Because now the English, when they borrow, they deceive all these Ababaku when they celebrate. The worst come to worst, they go rerun this election. Make we begin to tick along that line. Because with all the evidence on ground, this placeholder, this mandate thief, this hand they shake, can never last long. So now when they celebrate her, congratulations. Now not say as they disgrace una all about. He carry our money to fly go abroad. Tell una say they go do meeting. He reach the meeting venue. He look at the young people. He know say him brain no go carry this discussion. So he said, make it no go there. They remember agbado, popcorn, cassava,
and dodo.
Ewa.
He suffer go enter injection room where they pump blood, they withdraw blood for his body. Then when he go come back to us, he go come get belly when he want but 10 plus. I be waiting at the collar. Then he cheek go come pump up like person when he just they come from Calabar fatty room. He go come meet us. He go come there Aso Rock. He go come open in presidential villa. Give that puff call Asare Dokubo.
That's my brother.
Puff.
That puff him be. He go carry and come again. They go do another meeting. Then he go come vomit. Begin they dictate from where president they stay. Do not release Nnamdi Kanu. Yeah, Nnamdi Kanu, who better pass? Who better pass?
This is the most calm I've seen forefathers. Our moderator.
The Bronco have the audacity. They mean they don't release Nnamdi Kanu. Yeah, Nnamdi Kanu, who better pass?
Forefather don't give up.
You see, by the time when some of these people, even then they don't say they speak for Ijaw people. How many Ijaw people they speak for? He claims he get how many wives? He get 22 children. Congratulations. That is 2 football team. Asare Dokubo. Bring them out. May they go do national competition for us. May they win trophy for us. So all your achievement for life, now 22 children, when you not even know, you not get one-on-one relationship with them. They can't even define you as their father. They can't even tell the day you sat down and planned their future with them. Now we go listen to. Anyway, all these are Babaku of Tinubu, they go listen to you. Because all of them are they head to the same grade. Yeah, people.
They say let the poor breathe. Do not suffocate them.
That's what the class they do well. What did they even do well?
Father, can I make a comment?
Abi?
Mama Echo, please.
You sabi put fuel for fire. You this professor. You sabi put fuel. See the way you are chiming in. You, Mr. KJ, I think you want to.
I don't do anything. I do again.
He said subsidy is removed. He talked to Nigeria, endure the suffering for a next period of time.
Father's frame is frozen.
Then he will use
It's not frozen. I'm very much.
The Boko Haram leader. He said that they increased their salary with 140%. School won't be the common man. This thing.
See, Mama Echo,
give us grant. You see, all of them go men one by one. Look at the eater.
Okay, KJ, you wanted to add something.
My comment now.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
All right.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. The picture, you see, one Nigerian that I have so much respect for is additional. And he doesn't engage in anything that is fraudulent. So for them to begin to turn to attack him, I mean, beats my imagination. You cannot expect people who have gone to a conference to start looking for your president to take pictures with him. If you were where the event was happening, at the end of debates, people mix, people exchange numbers, people exchange contacts. That's even when you make the most important contact for your country. Because those ordinarily you are not sitting close to, that's when you walk up to them and say, oh, you know, I have always wanted to talk to Forefather, and now here you are.
Are you saying Tinubu can walk?
Oh, wait now. He wasn't even in the room.
Walk? You just say if you walk, you not go fall.
He wasn't even in the room. Now, Ngozi Konjo-Iweala had handled that thing. At the end of the day, she met with people to take pictures, or people met with her to take pictures. There was no way she would now start looking at, okay, where the Nigerian president, so that we can take pictures. And so sometimes I think we should be a little bit wiser when we want to make these comments. Dr. Additional has been one person whose work stands out all around the world. And if I were him, I will hook on that kind of individual to help sell my government, because he had the ear of almost everybody that is anybody in the world. But instead they are now trying to create a bad belly between this man and this other person.
No. It's not bad belly. I think what they're doing is, I think they are looking for validation. Tinubu's presidency is not popular with the majority.
Thank you.
Listen,
now they're looking for validation. That's why they want pictures with all these people. Did you notice the way they were celebrating? They would release tweets. Oh, the president of XYZ country has congratulated the president-elect. They were celebrating every congratulatory message they got. So they want pictures with Okonjo-Iweala. They wanted picture with additional. So the minute you don't post it, they're not happy. So they are looking for that validation. That honestly, they want it so badly.
That's why I'm going this.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
The validation they're looking for is not going to come cheap. If it's you, for instance, show you are healthy. So let's say now we are in
I get flu.
We scout through. But you cannot do that with somebody who you have to manage his movement to a large extent.
Yeah, that's true.
Apart from that, you see, they should start getting ready, because the work never begins. It's just beginning. But you see, Mama Hecho, where I'm trying to beg you to calm down is because, you see, we have seen this thing before. Buhari spent almost 150 days at a particular time out of Nigeria. And if you ask the question, you are the enemy. You are the one trying to pull down the government. And if you are Igbo like me, you are Nnamdi Kanu supporter. And you are so supposed to be looked for. So those who are not Igbos, who are enemies of the government, they want to bring down the elected government of Buhari. So people run away from making comments. and look at what we have at the end of 8 years. So we are now you see, that was part one. We are now entering part two of this movie. So let them get ready because they're going to criticize more people. Maybe very soon.
The truth is this.
Who are not Nigerians.
All the Obobaku of Tinubu, una never see anything, no. Una go get BP for this matter. Because una they look for validation by all means. We can never validate the person that stole my children mandate. Lie. So if everybody keep quiet, you see this woman, she not go keep quiet too. At the meet on her for Twitter and at the answer now where.
What's your Twitter handle? Make I go follow you. Say.
I won't follow you. I beg.
And you see, Mama H.
The
other thing I want to tell you is this. You see, shame.
Some of them, when Rufai comments, they go to attack Rufai. And they give their needs. Because we now get problem with truth. And the only way go set us free from the country when we don't destroy. Now the truth. So now go get the bitter truth. And if we not love truth, now go get BP.
Can I just add something about the validation seeking this thing? I think from the point of view of the APC and Tinubu, it's a very clever game that they are playing. Other than trying to make it a fait accompli that they are already in office, there is a chance that the tribunal could say a rerun. And when they say rerun, they already started running for office right now. And if there's an election that is called within a couple of months, they stand a better chance of actually winning it fair and square. And
they are not standing any
hold on. Let me finish my point.
Father, forget that one.
You see,
they don't do to us for Nigeria. We go monitor this one, no more rigging.
You can't. Let me just finish my point. I don't have a long time. I don't have. See. Because the reasoning behind it is that if the populace don't have a long chance to reorient to Peter Obi, because remember it took Obi 8 months to get to where he got to, but so far most of the activity in terms of the people has been quiet. It's mostly tribunal, but while he's busy trying to win hearts and minds and divide the country too on top of it. So if you look at the game that they are playing, that they are prepared for a lot of eventuality. The only one that they are not going to be prepared for is, let's say, if the court rules to say just give the result, this into Obi outright. Chances are that that's not going to happen. They might say rerun. 50% is going to be a rerun that you're going to get, maybe for Abuja or for something else. If that happens, you find a situation whereby he has acquired a lot of, he has made a lot of ground, and this is why I keep saying, don't forget the people. The Labour Party National Assembly member governors, they should be sending signal of what they represent. Because if you remain in the people's mind, they will remember you when the time comes to vote. In the terms of his absence from this discussion, you saw what the leader of South Africa said. And the Kenyan leader, many of African leaders are speaking out and sounding more and more independent from the different powers. They are sounding with their own voice. And you don't see that from Nigeria. And Nigeria is supposed to be the leading nation. How demoralizing is that? And we will keep having leaders that are not capable of representing us properly and on the world stage. And when it comes to even the issues, they are not even present. Vaccine stuff that Ramaphosa was talking about, it took about 6 African leaders to come together and say enough is enough before the Western world back down on that. And that highlighted something that a lot of people don't notice in this world. The Nigerian, no matter how innovative Nigerians are, I think Nigerians cannot build this in vaccine creating devices. They can create it, but if they try to do it, they are going to be violating some other person's patent. So they use the WTO using the TRIP protocol to stop Nigerians from doing it or Africans from doing it. Hence, why they need permission to do those things. So, and he tried to highlight, he even highlighted that the WTO was stopping them from doing, that they were using it, they were really, really stopping them from manufacturing their own vaccine. But because the 6 African leaders came together, they budged within a week, they changed their tack. They said, okay, you can go ahead and manufacture it. That tells you the power of when Africa speaks one voice. But our leaders are not there, and we are the most significant country in the black continent, in the black, this in Africa. And we are sitting on top of this edifice of Africa, and we are not using it. We are not helping the continent. We're just there, a kind of holding the continent back. It's sad because Africans are looking up to us constantly. So I'll leave it at that. And I also want to this is sign off. So Show, you can take over. I know that Scribe is always there to back up because he's busy with other things too. So I'll just sign off and thank you all for having me. And evening all.
Look at this, my sense just run off. I need to go and log on to my computer maybe for like an hour because I'm on my phone. Let me log on to my computer. That's fine. I'll chill for like an hour, 2 hours max.
Yeah, Scribe is there now.
But forefathers,
in Canada now.
Are you okay? Otherwise, you sound very cold today.
Oh yeah. There's been this funny business of this hay fever in the UK. So maybe that's
you can see me. I'm suffering from the same hay fever, flu. I don't even know the one I have.
Yeah. All right. Then.
Can I weigh in with this? Just on the back of what forefather said, given Nigerian position in Africa, such a conference should have been something like, if it's about Africa, African leaders will be flocking to Nigerian president. What do? Nigeria should be a leader. And not when we go for a conference like this, our leader will be, you won't know who is even the leader there. Nigeria, with what we are and what our position and the resources we have in terms of human resources, we should have a leader that, in fact, it should be the rallying point for everything Africa, because the man will come out, speak convincingly, he has intellect, he has the talent all over the world they can call upon. Now they are talking of a vaccine, which is not a Nigerian that led the team that did this Pfizer vaccine in US. I think it's one chap from Yale University. Say Nigerian. This is the strength leaders should play to. When they're even talking, he should be talking authoritatively. But because this monkey business of somebody who is maybe semi-active, not really retired, semi-active drug cocaine leader, heroin ring, becomes a president. Imagine Nigeria is diminishing. Our profile in the international community is nothing to write home about. Ever since Jonathan left, to be honest with you, no, I give one thing to Obasanjo. When Obasanjo was the president of Nigeria, when he stood out because he knows how to connect with all these Bill Clinton, George Bush. When he's with them on stage, he can see. You give him that aura. Obasanjo has that aura of a president. Forget about his imperfections. Jonathan came, the little he carried himself, at least. But ever since Buhari handled the thing, everything died down. All he's interested is cow. At least, thank God, now we're no longer discussing cow business in Nigeria or cattle route and all those things. But with this coming of Buhari, Tinubu, everything is standstill. In fact, it's even dwindling. It's a very terrible situation. I can't wait for this tribunal to round up and then get him out of the place. Nigeria deserves better. Imagine people like us. This is, when you see the leader of a country. Okay, look at Kenya. Look at the way the president of Kenya was discussing. He said, why should they, when Kenya want to transact business with Djibouti, they will do it in dollar. He said they will do it local currency, the next border. Why should they be going? No, look at the way they are now talking with confidence. He said, I do not hate America or whatever. If I'm dealing with America, I use the dollar. But if I'm trading with Kenya and Djibouti, next door neighbor, we use our local currency and do it. Why must we go through a middle currency? So this type of discussion gives you faith that when you look at your leader at the international stage speaking, you back home will say, yes, you elected somebody. And you see him walking majestically. You see that, or you see Ramaphosa of South Africa. It's like the person they look up to. But when you see a country like Nigeria with what we have all over the world, when they mention black people all over the world in terms of achievement, it's Nigeria they are talking of. But look at the people, somebody representing us. Maybe he went there to go and take steroid so that his hand won't be shaking. Because that time he was during the electioneering period, he couldn't come out, he couldn't sign anything because the hand was shaking. Now he's just been, being given different steroids to steady him for some hours or for some days. So it's a shame, really. I'm not really hurt. There's nothing to give somebody joy with like my Madam Mama H.O. said, Abubaku, all those Abubaku will follow him up and down. In fact, people are just following Tinubu because of they want to cash out. Everybody need money. Alpha Beta is still running up, running in Lagos, 80 billions every month. So with what he's doing in Abuja, so people are just around him to see how much they are going to cash out before this before this balloon burst. Otherwise, that is what they are following him. Nigeria has no leader for now. Nothing is happening. All these ones are just neither here nor there.
Now, I thought that the money, that's the money in government and the power in government, is what makes a leader to be comfortable. It is in this dispensation that I've noticed that the voice of the people, you know that the people are behind you, is what matters as well. I think APC got the election and they claim they won. But the fact that the people are not with them is giving them serious hard time. Now, I want to compare something. This Zambia guy, the president of Zambia, in fact, I started following him. He went to the United Nations, he went to that Paris Peace finance meeting. He broke out a deal for his people. He said that he will adjust the debt and pay within a particular time. You can imagine that when he came out, there was a rousing welcome. People trooped to the streets to welcome him back home. Why? Because he was able to negotiate how their debt will be splitted and how it will be paid. And that is what we really needed for this meeting. In such a way that most of our money goes for debt servicing. Almost everything we produce goes for servicing of debts. This is when we need the president to push out, show that power and strength. You have the population and you have the natural resources and even the human capital as well. This is the case where you need to show your power as one of the most, not even the most populous black nation, and broker a better deal to pay back your debt and also improve on your economy. A man is as strong as your pocket. I don't know, my Igbo brothers are here. You don't say hallelujah in an empty stomach. You cannot tell somebody, shout praise the Lord in an empty stomach. No. So you cannot use an empty stomach to say hallelujah. So it therefore means that you should make your economy strong, make your people stronger. Then you can have a voice to speak in the international community. Now result with the respect. We respect results. So I think the Oga at the top should do better when it comes to this. We need better deals for the nation.
Thank you, Prof. Who's next? If you're welcome, I'm just seeing you for the first time. Obia is out.
You just seeing me for the first time, Scribe? For the first
no,
time?
today, not the first time. Come on, No, I meant today.
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm just messing with you.
I know. Keki man. Okay. Yeah, so you have the floor.
Me?
Yes, please. I think you are the only one
talking about the conference that just ended.
I don't think we really have a topic, but yeah, you can tag along, I suppose.
No, honestly, I am among the people that was actually waiting to see what Tinubu. You see, I'm still saying Buhari. You see, I'm among the people that are, I was just waiting to see or listen to what he's gonna say, and I didn't hear anything, so I got confused until I started hearing or seeing what people were posting. The fact that I think what's her name CM said it all. Now, Africa, when you talk about Africa, the first thing that comes to everybody's mind is Nigeria, the giant of Africa. And we are nowhere to be seen. We don't have anything to show for. Isn't that so disgraceful to us as a country of 200 and something million people? Again, like I said, I don't have anything against Tinubu being the president. I don't even think Obi will fix the country. I don't think anybody will fix Nigeria. We need to fix Nigeria. We got to start by us, we the citizens, are the people to fix Nigeria, and not the one person. But my concern is that looking at us and looking at where we are and what happened in this election, for somebody to carry Nigeria, the person needs to be healthy. And we know, imagine people commenting when Tinubu was walking to go and embrace the lady. They were saying, don't fall, don't fall. hey, look at him, he's about to fall. I mean, what kind of nonsense is that? Eh? What kind of nonsense? From France, you go to this thing to, what is it called? London. The president of this country I live in doesn't have no secret. They must know where you are going to and what you are going there to do. But our own is that he's going from France to London for a private visit. To who? If you, the citizens, if we cannot give account of our president, then you are not fit to be the president of that country. We need to know what is going on, where our president is, what the president is doing. We, the citizens, need to know because you are our responsibility. We are the ones funding the trip, every trip Tinubu is going now, anywhere he's going. But let us be honest to ourselves. And again, if they are not pushing so hard to clarify or to make people to like Tinubu, then it means that you people stole the election from the people of Nigeria. It's so obvious. Like the guy that came here early, I don't know his name, but he said something. I am not, he was talking about Obi, I didn't listen to his whole interview, but when I logged in was when he was talking about Obi, and I asked him a question. He was saying it's a game of numbers. Yes, it's a game of numbers. But in this election, we don't even know what we are doing. We don't even know the numbers. And I asked him a question. He said, I don't think, no matter what, I don't think Obi has what it takes to win the election. And I said, how would you say that? Tell me how. I said, because they asked the INEC to bring the beavers. They refuse. If you don't have anything you are hiding, you will say, this is the machine. You won't even wipe it out and try to run another election. You will remove the hardware and put another one and keep that one as an exhibit. In case if you go to court, you will bring it out. If you don't have anything to cover up, anything they ask you to bring, you present it. Mm-hmm. So why did they wipe it out? Why are they so much to conduct a governorship election? So you are hiding something. It's obvious. Even if Obi did not win, it's obvious that Atiku won the election. Let's say Obi did not win, but it's obvious that Atiku won the election and not Tinubu. So let us be honest with ourselves. For people that are saying, move on, there is no way you can move on when there is no closure. There must be a closure for you to move on. So we haven't had that closure. And no matter how much you try to present Tinubu as our president, within the heart of people, Nigerians, they still believe that this election was taken away from them. It's just like the other guy that comes here, the one that came yesterday, I can't remember his name, that will always say that Nigerians are distracting Tinubu from doing his job. How? Personally, me, I'm not distracting Tinubu from doing his job. That he's doing this, he has doing that. Tell me the effect of this so far. I'm not expecting so much. Well, tell me the effect. He's putting this in place. He's putting this in place. How? Nigeria is worse than where, what's his name, left us, Buhari left us. It's not even about the subsidy, because they will continue to steal. Removing the subsidy is not the problem of us. It's not a Nigerian problem, because they will steal more than the subsidy itself. And trust me, they're stealing every day. So I just don't get this idea, move on, the election is over. Tinubu is doing that, Tinubu is doing that. 4 years from now, if he's still in power, 4 years from now, we'll still come here and we'll still be talking about the same thing. And remember, before he took over, I asked somebody to check the price of rice. And 4 years after, it's not even up to 2 weeks, the price of rice has even doubled. Prices of everything has even doubled. And tell me how he's going to change Nigeria. Look at our education system. It's nothing to write home about. Just tell me nothing. We are known for nothing. I saw a boy today. He's just started today my job. I saw his name. He's Nigerian, but he was born here. So and I asked him, I said, have you been to Nigeria? He said, oh yeah, I just went in December. I said, how do you like it? He said, oh my God. Please, auntie, don't ask me that again. They have a long way to go. I said, what do you mean? There is no electricity. There is no good road. There is nothing. Sometimes I even wonder if they have a leader in that country. I said, yeah, you are right. I was there also in December. Yeah. He said they have a long way to go, a long way to go. Look at And in my head, I was like, a long way to go. We still have a long way to go indeed. I don't know where we are heading to, but let's watch and see. All the people, even people that are not Nigerians, are even waiting on tribunal. A lot of people are so much interested in this election, even waiting to see what is going to happen. I just hope they do the right thing. Even if Tumbu wins this court case, I hope he is the rightful owner. I just wish Nigeria, I just wish we have so much to offer to the world. Look at most of everybody in this country. They are foreigners, they are Nigerians. Upon all the African countries in this country, the best is Nigerians. We are who we are. Very hardworking, resilient. You can never say Nigerians. We know they carry last.
Of course.
We know they carry last. But unfortunately, people are living every day, living just in search of better opportunity. Let me let somebody else speak.
Yeah, I see KJ's hand up. But let me start with Mama Echo. KJ, let's hear from Mama Echo.
The truth is this.
Yeah.
The truth is this. Nigeria is down right now. I know that. And by the mercy and grace of God, the tribunal will do the right thing. And I know once we get the right leader in place, we know they carry last. We know they carry last. We are smart. We are intelligent. We are hard workers. And we have resilient personality. And our eye don't open like tear rubber. And we are ready to put ourselves where we're supposed to be in the global world. There's no doubt about that. So, and I believe that the tribunal too, they get children. All those judges, they get children. They get grandchildren. Truth, now they say they bitter, but the truth, not truth. The Egbe of APC, all the there's a son, senior advocate of non-entity, when they want to defend nonsense. They be walking through glitch. People when produce beaver say there's nothing like glitch in this election. They get their evidence that is glaring. Their own certified copy of every evidence. They pay millions or millions to collect from their hand. They come inside court. They say, may they not admit her. They don't admit her. If the worst come to worst, say everything when they do, they go recount this vote. Because they do validation. And beaver validation is still there. And those when they validated, they casted their vote. We go count. Because for this America, when I did, there were a time when one particular state, they recount their election. So make una no worry. If judiciary no want make we waste another money, make una recount, give who won in mandate. Then we go move forward. But say we will not overtake the word. Lie, overtaking is allowed. Look at the East. Small children, whether they drop out from secondary school or drop out from primary school. Are you not seeing the things they are inventing? That they post in the social media. So if we go and look for such children and invest upon them, they will create wonders. So make them not fear. Judicially, they not get choice for this matter. The Supreme Court don't decide some of the thing when we go give them in our favor. Didn't the Supreme Court have decision on the 25%? So I'm not fear. We go get our mandate back and we'll move forward. Because look at what Ife just said. Look at that one that would have loved to go back to Nigeria to put something there. But we'll discourage him. And a lot of young people born by Nigeria are looking up to this home and abroad. So when Supreme Court not see these children, for the children's sake, not for our sake, because all of us don't they quarter go to the grave. So let us do the right thing because of these children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mama Echo. Oga KJ, are you still here? If not, Uzo, I think Uzo.
Uzo, yeah, here. Those are saying
want to say something.
My four eyes are open. Two at the back, two at the front. So I'm not sleeping. Yeah. If you are good to see you, been a long time. Mama Echo, I don't say me at the say hi, you know. So my thing is this: Nigerians are saying judge of Africa. I think they pay me. Why are they calling judge of Africa? Nigeria was judge of Africa since 1994. After 1994, we are no more super ego. They call them super chicken.
The super chickens.
You don't say where they don't become super chicken. No be anymore. So we are calling Nigeria judge of Africa. Come make somebody a giant. Is it by your size that make a giant? After all, David killed Goliath. Goliath was giant. He was the stone. Just a bit of stone bring Goliath down according to the Bible. So all of us here according to the John of Africa. What makes us a giant? That I heard that a ram now is 400. Bag of rice is coming 100. All right. But in that one, as soon as that one, we limit the consumption of kind of food we eat in Nigeria because it's hard for you to see somebody that buy 50 kg of rice in Nigeria. Every family wants to buy 50 kg of rice and consuming. I want to kill ram. How many people they kill ram in America that will belong? Even the rich. You have for somebody go and kill a whole full ram. Like if I kill goat, where that will take me like 6 months, 1 year to finish. I wonder what Nigeria, how does it go slaughter one ram under 2 weeks? It's gone. Bag of rice under a week is gone. So with the cost price of everything, that will limit how we eat. Must we eat ram in every salad? If they do also do salad here in America, who salad? Who order for that? My one is Nigeria is moving backwards, not even going from. Nigeria is making like anti-clockwise, not clockwise anymore. Because and some people are justifying what is going on. I would think that okay, like last week, 2 weeks ago, everyone was like, okay, that's what's going to happen. But after this Paris the Paris seminar they have, I see that Nigeria chair was empty. Britain of Africa, even Kenya have taken place. Nigeria is like nobody even like remember that Nigeria is not a giant anymore because of Africa. So everybody giant on his own house right now. Every Nigeria is giant on his own kitchen, not as a Nigeria. Like me, I'm a giant in my own kitchen, and my compound, and my father. It's in Nigeria. I don't have a giant. What we have is chicken. Nobody is a giant anymore. If a whole something like that, Nigeria president cannot stand and defend the integrity of Africa, then you are going to say we're giants, repeating the giants. There are no more giants. We are just nothing but actually okay hand even get a big name that kills dog. That's what we are now. Okay, even get that guy with it. We just answer big name, but we can't even do anything. So Tinubu is there. I saw the whole thing going on in Paris, I think we just goes there to see. I was saying that they just go there to see his friend, who is Macron. You just have to see. Look at the excitement. Look at the happiness. Like you see one picture used to go online like 4 years ago. The black kid and the yellow and the white kid, where they run each other to hug each other. It's just like when Tinubu see Macron, he just I mean, able to run. That guy will run and hug Macron. Just like those two little kids hug each other. Hey, happy. It's not for our own interests or our own interests, He goes there to do nothing. Nigeria is falling down. All the whole money is going there. That's an opportunity for him to negotiate. Not to come and see with Olu and other people that he can easily call his guest house in Lagos to discuss way forward. So in Paris, he's going to call them to discuss way forward for Nigeria to invest. Is it that investment is all about meeting the billion-dollar people that's all over the world? You know, the youth, everybody some people have money to invest, but they cannot. You know, I think he put the policies in place. He doesn't have to be millionaire to come and invest. And someone can invest in 4 or 5 people. That's part of investment. Not we want to call people, go there and just empty your seat. You don't want to sleep. That's the problem. You don't want to go sit there and start sleeping. You know, that's what I find out. That's why you better to be late. You better not to come than to be late. So for him not to sleep there, let him keep off. Because as me went there to sleep, this is another topic. All the one I say he didn't come, it was a child play. He went to Walt Disney and started sleeping. So I don't see him sitting there for 20 minutes, 1 hour without sleeping. I don't see that happening on this happening. So that's my starting bell.
Sure is back for sure. Let me just allocate the very last round before you take over, Mr. KD.
Yeah, so I was supposed to be talking.
I know. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's interrogate a bit this so-called title gave ourselves a giant of Africa. What makes us the giant of Africa? Nothing. We have the least developed towns. Okay, well, maybe not the least developed towns, but we have the least of electricity, the least of food supply, the least of good road, no, moribund, power, stations, and we call ourselves giants. Well, let us even go back to where giants come from. Giants that were in the Bible. The time God wanted to choose a king in Israel, and Samuel went to the house of Jesse. All the giants who are generals were not chosen. It was the small David, who was not even a giant, that was given, anointed. So the days of giants is no longer effective, because even the giant called the Goliath was brought down by a little man called David. So maybe that is what is playing out. Maybe we should need to change our name, because we're not even in land mass, and Nigeria is not even close to the biggest in Africa. I think we are the 3rd or the 4th in size of landmarks. So we're not there yet.
We are giants of Africa because of our
population that we have failed to use. We have failed to use our population, hence using our power to even do anything, become anything in Africa. The only time this was effective for us was in giving arms, when the 80 downwards, when Nigeria had everything. So let's go back again. I just want us to trace a little bit of all what has happened this past 1 week. Now, people say that Macron is friends with Tinubu. So if you are friends with Tinubu, and if I'm a friend of yours, and you are now in a position of power where you can help me, maybe when I meet you, the first thing I should discuss, hey, oh boy, it is my turn now. I'm now at the helm of affairs. What can France do for me? Did we come away with any agreement? No. Did we even have any bilateral discussion with France? No. So what is the celebration that he met his friend? Okay? Nothing. Barbadash. Zero. So we left with nothing. Okay. Now, the other this thing that they keep talking about. Look, let me tell you guys something. Unless we wake up, what is happening is still going to continuously to happen. What I tell people is that, see, this thing that people keep saying, oh, this is happening, oh, this is happening. We are we have specialties in fire brigade approach in everything. And since I was born, and now I am getting old, this fire brigade approach has never worked for us. It has never solved any problem for Nigeria. Let me tell you, the day I said to leave Nigeria, what I discovered. I went back to the first coup that happened in Nigeria. I read through Nzogu's proclamation of why they were striking. I came back to the second coup, who didn't have any much, it was just a revenge coup. I left and went to the subsequent ones that was carried out. The same thing. Please, if I finish, you guys go and research. The same thing. Bad road, no health facilities, no drugs in this thing, corruption everywhere. Exactly. This is 61 getting to 62, I'll be 65 now. Nothing has been solved. Those of us who our parents told us these stories, we are now telling our children. And we are hoping that our children will tell our children to let's just move on. Nigeria is going to be this way. And you see, unfortunately, even as we are discussing it now, they are not willing to change. You see, let's prepare our mind because we're going to get shockers from the court. I'm saying this and I'm saying it with bold face. I have no hope that the court is going to do what it should do. Even if as it is proven beyond doubt now, there was a lot of manipulation. I have a text that someone I'm following sent to me about Tinubu on Twitter, and I counted the names that Tinubu have changed is 10 good names, 10 at different times. Even at one time it was a miss, which is the one he used in going to the school in Chicago. It was Miss Bola Tinubu. Okay, so the person at the end asked, so before we even got to know transgender, this guy has been doing transgender already. Okay, these are records. I'm not saying these people just took it out from papers he has submitted. The name he submitted as the one he used in deferring his service to the nation, which is the NYSC, has a different name. So you begin to wonder, are we such a dumb people that nobody cares to look through the documents, the records? Nobody cares. We don't even care. So if we don't care, if we don't know where we are starting from, how do we know when we get to the place we are going? We don't know where we're starting from. We don't know where we're going. We're just walking aimlessly. So how then do we expect that when Tinubu goes, and if he said something I wanted to respond to, which is that he left France to London and nobody knows. We can't even ask. And we ask, what is he going to do in a private visit? We will pay your money for the private visit. You sleep in a hotel on the private visit on government account. You will park the jet, the presidential jet on the tarmac there for the how many days they're going to stay on a private visit. And then we can't even ask, why this private visit and what are you going to do? There is no itinerary. Even those of us who know even the work of government, when you want to fly, airline will send you itinerary at this so and so time. This is what they're going to do. If you're those people who like to take taxi when they get to the airport, they will have stationed out everything. Where you're going to get it, at what point, which time, and all that. Everything will be ready and sent to you. Our own president, the president, that is the president over 220 million people or more. We don't know where he is. We don't know who is meeting. Nobody can ask question. If you ask any question, you are enemy of the government. And yet, we are paying this individual from our government purse. What kind of a people are we? Are we that dumb that we can't ask? And what is wrong with asking? If you're not ready to be scrutinized, why do you come to public space? Why do you come to serve if you don't want to be asked questions? Me, I'm a private citizen. If you ask me a question, I say, my friend, I don't want to answer that question. Because I'm a private citizen, I have the right not to answer. But if I tomorrow submit myself for governorship of Abia State, then I cannot now say anything is private. If you ask me a question, I'll answer because that's why I applied for the job. Now, where I'm working, I can't go there and my guys ask me, say, come on, my friend, why ask me that question? Why should you say that? You beg to apply for the job. So answer the questions and tell us what you are doing. Okay? But nobody, you see, it's going to go this way. And Dele Aleke is already telling us how successful the outing was for Nigeria. Nigeria made so much. In fact, the effort that Tinubu made in this 1 week is more than the effort that the whole Nigeria have made since 1960. That is what we are going to hear. It's so propaganda. At the end of the day, it's our children. So those people who are commenting and making all this noise, let them know it's within their own lifetime. They don't have 200 years to live. If they live so long, 120, 130, it is within this space that we must make all the change that we have to make. Thanks.
KJ, Lai Mohammed would be better than this one. Lai Mohammed would be better than this one. Hey.
I agree.
I can't wait.
The thing is this. We know the judiciary have committed a lot of blunder. We know we don't have faith in the judiciary. We know all this. But you see, there's always a one time. When LP and Obi enter into the race, they say they don't know them. Abi, no structure, no this, no that. But because the Nigerian people are determined to change that narrative, was it not changed? So let us be hopeful that the judiciary too has realized what their mistakes has done to the country. I want to believe they have realized that what their mistake will do to their children if they pervert justice. Because what is on ground is not Obi or LP with Tinubu or INEC. It is Nigeria people versus them. So let's get that clear. If the judiciary, they do nonsense, you think Nigeria people who are waiting patiently for this outcome will just keep quiet? It's not going to happen. They don't try to deceive them by giving us peppermint to lick. The peppermint now don't they pepper everybody, yes or no? When they remove oil subsidy, you get a PC filling station different. Bag of rice, they say it don't reach 100,000. APC people that they carry, that they get bag of rice for 20,000, 30,000. So everybody, they feel the pain now. Everybody, including some of these people when they type nonsense. Everybody is feeling the pain. A lot of people now, they're not going to send their children to school. Even secondary school, there are going to be a lot of dropout. Same thing with primary school. So everybody is feeling the pain. And if they do rerun, in this pain when they feel, it not make them do the right decision. Now, me, whether they eat not be my problem. My light not they go off. My internet not they frustrate. So if all this suffering they are going through will not make them to make a right decision either in the judiciary or a rerun, another 4 years of continuation of because there is only one clear statement, very clear, that Tinubu made from the beginning. He said he will continue from where Buhari starts. Stop. Is that not where we are right now? Buhari, when he go, we know when they go for medical treatment. And some of the representation that he did by when they have meetings like this, as he start from where Buhari stop, he go France. He met the do meeting. He know very well, say if he go there, he go miss Yan, or he go begin to snore like pig by sleeping. And you won't know what disgrace himself. He waka come out. If people won't be out there like them, then they here, they type nonsense. Una typing good though. I bet tell your family member, may they go buy rice for the show when APC don't open for now. Or go do your filling station for the one APC give una. But one bitter truth, you see this breakfast, everybody go chop pan. He don't come give us lunch by student loan. The lunch sweet now. You need to go and look for judge and all this qualification to collect student loan. And after 2 years, when you finish, you don't pay the money back, they go lock you and your guarantor inside prison. Now be better lunch be that. I beg. Tinubu, we dey look for dinner because you don't serve us breakfast, lunch. When you come back from your Paris, give us dinner so that these Obobakus there that are writing rubbish will continue to write. And your family member, because of 5,000, they will buy because they couldn't buy medication. And when they reach hospital, your 3 job, your 4 job, you no go carry the responsibility when they home. You go come here say your loved one, you don't go meet Papa God. We go they follow that they do. Clap. Thank you.
Okay, can I just chime in?
Yes, you can. Go ahead, sir.
So I don't know why anyone is surprised at this time that Bala Blue is doing Bulubala. This is a man that throughout the electoral process, bros no grease show up for any debate.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what that means is he and his team recognize his cognitive deficiencies, which is as a result of his health. I wouldn't say age because he's not as old as my dad, who is still cognitively sound. He's not lucky to have, despite all the money, to have health, which is not, I'm not attacking him for that, but he himself is not appreciating that. He's going against his health by all this thing he's trying to attempt. So Tinubu understand. We may never for 8 years see him in any back and forth interaction on the public scene, and they will manage him perfectly for 8 years. They have learned and they will perfect what they learned from Buhari. How many times after the corner Buhari in the early stages abroad in shows territory, backyard in UK and in the US, where he talked about the 5% and 95%, but at least he showed up, right? Even in Chatham House, Buhari showed up to answer questions, even though some of them just reply with the spoon, everywhere. Like, have you ever eaten beans that is not well picked with stone inside and your teeth grab the thing, where your head is sound? Those are the way the answers were. So I'm not surprised that the Bala Blue is avoiding Bulubala, And the other thing that you could see written around both Tinubu and his team, that they are hungry for recognition. They are hungry to be appreciated and to be properly recognized as a true winner. It's there. They are managing it on the very high level. Of course, they have resources in their hands now, being in presidency. They can do anything. They can cover up anything. But we know that the main man that is leading the country will not engage anybody like the president of Kenya or the president of South Africa, who will speak without notes because they are doing the job. They assimilate, they understand what is going on in their country. They are active leaders. In Nigeria, what we always get, and that's why I respect Obasanjo. I attack him a lot. But on this side, this man, I look back in 1999, he was in the mix of things. He could speak, anywhere, that this is what we're doing here, this is what he doesn't. Jonathan, a bit okay. I expected better as a professor. I think the president that I could clearly say that we miss is Yaradua. that man was on a trajectory that I wouldn't even say Peter Obi will have matched. The trajectory, that short time when he started, this guy pushed a bill to remove his immunity. That is the most dangerous thing any president can attempt. He was pushing that bill to remove immunity from him. And when it's removed from the president, all governors are stripped. Do you know what that will do? That will reduce the propensity to steal by practically from presidency down. You will have that propensity. And what that means is there'll be more money to be used for resource development and for the development of the country, just by that singular act. And it's one of the things that it looks like Peter Obi, he said it anyway, that once I don't steal, thunder fire who wants to. You know what I mean? So that is the story. And I will move back a bit. The man that just left, the Mr. Integrity, he has destroyed Nigeria. I wrote in one forum a short, article, and I describe him as a catastrophic, leader that have destroyed Nigeria from his ineptitude and his hypocrisy. This man put himself as Minister of Petrol, the Minister of Petroleum. Petroleum is our #1 revenue income that require a very active, agile human being to work 24/7. Like me or Scribe, we work when we have an assignment on our IT. Work till late every day, 24/7. That is the kind of urgency that the petroleum industry require in Nigeria. And this man came, sit down there, and make himself petroleum minister and destroy the whole country. The whole thing is destroyed. For 8 years, somebody that came, say his integrity. Look at what is stolen in the petroleum. NNPC audit, 0. He brought a first-class person, Kwakachuku. He went and put him as Minister of State. How can such a man, a fine, brilliant Kachuku, be working under Menama Cow Buhari? Look at what we got. Look at it. The first night they took Emefiele. After everybody, hey, Emefiele, catch up. One of the first thing they dropped, they don't stop him now. We know they hear waiting the man they talk again. The one they release, he said he was releasing 500 billion every month for one of Buhari's concubine, all those women where they minister, that was in charge of waiting till they give people bara money, 5 naira or how much. For 8 years, they were giving people 5,000. For 8 years, Nigeria continued to descend in terms of proportional population. We had the highest proportion of people sinking into poverty for 8 years, and you were giving 5. As they are giving the 5, even I say the 5 naira, 5,000 was juju. As he's giving it every month, 10 million every month, 10 million into poverty, 10 million.
Abby, did you get some money?
Of course, I don't need
Did you
that.
get part of the money? Because me, I did not get to.
No, it's not for us, bro.
How?
It's not for us now. It's for guys in Nigeria now.
Are we not Nigerians?
No, it's for people living under certain income.
How do you know that I'm not living under certain poverty level? How do you know that?
If he has a good question, do anybody know that got the money?
I don't know anybody.
You people, you are big boys and big girls. The fact that you live in America, you send money to your wait now. Maybe you ask question. So the way they've concluded is you have families in America. So you see, the way they stole the money is they said most of the people that need this money are people without bank accounts. The people that have no bank accounts, the poorest of the poor that have no bank account. So this money is not traceable. There's no record. They give cash.
In fact, You people were surprised when Bala Blue come to stage. But Bala Blue has actually been happening as a phenomenon for 8 years. It was Bala Blue, like, you know, Bala Blue digital.
That's why I was disappointed in our professor that was doing trader money, going around markets, dashing for 5,000.
The money was wirelessly going to their pockets.
So,
yes,
is that not embarrassing? 5,000.
Of course, these people don't care. And this,
is it poorer than Nunu? Maybe in my place where I come to is, I can't even give my brother 5,000 naira.
I think you people didn't follow it very well. You didn't follow it very well. The minister did not give you people in the south the money. You didn't know that? I'm serious. He said that the poverty they're dealing with is more in the north, and the people that she's dealing with do not have bank accounts.
Bank accounts
to give them the money physically. I have videos.
KJ, hold on. So are you telling me that there are people in the southeast or south that doesn't have bank accounts? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No, she said that the poverty we're talking about is mostly in the north, not in the south.
So the people there are not part of Nigeria. You see, that's why I keep telling you people, let us divide this country. Let everybody.
I'm serious. This is a national TV. She said it. If you go, you can look through Arise News. You can find her.
No, I had this during the COVID palliative. The lady that got distribute food. No, when we are asking, would they send food from Southeast or anything? Not what she said is that there are people, their families in abroad send them food, so they don't need it. I was like, oh the hell, all right. They share 5,000. He said it's an insult to Nigerians. Now what they can share to your citizens in 5,000. 5,000 now one.
Yeah, but remember, they did some for the South as well, in the name of trader money. A whole professor and a pastor combined was going to markets. Remember the trader money?
No,
it's similar. I mean, even if that was both buying, that was blatant.
Finish
your talk. Thank you. I mean, you and Uzo have I know you are just pulling my legs.
I'm not pulling your legs, though. I need the 5,000. What are you talking about? I better bring the money.
I mean, you have every right for that.
Add that to your 10 million. If you add that to your 10 million, 10 million, 500.
Epi, let me tell you something. Here, let me tell you something. Here, I said it, I think, last week. I received a check, right, from IRS. The government, state of Georgia. I was wondering because normally I don't get money. So I went to work and I was talking about it. I just want to make sure before I deposit. Oh, they said, they gave everybody money because of surplus. They did that last year and they're doing it again. He said, you must get it. That everybody that worked and paid tax, the governor gave everybody money. And this, reasonable, a whole lot of money, if you put it in, convert it to now. I was shocked, honestly.
And this is not tax return. This is just
no. Free money from state of.
You know what they do? That state of Georgia, that would be Atlanta, right? Where
Atlanta is the capital.
Is a city.
Yeah, it's a city. Yeah.
So you see, they are running the state like an enterprise. Despite there are a lot of bureaucracy in government in the Western country as well, but it's an uplift, way in terms of uplift compared to what the pedestrian approach that we still have back home. I just have 2 points to go. One, so that I don't forget, let me say it out. Maybe if it will help me put it down. One would be the federal civil service, and the other one would be the student loan. That another block, so the federal civil servant seems to me as the constant in the Nigerian system since, let me start in the recent 1999. I am wondering that if various governments are coming, albeit some of them come through corrupt means, rigging, people like OBJ. Well, maybe there was a little bit of consensus that give it to Yoruba because of Abiola and all that. But we know that these elections have been rigged, in state level, federal level. But then the corruption across board is so constant in our governance system. And we know that the federal system runs on top of the federal civil service. Today, we're talking Adesina, Buhari, all of them are gone. The directors that were with Jonathan, or before Jonathan, Yaradua, or even Basanjo, some of them who have not reached retirement are still there in that system. They know they are the engine that runs this country. And I see president come year in, year out, and nobody is focusing on that. Because if 2, 3, 4, 5 people are coming to the same place and the same thing is happening to them, and these 3, 4 people are coming from different angles, different training, different type of people, different kind of personality, but you are getting the same result out of it, then you want to look at what is the constant that is multiplying on these people. That, for example, any number that you bring and you multiply by 0, what are you going to get? 0. We need to focus, and it's a very, very ginormous assignment, because these people have become, that institution is rock solid, that if you put your hand there to fight them, they will grab you like ants and just mutilate you, and you will run back. The federal civil service, I think, is a constant that we need to focus on in Nigeria if we need a proper governance. Of course, the issue of regionalization and other restructuring that needs to be done, in other areas is there. The other thing I want to, like I mentioned, is the student loan. Have you guys looked at the breakdown and the intricacies in that thing? And have you seen that it is a total scam?
We discussed it last week, Saturday.
Abby, let me
we discussed it last week, Saturday.
About student loan. My question when I heard about it is that the main thing that we should be talking about in Nigeria?
Well, let me answer that if you quickly. I know you asked the question last week, and I know it's a rhetorical question. Not that you don't, not that you want an answer to it, but the reason why they've done it is very simple. They're looking for that first, the usual first 100 days report card and all that. He promised it during the campaign. And from the day they've said it, the day he signed it into law, they've been talking about it. President talk and do. He promised it, he's done it. That's what it's about. See, one person might not get that student loan, but in 100 days, they will say part of the things he promised and is done. Student loan, check.
Well,
it's all about, it's still campaigning. They're still campaigning.
Sure,
okay.
But it's not an iffy. It's not just even, yes, Show just made a point about, cosmetic listing and all that bullet point, what we did. But why it should be discussed. One bigger shock has been removed. You know what that is? Education subsidy has been removed.
Of course, the prices have gone up. So the prices are going up.
They just like you wave your child a candy to collect his bigger or a bigger toy, and then you give the candy, but the candy is actually a picture, only for the kid to start to unwrap the candy and find out that what you gave was a cardboard. But before he realized his toy is gone. That's what the
universities are going to increase the fees.
They have already increased the fees. 2 days ago or 3 days ago, there was a major riot at UNN.
Yeah, because what the universities will bank on is that, don't worry, at least you're not going to have to look for the money. The government will borrow you so we can increase the fees. But now going through what the requirements are, it's easier to make heaven than to...
Thank you.
To get like we discussed last week, the people who need the loan will not qualify. The people that will qualify will not need the loan. That's the way the loan has been structured. The people that would know a lawyer that's been practicing for 10 years, or know a judge, or know a level 12 civil servant would not need that loan. The people who don't, they said once your household So let's say an 18-year-old, 20-year-old is going to uni. Once your father and mother combined, if they are on Nigerian's minimum wage, which is 30,000 each, father 30,000, mother 30,000, that's 60,000 a month. In a year, that's 720,000. You are disqualified because your household has to earn 500,000 naira a year or less.
Yeah.
So who's going to qualify?
Yeah.
Sure question.
No, let's leave the money part. Let's
let me ask.
Let's go to another one. If you don't pay back after 2 years, where are you heading for?
No, so it's not going to be your problem. So if you don't pay back in 2 years, that's where you have the guarantor, the lawyer, the judge.
And he has to pay.
They have to pay. So who's going to sign on behalf of anybody?
The jail time, Uncle.
Let me ask question.
Why should that even be part of? That is intimidating.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, go on, Ify.
Okay, Ify, go ahead.
This issue of student loan, I thought before they can put something into law, I even talk about it has to go through the House. Did you go through the House?
There are some things that can be like executive order in the US, like executive order that you can bypass. There are a few things that they can bypass and say executive order, the president signing into law.
So this is one of them.
See, that thing is going to be, even ASU said they have to go and discuss it and come back because ASU, even I can't remember the guy's name or the man's name. I think it's like the head of ASU. He was saying that, based on the things they've had, which are the things we're discussing, all these factors, the guy's like, sorry, who's going to benefit from this loan? If you've ever taken a loan, all this spam pay that I hear them talking about, all this payday loan that, desperate Nigerians are taking, if you've ever defaulted on any of those loans, you don't qualify. Nobody's getting that loan. It's easier to become, like somebody said on the show last week, it's easier to become Nigeria's president than to get that loan. It's easier to become Nigeria's president than to get. Nobody's going to qualify. The people that will qualify, the people whose family would know a lawyer that is practicing for 10 years or know a judge that they won't earn under 500K. So it's all cosmetics. We promised it, we've delivered it. Functional or not, we've delivered it.
Yeah.
And APC members came on this show last week and said, if you don't want it, don't apply. Nobody's forcing you. If you don't like it, don't apply. And I'm thinking, how can you say that in good conscience? That if you don't want it, don't apply. When would you put your country before the party? When would you put your country before political affiliation? When? But you speak, they say you're a hater. Oh, in the US that you are, don't people take loans? In the UK, don't people take student loan? But it's not this sort of, requirement. Somebody was here the other day, last week, and said, my children or my child got student loan. I don't even know how much they pay in school. They applied, they got the loan, they paid. It's not my business. You pay it back when you finish. And in the UK, I'm almost certain in the UK, if you don't earn 24K, you don't start paying back. So all your life, if you work and you earn £23,000 a year, you don't pay back. And I think after a certain amount of years, regardless of what you're earning, they write it off because they factored it to say that by this, maybe 25 years after you graduate, you should have paid back. If you don't pay it back in 25 years, it means you're not doing much in life. They write it off.
Yep.
You understand? So, and if you're working and you're making so much money, let's say you're in the UK and you're making 100K, they take it quicker. Like the amount they'll be taking from your salary, not that they will leave you broke, but the amount they'll be taking, you'll be thinking, or more, am I not just working to pay back this student loan? My take home every month should be a lot more. So they factored in that those of you who are doing better will subsidize it for those your mates who went to uni with you are not doing too well. So it's sort of fair.
Yeah.
But in Nigeria, they're just...
It's same here.
Nigeria's matter, you can discuss it from now to tomorrow. I don't know.
I used to say that if you want to discuss Nigerian matter, you make sure you don't chop food. Because it's never chop when you finish.
For me, it's not the politicians. It's the average Nigerian like you and I that would defend anything and everything that they do. That is the part that I would never get in my life. What is in it for you?
I won't lie to you. I engaged a professor, not a doctor. I engaged a doctor online. Trust me, Nadia, I know say, even this school, they go like this, or this paper where they collect a certificate. They will say school pass through you, and you pass through the school.
You pass through, yeah.
Oh boy. When I engage the person, oh boy, I just say, oh boy. I know
I'm not sure if you were online. I know you came online that day, but I'm not sure if you left. But I'm not sure if you stay, like you continue with YouTube. Your darling brother came and he was lamenting because they did something to his guy.
Which of my darling brothers? I have a lot of them.
It's probably one that you've forgotten about. The one that said Nigeria was working for him. Timsy. You remember before election and they said Nigeria was working for him?
The one that lives somewhere in Delta.
What did they do? They did something politically to somebody, one of his,
and he came to talk about it. I was here that day, I remember.
And I was just thinking,
I said,
there
I
you
thought
go.
you said Nigeria is working for.
Because the guy came on before election, and if he said Nigeria is not working for anyone, the boy said, no, Nigeria is working for him. Everything is perfect. It's this, is that.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think you lost.
One of the things I want to add is I said here on this platform that if you watch the election rigging, the election is not rigged by the sons of these individuals. Elections are rigged by the same people who are fighting. They are the same people who are writing. They are the same people who are reporting the media. They are telling this story the way that's always been that baffles me with the Nigerian situation. Okay, the people that you are fighting, that you are struggling, that spending your hard-earned money to struggle for, are the same people who march out in the street and rig and stand to defend it, and we write against those who are trying to correct whatever is happening in Nigeria. That one is why I'm saying that is there any, the House of we go. This thing will it be over? Will it ever end? That's
and I won't like to KG just said the whole thing. I'm sorry to say this. It's as if there's revelation. Now, I'm sorry to say this.
I think someone's mic is on.
Someone's mic. Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. See, I'm sorry to say this, but it's like say, now APC supporters, they beg pass online. The thing is becoming embarrassing to me.
Oh, you're spending time on Twitter now. You see them on Twitter.
See, if you go online and you see somebody talking trash, before you won't realize, don't go dig tweet when they beg. They beg. I'm not lie you. The thing is embarrassing.
Give away.
I'm sorry to say this. You know one thing, I believe that there is dignity in labor, and people should go out, work, and make their money. My brother always tell me that it is not even my brother. The Igbo community will say that it is good for everybody to have his own money. If you have one person in a community who has money and the rest are poor, something good didn't happen to that community. If you have your own, I have my own. It's okay. So sometimes when I see the case where people beg a lot, I don't know. They always call it this. Is it giveaway? They call it. Yes.
Giveaway. Yes. Giveaway.
You will see that most of the time it is APC supporters who beg and beg and beg, and yet they are the ones who are saying that the country is good. I don't know why. But as I said, it's not about trying to mock anybody, but it's embarrassing to me as a person, because I like to see you make your money. I like to see you grow better. But trust me, it's like seeing that people who poor pass. Now them they connive for the crime. Why those who are eating sometimes a little bit well-to-do, who can take a risk, can eat meat a meal per day, are the ones fighting for them? It's somehow ironical to me. It's somehow very it's just an irony to me. So that's just the whole thing. When I see online, I'll just shake my head sometimes. You see them beg and beg and beg. Give me this one, give me this one, 5. It is all okay. Come on.
Austin, see, a lot of people love their things.
I talk.
Hello? Well, I see that. So
did you open another window?
No, I don't have another window for this.
You want to go out and come back?
Uzo, it's coming from Uzo. Uzo, it's from you.
Oh, Uzo.
Hello? Okay, it's better now. So that is just what I wanted to say, because a little bit, I'll tell you the truth, it's a little bit embarrassing, because you will see them, and when you want to see insult, Now then we come insult past, and I will just look at it and just shake my head. That somebody goes, "Na so our momo reach."
But Austin, sorry, do you know the funniest thing, eh? The type of job some of us do in this country. If you tell people in Nigeria to come and do it, they will not. And they will tell you they will never do that kind of job. But they will want you to send money to them. I'm telling you, the type of jobs we do in this country.
Some of them beg with authority. They beg like say, "Give me that your 10 pounds. I need it." You beg with so much authority, as if now me and you follow go work. That day I wake up 5 a.m. in the morning to go do my job. Now you follow me go do it. The day I slept 1 a.m. at night, now you follow me go do it. The day I went and came back by which time, now you follow me go do it. Sometimes this issue of the entitlement mentality is one of the problems we have. And I won't blame them because themselves know they hustle for street, so they don't understand that 1 naira or 2 naira or $1 is very, 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 very important to you. You even give someone something and say, "Is this all?" As if now you are go for streets.
Sorry, where's this feedback coming from? We need to sort it. It's not nice at all.
Uzo.
Do you have StreamYard and YouTube open, Uzo? Anyway,
Paulo.
It's Augustine. Welcome, and Paul. Welcome to both of you.
Wait, Paulo.
Thank you.
Okay, Paulo. All right, not the same person.
Paul is really making.
Sorry, Nami.
Paul,
I just came in and you came in immediately.
Paulo.
No, I don't beg since we didn't post the live stream.
Yeah, Bongoli, what are the drag?
You said?
You and Bongoli for this man show. Yes. Dr. Freeze.
It was just about the same student loan that you guys had.
That Bongoli, the guy that make me feel like a one man, man.
Okay, so Augustine, you get any gist for us?
Sometimes it doesn't.
Oh no! I mean, we should add another law not to be listening to this while driving. I was cracking up that I had to park the car and laugh out my life during the election, and it was so fun. It was very, very energetic.
Oh, you mean during the awards? During the book? Okay, I see what you mean.
During the election we held today. Yeah. it was quite funny.
It was a good moment. Yeah.
It was very fun. I mean,
I was Maurice Hill this evening. I took them back.
And you voted.
Listening from the background.
Please, sorry, Augustine, sorry to guys. Please, if you're not speaking at the minute, please mute yourself. Let's see if that fixes this feedback. It's not going to be nice for playback.
Uzo, get another phone or another tablet. It's Uzo that is having the problem.
Okay, let me log out and come back.
No, Uzo,
yeah, please try that.
Since you know, Uzo, if you're not talking, just mute. You're good.
Okay.
Yeah, go on, Augustine. Sorry.
Yeah, so I mean, sometimes you enjoy it. It's very energetic when you listen, and when people come in and speak from their mind, not just playing a card, you will know it, and you can but follow up and enjoy the line of thought. But when people purposely come in to play card, it distorts the flow of thought and the regiment of the platform. So I enjoyed a majority of what was done today.
You're right, Augustine.
Yeah,
I mean, somebody said here and said this show is taking a natural image of itself and it's not being, controlled. It's just that people like Paul, suddenly, I cannot see his full face. He's hiding. He's not Kulata. I don't know why. What has changed with Paul?
I don't know if
Baba
and I enjoy
Baba Arizona. I
enjoyed Prof. But Prof did something that was very funny during the question session. What he did that was funny was he will be asked one question. He will use 35 minutes to answer the question.
I noticed that.
And another person will want to set background. He will say, no, don't set background. Just ask the question. Then the
You know, he's a
person
professor. He's earned the right to talk.
Yeah. So I was like, Prof, if you really want to cut it short, cut yourself short. But he was good. He was good to listen to. He's the kind of person he can speak for hours. You won't get tired listening to him. But he also needed to allow people to poke him, and he became defensive when the political issue came up. Like, he became angry when Ife reacted to him. He ended with anger.
Isn't that indicative of people who have scars? I was getting that feeling from him. I just feel like it's nothing to do with so if you notice his profile, he is an obedient. He did exactly what obedience were doing in the 83, 85s.
Sure.
So it's scars. Like
83, 85 now.
83, 85, 89. I mean, his period, I stand corrected. But when I was listening to him speaking, I don't know, it was something in my spirit was just like, well, I think you're fighting yourself here with these people. And I felt that was the thing. So I don't think you can judge him on that. It's kind of a very natural,
Yeah, but
I think in that domain, look, all of us are in this part of the world. Trust me. Especially some of us, or most of you here in the academic sector. Generally, there's a very high standard we have. They put it so high out there. Even when you go to defend in front of fellow professors, the way they will scrutinize you and try to at least get the best out of you. So I feel that the standard in this part of the world, having stayed there for a long time, he said more than 30 years. So that standard has entered into him. And I feel that he was trying to drag Obi from what we have seen to become even far better. But I think some people interpreted it as an attack. For me, I don't see it as an attack. I see it as if he's trying to say, okay, this is the things you have done. I would like you to do this once to be better. And that was the direction I saw it from. I didn't see that as much of trying to attack the person of Obi. I didn't see that.
Yeah, but when he brought in the case of Prophet Wole Soyinka, how did you look at it?
Can you repeat that again?
When he brought in the situation of Wole Soyinka, towards the end, he talked about how Wole Soyinka was attacked, and he brought about the issue of respect.
No, I didn't get that part. Maybe I was.
So he brought that part. So that was the part I said he became defensive in the situation, because I thought majority of people that criticize Wole Soyinka, for me, if a child of 15 can come up to a professor intellectually, not just emotionally, but intellectually, to pick what you're saying and say, I don't agree with this. I don't see it as disrespect.
I think I didn't listen to when he talked.
No, I can confirm what Augustine heard. I heard exactly the same thing, but I will still play it back to that thing that even Wole Soyinka himself, he took a gun, he went into a radio and held a radio station.
Yeah.
So these things are like, how would I put it? When I was growing up, my parents were always telling me, like, be very mindful what you do so that your kids don't do it to you. I think that's kind of like the context of these things. So I don't feel like we should really just, it's only natural. We have to be conscious of it, like you have been conscious of it, and do with it what you will. If you want to chastise him for it, fine. If you don't want to chastise him for it, then that's fine. But I felt like I think Augustine clearly has espoused all the things that I was just listening to him, and I could see a soldier. I could see a wounded soldier. That's the way. If you ask me to summarize him, I could see somebody who really, pushed the envelope in his time, and especially there was a part that I related to him a lot, especially living in the West, and where you can, the zenith that you can hit, and I could hear those, I could get that sense of feeling from him that he felt like he could do more, but things that he cannot explain does, can't, sometimes we attribute it to race, sometimes we attribute it to certain things, but things just felt like, they didn't come together at the right time, So I felt that was it. But Igbo people say onye melikia.
No,
Mr.
Yeah,
You push it to where you can. You push it to where you can, and then you leave it for the others behind you to come and complete you. I think that's the only thing. That's the only thing I would tell him. That from the little, I don't know. I like using Igbo in this. You understand? From the interpretation that I got, that is what I did. I just have so much respect for him in that basis, and I don't want to use that defensive character to judge him. I just have I just see him like someone who has done his best, who has lived the talent that God gave him, and we should respect him for that.
And
hold on. Let me come in on this aspect, please.
Okay.
So what I see, what happened to the prof, and also with Wole Soyinka, it's let me just oppose it with Madiba, Nelson Mandela. Madiba did a great job as a young man, went to prison for 27 years, came back. To some extent, South Africans make mistake to make Madiba president. He has lost it. He is weak, he is tired. You understand? Then on top of it, when Mandela became president, Mandela did never live with his people. Mandela lived all around white. What do you think his narrative is? When he was in prison, who did he see in prison? White people who come to negotiate court deals, court deals, court deal. He refused for many years till again. Mandela did not do anything special. The people did not do anything special. We will respect Mandela for all we care, but the South African people make mistake to make Mandela become their leader. So, Prof, this professor also hold Wole Soyinka of that magnitude, that respect. You understand? But the Wole Soyinka we know did well. All of us will celebrate Wole Soyinka. But one thing with we black, we tend to look for another Jesus Christ. So we are seeing Wole Soyinka like our Jesus Christ. You understand? Like we never make mistake because he has done something significant, very great. He will never make mistake. Or sometimes maybe his days is almost come and gone. For example, in this program, we have two tech gurus in this program. One have gray hair, more than my own. You think that person can stay computer for 16 hours like this 18 years old boy?
Paul, how do you mean by gray hair? Paul, do you have hair?
Paul, you don't enter 18, no. Correct. Correct. You receive it.
Paul, if you grow up, you don't
you carry Paul, enter 18. It don't backfire. you have hair, sir.
No, Paul, you see, eventually.
I carry Dada like Ogie.
Yeah.
Now my company say no, they don't want Dada for the place where they work. I get hair.
Yeah.
So they don't want Dada where you work, so you can't tell me.
And you said they believe him.
I don't believe you, man.
So,
you don't carry go where you don't know.
With you, there's something
I think that's where they make that. So for Prof, I think it's time for us to leave Prof alone. Prof have done well, but it's time for him to rest. But one mistake that I would still want to blame Prof on this aspect, Professor Wole Soyinka now.
He just said we should leave him alone.
Yeah, but I said one thing. You know why I said so? I kind of, if I put this last thing that happened last week, was it last week or last 2 weeks? Now, last 2 weeks. If I kind of bring it together, it looked like, whoa, Prof deliberately creates that thing that he creates and use it to sell a book. Because in his own book review again, he said, I know the obedient will come for me. In his own book
I'm waiting.
I'm waiting. When did he start listening to those nonsense part of social media? I want to believe at his level, he's not even supposed to listen to those nonsense, those jack. So how come he's getting all those things? Look, it might be easy for Uzo to get those things. It might be easy for me to get those things. But Wole Soyinka level, is he on those type of Twitter where show day? I don't
I
understand.
never jam on for Twitter.
Exactly. But he knows that everybody's coming for him.
So, Paul,
do you get my point now? So I kind of
yeah.
see it like him himself too want to sell book. So you just need that damage control. You just need to look for that crowd at all costs. Maybe I may be right or I may be wrong. That's my take.
So yeah, Paul. So back to point. You know, when people like that speak, if everyone goes to, if I can say I deduce this, that means that the whole of other things he spoke really got my attention, and that means that I listened to him. So I'm only deducing some of the points I felt that we need to come back here and say. But there was something he said today. I've never thought about that, and that vulnerability was very powerful. That he was born in Nigeria. They created him Biafra and brought him back to Nigeria. That is a very powerful statement that psychologists need to look at people of that era and treat them differently. War is not is a serious trauma that you don't just handle people with trauma the way we handle people with trauma back home. There are a lot of things people do that you can deduce it from what they pass through. So that's on. He made a very wonderful. It was a very wonderful art. I mean, you could listen to Prof all day.
All day.
But the question I have with him, with Wole Soyinka, with Charlie Boy, these are people that when you were growing up, none of your parents would say, "Hey, look at Charlie Boy, don't behave like him." Even Prof was radical. Wole Soyinka here, he was radical in his own time. But now you will realize that those fights they gave that time to both government, to cities, to institutions, helped in restructuring and questioning the institutions. So for me, I'm thinking that people in that class coming outrightly to look at a group like this Obedience and just condemn them outrightly without talking on the edges, without touching the edges where they shouldn't go to. But from this point, you guys are putting up some solid argument that is making everybody to think. I'm thinking that some of them should make such comments. That's the area I'm looking at.
What I find most interesting with people who are obedient, disobedient, that is they find the most quote unquote annoying obedient, and they use those people as the representation of the old obedient movement.
To even quickly add to what you're saying, Show, even Prof made I don't know, at some point he confused me today. He also said that time after time, Peter Obi keep persuading the obedience. All right? That makes me to come back to the question, who is the focus here? Is it Peter Obi or the obedience?
Exactly.
You know?
So if Peter Obi is the main subject, and you can see that the way he's leading is exemplary, he doesn't condone any of these things, why are you so fixated on his, supporters? I think people will just do anything. They will give the dog a bad name so that they can hang it. Because no matter what Obi does, they will find fault in it.
I think you guys are missing something a little bit. You have to look at it from an Igbo perspective,
which I cannot do. So please,
wait, let me explain something. No, I just want to add something to what
I'm an Ijebu.
A little no, just no to Nigerians generally. Just
subscribe. You cost it. You speak on this parable. You don't translate.
Okay, wait. Oh yeah, I don't enter it. Make I try come out. Escobar. Anyways, there's something maybe said now that I just want to expand a little bit. You see, he maybe said that he couldn't tell whether it is Obi or the obedience. I think we need to isolate both of them from what I heard him say. There is something that in some circles, when Obi was, starting his political campaign, that some people kind of highlighted the fact that, okay, who really is this guy going? How well is this guy going to kind of represent us? Even though he's saying, "Don't vote for me as an Igbo man." We all know that's bullshit, right? So, like, that is just playing to the gallery and giving a sort of like a very Nigerian facade, right? That is the truth. That's the way I see it, and that's where I know a lot of people on our side saw it. Now there is that side, and there is that group that, like the prof, that kind of see it like the way Jesse Jackson saw an Obama initially, right? If you follow the Obama journey and some of the statements that Jesse Jackson said, and some people were in that kind of Jesse Jackson mind frame, in that camp, and I think that's where that is coming from. Now, from the obedient side, which my Reverend Augustine has already properly sort of like talked about, it's from the perspective of, I just see it as the same way, the same kind of way Showere was antagonistic to an extent of the obedience. You get what I mean? So, to Olu Oguibe, I think that is the way. That is what I was perceiving from his words, right? Though convoluted in a way, but when he was speaking, I was able to sort of like follow what he was saying and understand. Maybe he probably didn't go into depth. There are certain words he used, that I was able to kind of see where he was going to. So some people didn't actually believe that Obi will make any headway, and it was like, why should we actually waste ourselves on this run? Isn't there something more strategic? I mean, Nnamdi Kanu is on the corner. There was in our own circle, there was a lot of, you know what I mean? It's just like somebody juggling 3 things at the same time in the Igbo kind of corner. So, like, which way really should we really waste our time with you? Whereas there are other pertinent issues and building, things. So from the OB perspective, I think that is kind of like, maybe, I'm not speaking for him, but the way I kind of perceived it. And then from the obedient perspective, I look at it more or less like, you little kids don't know what you're doing, So I think that's how I interpreted what he said. I don't know if AB agrees with me, but I just wanted to highlight that,
I didn't watch the interview. I only joined when he was answering the last 2 questions. So I didn't see it, so I can't really comment on it. But based on the comments that I saw when I joined, I could see that it seemed like people agreed with him on the Biafra discussion, which I missed all of it. But when it came to the OB discussion, I think people disagreed with him. But I'll watch it again so that I can have a proper understanding of what actually went down. I missed all of, like, 90% of the whole thing. I didn't watch it at all.
All right, sure. I watched the guy. I feel like the guy was somehow wanted to be emotional.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, okay.
He was like, I was feeling some, like, he wanted, like, if not a strong guy, a party reach. When like, is he want to cry? He was speaking as if him like somebody that is disappointed with the Nigeria, all Nigeria. Like,
that's vulnerability. Yeah.
Like emotion wanted to a point. This guy, I'm sure this guy, if you read this, he was shedding tears beside him, the way he was speaking. All right. End of the day, you talk about Biafra, something that we don't know. He brought it out. People agree with him. Some people like forefather disagree on some parts. As I told you yesterday, if you know somebody that today, if you know somebody that can say more history of what we don't know, bring the person there. Let him teach us. Let's listen. All right, but whenever somebody comes to tell you what he knows, all right, stop. Keep on arguing. If you know somebody that knows something that we don't know, bring the person along. Let us learn. Like, we learn a lot from the prop today. But if you follow him, this guy, he was speaking emotionally. Like, when I see the emotion, you will see tears dropping because it seems that the guy fought. When you fought a battle and you lost a battle, all right, then you see that when you start talking about his history, it looked like it's something move out of you. At the end of the day, when he entered in terms of obedience, the guy could have avoided that anything obedience because anything he said, I did not even agree with him in any form of it because he was going out of what people really like wanted him as a professor to say. All right. Now I see professor, I like some professor, like I don't know who said it about mathematics. When you see them talk, they do 2 things. You may be professor of arts. He's not a professor in mechanical. Even a mechanic in Ladipo will tell you that a water pump of Honda will match about the pump of Toyota Camry. For him, he will not even know that. So he's not perfect in every part, or every corner of
Umbuka.
You know that a Honda water pump will match Acura water pump. Then he will be arguing, this is a Honda. How can a Honda match Acura? You know, he will not even know that it's going to use something.
Acura legend.
Yeah, but you know that the Honda part will also work for it. That's so if you know this.
Yeah, Augustine.
So
sure, come over on this side. You'll see a lot of Acura.
Also, I just wanted to confirm what you ascribe said.
Like in the UK.
I just want to confirm what you ascribe said. Prof is a very good artist. Do you know, I can feel his presence in my space listening to him.
Yeah.
He communicates and you can easily understand his background and his chain of thought.
I have to watch this interview. Everybody seems to rate it.
He's a very good artist, and he the choice of words and his demonstrations can really portray him. I don't think he's a good diplomatic person.
He was so emotionally though.
Yeah,
not.
Is there you can get his word and where he's going to.
Yeah, he was.
And that was when people read his biases when he entered politics. And once people read your bias, they will hang on that. But he did a very wonderful.
Yeah, he carried about. Look, if you see the comment section, he was carrying everybody along. People were going. Like this guy, like asking one question, he spent 45 minutes answering. All right, he break it down pieces, like put the water pump different, the oil pump, everything.
This man a water pump.
I saw put it together. You know what I mean?
It's reminding me of Man of Prestige last week with the two poisonous snakes, the big snake and the small snake.
I don't think mechanical, so I don't put mechanical in my own thought. That's how life is. As I said, if you go to Mbuka, they will tell you water pump for Acura, go for Honda. He's going to argue that as a professor. He's going to argue that tomorrow, but at the end of the day, it's going to work. All right. So they are also human beings. They are not spirits. So
they are not gods. If he looked like he wanted to say something. No, if he raised a hand when she came back.
Augustine, I'm sure
he made Professor angry.
No, I didn't see that part. I went away. When I come back, everyone was blowing.
No, if he was the one that Professor had to close before time, he couldn't even take
for some reason. When if he was about to ask that question, I have a feeling that this will not go well.
He's already emotional already. He's already emotional. It was like,
listen, honestly, I didn't do anything. Let me say this.
Guys, I have to get out of the studio.
Others man here today.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Ebi, you see when I say you can't follow those 18 years do 12 hours. You see it? I just prove myself to be true.
I will tell your fan in my house, my wife. She knows you very well. All right.
Okay, have a good evening.
Take care.
So, honestly speaking, I didn't listen to the whole interview. I think I came in when he started talking, answering question about Obi. And he says something. Of course, we know politics is a game of numbers and, talking about tribunal and all this stuff. So I asked him a question and I said, it's about Obi. And I didn't have anything in mind, honestly speaking. And I didn't mean to piss him off. But my thing is this. If you're talking about something that I don't know, I will not comment. He should have said, I am not a politician, so I cannot answer any question about this. And I asked him a question, and I can see where he's going to. I'm like, okay. And I honestly, Augustine, if you listen to me, I was like, okay, don't worry about it. Don't even answer. I kept saying it, but he kept going. And I'm like, okay. And I log off. So I'm not even going to go watch it because I don't have no regret and I don't owe him no apology. That is how I feel. Again, like I said earlier, Peter Obi is not going to fix Nigeria. I don't think anybody's going to fix Nigeria. But the way he's talking about Peter Obi, it's like he has some sort of
personal vendetta.
No, it's not personal. I gave the instance of Jesse Jackson to an Obama to explain that. Follow that story, and you kind of understand that.
Yeah, but if you don't know
Jesse Jackson, if you look back, these were people who were Dick Gregory, Jesse Jackson. These were people who were like building their political career to be those people.
Mr. Scribe, they planned Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson was not ready to contest president, but Obama was more than ready. And the people,
please don't misunderstand me. I'm not arguing along that line. I'm only kind of giving.
No, I understand. Jesse
the
Jackson
context.
did not see the dream
I'm
in
not
Obama.
supporting anymore. So like, I'm just kind of
interpreting. Jesse Jackson did not see the dream in Obama. So Jesse Jackson said all the things that he said. That's
but
in
hindsight, some of the things that Jesse Jackson said. Wait. If you remember when this Obi thing started, I was amongst those who were very critical of Obi. I don't know if you remember. Yes, I was very critical of Obi. Not that I didn't support Obi. You get what I mean? But I'm not just supporting like, this thing. I supported him, but I generally was criticizing everything because I felt that by criticizing him, he would be better. You know what I mean? Rather than just being a praise singer. That was my position, right? So, but if you look at now everything that is going, just like if he said, he's not going to fix Nigeria. But if at least he goes and he pushes it to a certain point.
Do the introduction.
Exactly. Break that jinx that a lot of, imagine my cousins, 6-year-old in my village, they are now beginning to espouse ideas that an Igbo man will never rule Nigeria. These are you can imagine how politically conscious now a 6-year-old is, and they are discussing with me and they are telling me, look, that I should that anything I want to do for them, let me do for them, that there is no opportunity in Nigeria for them, that they just want to get out of this place, even if through the Sahel or whatever. And imagine 6 years old, they are already now planning how they'll go to Mozambique, who they'll go, and that education is not working. They can't even afford the education. Can you imagine? So,
but sorry, Mr. Scribe.
It's a dialogue.
Okay,
so Scribe, the greatest challenge I have in the context of Igbo person being the president is the person. Let them not come tomorrow and say, oh, it is now Igbo. Everywhere will say, we want to give it to Rochas. Everybody will say, let us give it to Rochas.
No. But wait. Reverend Augustine, remember, what we have today is by design. Yes. The rotation system is a design. So that we are espousing those ideas, we are only keeping in line with the idea. Now, what it means to be a Nigerian does not exist. Let's be very clear. What it means to be a Nigerian does not exist. So if now what it means to be a Nigerian exists by design, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Listen, give me, if Olu Falaye, I know, I agree with you. Yaradua would have been, in Nigeria's history, is like a missed opportunity.
Yeah,
right?
I just pray.
I agree with you. But like, imagine if Olu Falaye was given an opportunity. Imagine if NCNC had not merged with MPC, right? They merged with Action Group, and sort of like Zik just took a back seat and allowed Awolowo to have this thing. It would have been a different mindset. You know what I mean? This would have been an intellectual. You would see a Tony Enaro play a more prominent role. It would have been an intellectual Nigeria that was being bettered. Imagine if the coup that saw this gentleman that just left was, as it is alleged, that because Shagari was prepping Ekweme to become president of Nigeria, that's why they struck. That's what is alleged, right? So all these junctures in our this thing were opportunities where it would have been, in Nigeria. You know what I mean? And it would have bettered the political beliefs, ideologies, and ideals that would have given neutrality. But what happened? The same Ekweme, this is where I'm very, very critical of I'm sorry, but some people don't like what I normally say sometimes. But let's just say it. What was Ekweme doing with 6 political zones? Did he really think through that 6 political zones thing well? Did he go back to read the Willings Minority Report properly? before espousing the ideas of 6 geopolitical zones. So by design, this rotation thing is by design. So it's fine. If tomorrow now OUK or Rochas come up, it's fine. It is okay. People shouldn't fight against it.
Hey, scrap. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that when it is the turn of Igbos, let somebody like P2B or better than P2B come out. When it is the turn of Yorubas, let somebody like former VP or people better than him. This is what I'm looking at. Like tomorrow, if you bring somebody like Ojos Okala, at the end, every part of Nigeria will say, is that not what the Igbos were asking? We've given them that. Look at where they
you know the best person for Nigeria? We talked about him now. The guy at African Development Bank.
The one that is being dragged on Twitter.
That is the best. That is, have you ever seen
additional?
Very presidential. This guy will command respect. If you just appoint that, if we vote that guy in, come on, man. People will be the learn work with that.
Additional.
That is what we are trying to say.
I'm being honest.
That is what I said here.
My CV.
If you go to every state,
Okonjo Iweala will do a better job than a P2.
We know all that.
In my opinion. In my humble opinion. Yeah.
That is what we are trying to say. Why do you say so?
Oh, no. Naturally, look at the way let me tell you why I say Okonjo Iweala, women overall.
No, not
Nigeria's independence. Wait. The break and the chasing away of the West African independence it started with Ghana, right? Kwame Nkrumah wrote this book, said that you can measure the degree of revolutionary awareness, revolutionary tipping point or something like that by the political awareness of your women. Now, when you mark that quote and you map it to what the About Women's Riot did and the contribution it had to chasing away the British, the abdication of the what's his name, Egbaland guy that Ransom Kuti was the Gary War that you remember during the Second World War. The British were taxing us. They were using our money to make up for their starvation at the time in England, right? They were taxing us too much. But the likes of Alimo Tupelerura did not, and Habak Macaulay did not. They didn't just give us to that. So, no, let me just say my point. My point is the reason why I think a woman will do a better job as the president of Nigeria, if given the opportunity, is just based on these facts that I've espoused. That naturally, if women are given an opportunity, they'll do a better job. Naturally, I feel Okonjo Iweala will do a better job.
Okonjo Iweala, Femi Adesina will do a better job. But Mr. Scribe, just understand the type of politics we play.
Good.
If the establishment does not.
Oh no! I'm with you.
It's going to be hard for them.
I'm with you on that basis. No, bro. I'm with you.
For example,
please, we are exchanging ideas. I'm not going cookies.
He's not even refuting your idea.
Mr. Frank, another way around them, look at it from MKO Abiola. Look at it to Peter Obi. The people want them. They never accepted it. You understand? The people want MKO. No. You and I know, let's not anything. In fact, you are the evil Igbo man. You and I know that this election, Obi won the election.
Of course, hands down.
Because the establishment don't want him. They are doing everything possible to bring him.
No, the design of Nigeria doesn't want
him. And talking about all this obedient thing. What does it take for me? They don't need my beaver, my NIN, for me to be an APC person to come outside and type rubbish as an obedient. You understand? You don't need party card. Anyways, you understand? People can do anything, just like the Hitler thing. People can do anything just to use this thing because this is the only negative thing that is going with the obedience. So people can do the two-faced thing, you understand, wear that marks on their face to bring obedience down. Because now, nobody's talking about obedience in terms of crime. Nobody's talking about obedience in terms of any other thing. You understand? Other they say, 4 people in Twitter. Now it didn't work. Now they don't get respect. That is what you get. That's my take.
So,
let's go.
Subscribe to. I'm not disputing your position, but there's something I want us to understand. Working on established institution is quite different from working where there is full disorganization. when Peter Obi okay, let me begin with Ojo Zokalo. When Ojo Zokalo became the governor of Abia State, do you know that Okada riders went naked from Aba to Umuahia in support of Ojo Zokalo? Do you know that when Rochas became a governor in Imo State, people slept on the road? INEC representative in Owerri, she was slapped at the middle of the night when she was delaying people. People slept on the main road celebrating the coming of Rochas. At the end of the day, what did these two guys do to the people that loved them, that gave them 100% support? Do you know that when Peter Obi became the governor of Anambra State is one of the states then that one single person will keep the governor in his private parlor and make a list of commissioners and hand over to him, and he will sign and go out and announce. Anambra State was one of the states that the citizens are richer than the government, so they dictate. But he was able to wrestle that deep mess and was able to bring them where he kept them. I'm not saying that Adeshina or Konji-Iweala will not do better, but I'm thinking that the three of them might be exceptional in getting Nigeria. I'm not placing anyone above any of them, because the three of them you've seen, they are exceptional in what they are doing at the moment. But why don't we contest among our best? Why don't we
that won't work. Like you said, it won't work for the establishment. They don't like that.
Yeah, that goes to what Paul just said. The establishment don't need these guys. Because remember, it was rumored that he bought a ticket for APC.
Or maybe somebody bought it for him.
Yeah.
No. I can't argue with you, honestly. I agree with you 100%. So I know where you're coming from, and I appreciate it.
And the days I'm looking forward to is the days where someone like Soludo, Julius Berger, the one that is building this imaginary bridge that they keep saying the Igbo should build, he's building these bridges now. The day he would contest against a Yaya Bello, and Yaya Bello would defeat him at primaries. The days he will contest against. The days he will contest against an El Rufai, and
wait. You mean a Soludo for presidency against a Yaya Bello?
No, I'm saying just primaries. I'm saying no. I'm just saying primaries.
Oh, okay.
Even if I put all the things Soludo was doing, what do you think he's doing it for? Saying the Igbo should wait their turn. He wants to run for office.
Is this thing casted, all right? Now he was going ahead of Atiku, all right, so that the power will turn to the south. Let me say, now Tinubu have 8 years. If court eventually give it to him, all right, after 8 years, where is it? Do you think the power is going back to the north? So if Soludo is hoping to be a president, he should wait for next 16 years.
Tinubu no get 8 years. Tinubu get 12 years.
12 years.
Uzo. So if Tinubu somewhere along the line, Tinubu didn't make it complete, the next person will take your 8 too. So Tinubu will cause another problem.
What I mean is that just imagine Tinubu do 8 years.
It will create another problem.
The power will go back to the north. North will do another 8 years, 16 years. Then you come back to the south. But then Soludo, where will he be?
So you see, these guys don't think that way. They are clouded by what they can get. Okay, I mean, you would think they will learn from the likes of Rotimi Amici. Look at what they've done to Rotimi Amici now. They've relegated him to the backside. Like the guy is almost forgotten about. He
released an album now. You have to release an album to
that's not
If you're talking about Rotimi Amici, are you forgetting all delay?
Do you understand? Peter Odili before Rotimi Amici. Look at these guys. What happened to them?
He only walk around the stadium, and they tell him never come back. Keep walking. You understand? He walk around the stadium, and they tell him
he was jogging. He was doing that. He was doing that to say his feet.
Spent money.
Yes, now they emptied the coffers of River State.
And I don't know why the governors that have come from that state don't consider the citizens.
Wiki has done the same thing. You just empty the coffers. You just go and give it to them.
Wiki is much more better because if you go to River State now, you will see some good stuff. All right.
What is
They,
good stuff?
they should stop building
If you
flyovers.
go
They
to
should stop building flyovers. Flyovers and roads are a way of embezzlement.
No.
You know the things
These guys are roads.
I was in River State during the time.
Do you drive
Roads and flyovers. That's what they do.
Did you see any type of those bridges you see in Texas in the River State?
No, man, of the bridges. I did the
Come on now, you commission half a mile bridge.
No,
for 100 million. You call AIT
to compare all the Amechi and the Wike. Which you are putting, which will you take?
No, it keep getting worse. That's how the system is.
On erosion, control of what?
I'm paying salaries.
What? Yeah. Okay. Let me still believe that.
My brothers, let's look at it this way. So somebody built a bridge. What was he supposed to go there to do? You know what I mean? Elon Musk, it's just like, I was so pissed as an Anambarian the day my good friend Uche Nwora, I saw him on the my good brother and friend Uche Nwora. You know, I saw him. They were opening Anambra State Airport. The way he was jumping. So somebody, a mutual friend of ours, was like, maybe now he's not really jumping that the airport was built. He's jumping because maybe he has already bought some land around there, and he was jumping like, my land don't appreciate too. You understand what I'm saying? So this was an internal joke, right? So I'm not sure. The person was alleging. We're not sure whether he owns land, right? But the point is, Elon Musk is shooting rockets in the sky unannounced, no fanfare. It's just a regular day at work. And then this guy, Chinwike, is now doing according to the people who said half mile this thing with 100 million, like in a country that has limestone. Some things that doesn't make.
It's the way of stealing money. All these 12 flyovers, this one flyover. So, develop the people. Develop the people and stop building flyovers everywhere.
Uzo, if you know the surplus River State had, one thing you give to Wike went to court, go fight all the oil well that were claimed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So Wike won all these cases, and they got all the oil well in Cross River State. They got oil well from Bayelsa State. They got oil well from Imo State. They got oil well from Akwa Ibom. The state is having surplus. Uzo, my brother, go vacation. Not only they go
from Delta too. You go from Delta.
Bahrain, go Jordan, go Qatar. Make you go see what they use all your money do. You know they use GPS for Texas. You know they see bridge. You see that kind of bridge for rivers. I beg, before I go, Before
Are you planning to go?
Yeah, I want to go. I beg. I get one small meeting. I want to go. Why they told me to Jehovah Witness? They make me the fear.
Once Paul knock on the door, if you could just exit.
Catholic, I will call they do sign of cross. Which kind of this one?
You guys should
toast your grandmama.
So you want to start pursuing her again.
When somebody no be Catholic, can they do sign of cross? What I don't pass Gary?
What are sign of combat?
If you answer my question, because
to be honest with you, Paul, I love you so much.
If you all love me, I say you love everybody. You don't love everybody.
Hold on. That's how it's supposed to be. In as much as we have our differences. I mean, see, and Paul, you're still gonna disagree with me, but these things we are talking about, and I begin to ask my question: when are we gonna get it right? I don't know whether you were here when we were talking about sharing 5,000, and they said they shared it.
I had the fear to come in because I was enjoying you, but I was scared because you leave.
Paul, they confess.
No, Paul. The only time I disagree is when I start talking about Biafra, that we should go our separate ways. But honestly speaking, if Nigeria is working for us, we won't be here talking about Nigeria, to be honest with you. We won't be here talking about all these things that is happening in our country. Look at common election. Everybody's hoping that something is going to change when this thing give their verdict. I mean, you know, I don't hate anybody. We can disagree, but I still believe that this country is not working for us and it's not working for me. You know, we still believe in marginalization.
So just to let you know now, just to let you know, is 9 hours and 25 minutes when you start talking. I'm going to crop this part and send it to doctor. Because doctor called me privately, said, what is going on between you and Ife? You know, I'll crop this part and send it. Say, doctor, you don't hear that, you don't see him. Watch it yourself. I beg. But let me do sign of cross. I don't know how to do himself. Sometimes they go do one shoulder, not do the other shoulder.
All that needed to happen was for scribe and show to hosts. That's all that needed to happen.
Exactly. And if you believe me, I know when I say this thing all the time, it is my own truth. If my brothers that have applied for visa for 9 times, they deny them. Do you understand? Do you still want them to take visa to go toast an Igbo girl in Anambra? Take this thing now.
Follow.
Now.
Follow. You know what?
Sure, take come now. You say you won't go. When they go apply for visa for Biafra again, they're going to deny them.
Follow. Just enter flight contest. Ma show you the way.
Uzo, I beg, give me the water price scope. Make I use that.
I go give you. Just come. Don't come out.
Baba Arizona is going nowhere. He go there fast so that they will come down.
Who goes so wrong for governorship?
Oh, okay, Baba Arizona.
You know the funniest thing, even when I log off, I still stay behind and listen to you. That is
you reach like that. That's why doctor could call me. Even Uzo asked me the same thing. Like 7 people have asked me this thing privately when you are not here. Believe me. So when you leave, you understand, it just affects my train of thought. I'm telling you.
For somebody saying that it's girls wahala. Just
and it's a female who is saying it. Chioma said that girl wahala. Don't worry, I'm taking screenshots. I'm taking screenshot. I'll send it to Rudolph to say we broke a piece.
So whether you like it or not, God will bless you. That's why I say
somebody said I love you. Somebody said I love you. Your return is that God will bless her. See, she said you would disagree, and you've ended up disagreeing.
No, I say whether you like it or not, God will bless her. Even though if you don't like her, God will bless her. Okay, thank you very much, Abeg. I didn't expect one visitor. Let me tell you one funny story. My young son, you know that age now. This same son will come back from school.
You never reach Igbo basic age. You don't need tell story.
Let me. It's so funny. He will come back from school and said, "I don't like my school. I don't like my class. What happened? They bully me. Why?
Oh, okay.
Don't want to apply lotion in his body, and his body will be so hashy. I live in a very dry state. I live in the desert.
Yeah.
You understand? Yeah. He will tell, hey, young man, go take your shower, apply your lotion, put cream on your hair. Yes, you go, not do this thing. Now they curse him in school, he felt bad. Guess what? My son don't they like one Caribbean girl. If the girl call him for phone,
he's building his taste.
My woman said, you don't going to make her the fear again. You see this kind toasting getting. You don't be like blessing. The boy need the fortnight again. Don't want to play game. They take his shower twice. They brush his teeth.
Oh, wow. Paul goes on the top oxtail. Oxtail,
that is beautiful. You know what made me laugh? You know what made me laugh? My wife said the other day, I think it's time for us to even invite this guy to the house. Whenever he doesn't do anything, we'll tell, okay, we're going to report you. He will probably tell, because I said, your mother be carry bags of water home. And you are the man in the house. My guy don't do everything. Because of this girl. If the girl call him for phone, he will go bath. So, Mr. Marolle, I'm expecting visitors. I want to quickly go take my shower.
Just look Jehovah Witness.
All right, Paul, take care.
Thank you.
Good night, Paul.
Thank you.
Augustine, I have a question. Did I do anything or say anything wrong to that man?
I don't think you said anything wrong, Betty.
No, I was there listening to Oguibe, right?
Yeah.
No, I don't think
I think it was because that was when I joined. I think it was more your. I think it was more your countenance. I think he, read your face almost like not rolling your eyes, but it was almost like, oh, okay, here we go talking rubbish, telling me answer my question. How can you tell me Obi didn't win this state? I think he read, like I said, honestly, I literally joined at that point. I was like, why is the house on fire? I didn't watch this thing. So
let me say what.
Augustins, did you all watch? Were you guys there?
Yes,
yeah.
I was there. I was.
So look at what I suspected.
I think I was.
What I suspected is that Prof was talking, and at the same time was going through comments, and also everything he took his time. He thought that everybody had only the political aspect. So he became curious that we're all focusing on the political aspect.
For me,
with your gesture too. So go ahead.
I think this is what may have maybe made him a little bit uncomfortable, because I like putting myself inside the same shoe. You asked the question, he answered the question, you were not satisfied with it, and you went off.
No, because when he started saying, he said something about, I said, don't worry, don't bother asking.
I think it is when he started answering your question, he said about the lady who answered, only to look at the screen, and you were not on the screen again. You just left the screen.
No,
so it was as if
I don't feel
I feel that was just the position that
Augustine, when you have the guest there reading the comments, that guest will be like, you're going to get mad, because the comment section is where the whole thing is coming out from. More people, like when you have the guest reading at the comment section, answering people at the live, that guy his time is not taking. It's going to blow up, because the comment section has a lot of the comment coming out of that place.
Violence.
It's easier to hide behind the keyboard and type. Your face is not there, so people can type all sort of nonsense.
What about this theory? What about this theory that maybe he had done 4 or 5 hours at that point and was at a point of,
I think it was a bit of it could be a bit of everything. He was tired.
He let his guard down. Yeah. So come on, man. The guy was giving us everything. So I don't think if he did anything wrong, he was totally on a right to.
If you know the girl say now that it's not you, it's me.
Anything if he could have done wrong was
not
to
you,
say,
it's him.
hey, it's okay, don't answer again, and dropped off. That could be, he could, he felt, for me at a point, he had to start clarifying that I am not here for political conversation.
That's why I said. That's why I said, don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's why you say, okay, don't answer again.
Yeah, that's what I said. When you say you're not here for political, I said, okay, don't worry, forget about it.
He exposed his bias, and people pinned him on his bias. So, and once people,
it's logical that when your brain is a little exhausted, it's logical that you naturally will let your guard down. If you compare him towards the end and at the beginning, he should have taken some water breaks. Let's be fair. So,
because if you watch the guy, as I said earlier on, that guy was talking that's the point. I start feeling for him. I start relating. I start.
Remember that he's an artist.
Yeah, the guy was like, is there emotion or what? What's going on with him? All right, he was carrying people along. Carrying people along like a package. Everybody was just listening. People in comment section was sending down every comment, and this the kind of question he was receiving from the audience was like good question. I don't think he was expecting such an intelligent person from the audience. All right, so that's what I feel it was. And answering the question, just simple question. The guy will spend 45 minutes when he spent 45 minutes, that's one question. Man, he got to put things
and could it also be that the sudden change, because like I said, I wasn't here in the beginning, but from the comment I read, it looked like people loved him based on his discussion regarding the Biafra. I'm not sure what else he discussed, his work. I think because it could be partly because he was getting so much love in the comment section, and all of a sudden the topic changed and people just went for his jugular, and he's thinking, are you not the same people?
No, immediately he goes to Obi, he goes down on Obi. That's where everything
it's possible.
No,
people don't spare you.
That was the right thing.
I know that
was the position, because I'll tell you the truth. When he mentioned the point that Obi took the opportunist part, that it was an opportunity.
Opportunity use,
good.
yeah.
Immediately he said that, 4 people entered the
instantly.
Studio.
Yeah.
That was when I knew it's going to be hot. Because let me tell you the truth, I too wanted to come to the studio.
Yeah.
Immediately I want to just press click. I see already 4 people were already inside. Then I knew that then it's getting hot. Then I had to now pay close attention to that section where he's going to speak, so that I get it very well.
And you want to tell me that this man have not been listening to this program? Why he didn't allow forefather to react? He came with Why would that be worse? You know how forefather asked his own question.
Yeah. And forefather was going to go in on the Biafra issue.
Yeah.
You know, there was joking in the comment section, and forefather, I know he was there, so it wasn't like I was saying it behind him.
Yeah.
Because when Rudolph said he's trying to get one of Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers to come and really tell people what's going on and all of that. So I said, in the comment section, I said, please make sure forefather does not speak on that day, because it's going to annoy the entire Igbo people. He has a way. He will come and say exactly the same thing, but will repeat it. He will tell you, you're not listening to your neighbors. Igbo people cannot complain of marginalization. Everybody is suffering. It's not just you. And this thing, he antagonizes these people. You've said it many times. At some point, just leave them and watch. But forefather will tell you, no, he has to be said. Like, sorry, honestly, there was a day I think because I watched this, I'm on this show a lot, so YouTube algorithm would suggest Nigerian discourse, channels where they discuss Nigerian stuff, because this is the only show I come to and I speak, until I went to another show that YouTube just suggested. I just joined. If I was watching the car that like 2 weeks ago, and I joined, and it was forefather that was speaking. Oh my God, the comment section on that particular show, the way they were going for him. They said, you hate Igbo, you are this, you are that. If I didn't know forefather, I would think he's an APC agent.
They don't want him to co-host on that show anymore.
Yeah, honestly, sometimes I'm like, forefather, leave the Igbo people alone, except there's...
You see what? Sure, forefather, all right, he liked to bully on top of Biafra, people that don't know anything about IPOB. Let him go to Samolepa and make... forefather, he can't start Samolepa even for a minute, or some of those IPOB medium warriors. They will finish in that he wouldn't even make a matter anymore.
Two of them will shout at the program.
I don't know anything about IPOB. You carry the whole problem and like if and I don't know about IPOB. The way those IPOB media warriors, so far that cannot talk for 2 minutes.
No, I think you're underrating the forefathers.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you what I say.
Something. That's why I was something.
Okay, go ahead.
When you know something, you speak what you know, not what you hear. All right. When you know something, it's what know what you hear. No, if show tell me something, I rely on what show tell me. I used to chop and subscribe. All right. Without that will forefather sometimes you make argument something you have from one source. I used to argue everything generally. All right. I know people here, if I comment, they are into the Biafra war. So I thought for one day, if I will invite you to his, I will take it to one of the commander or the commander of Biafra. They tell you from what happened. For that, you will start sharing, you start crying. You will start crying. For what was in my place? My mother ran from his step how many years outside with my dad. It was done in my place. They tell us, they say that I grow up, I grew up over it. So he didn't know what happened. He's not hearing from this, that. So the issue that if
I think you're misunderstanding the angle that I'm coming with. See, forefathers is relentless.
He is. I give him that.
Relentless. Okay, and the people you are talking about too are relentless. The only thing there is that they have a captured audience. He doesn't. So how soon do you think a forefather will, if a forefather chooses, he's a businessman, right? If he chooses, he has his priorities. That's why you don't see him opening up his channel, right? But if forefathers chooses, he will match them. He will, because there are also people out there who think like him. This is how the internet works. Okay. Generally, I'm not saying this is like a proven formula in YouTube or in internet space.
Is that you're far left or far right?
Exactly. Once you are like forefather and you are able to bang, repeat the thing, there are people who will swallow it hook, line, and sinker.
And you know, I noticed this thing that you said, because when I was on this particular channel that, I was on that on a random Tuesday afternoon. I was watching the cow outside and I was listening. So when people started saying forefather, so I was like, let me break, because I was using my Bluetooth headset. It's the same person.
The same person.
Yeah, I have.
So what name were they using there?
Forefathers.
Okay.
No, two Niger.
Two Niger,
Yeah.
yeah.
Two Niger. Yeah, two Niger. Yeah, two Niger. So, two Niger. So I got my phone now just to read the comment. Pardon?
Where is he from? I know that
he doesn't tell anybody. My guess is based on the way he speaks, not his accent or anything, but when he speaks, he talks about the Igbos as a group of people, not that he belongs to. He's not a Yoruba man. He's not Hausa. He's not North Central.
No,
he's not Middle Belt. So I think it's South.
I know. No, he's Bini. He's Bini. I know. Raf. Raf, White Label Podcast.
Yeah.
White Label Podcast. Yeah, I think if you go back to almost 18 months ago or so, White Label, Paul, and this, so you know where Forefathers is from. I know I've watched that clip.
So he's a when I heard people were attacking him, I felt bad. I was like, this guy, he has his opinion. Leave him alone. Let him. So I thought, let me check the comment. Then I saw how many people were on this particular show, and I sort of compared that to Rudolph's show. Rudolph's show. Rudolph is in the middle. Rudolph does not give you much. Rudolph is just, here's the platform. You guys come and have your say. Literally, as the name of the program suggests, have your say. So Rudolph is not far right. It's not far left. It's just there. Have your say. And that's why you will see his numbers not as high as some of these other shows who have very strong opinions. Right or wrong, their opinions are very strong. This is what we believe in, and we die here. So I agree with you. If Forefather was to open a channel, it would be big, because there will be so many people who are looking for an outlet to say the sort of things he agrees with, and it will be big. Like someone already told me in the comment section, I think the day I hosted the show, I think it was last week Saturday, and they were discussing it. Hey, show's doing. Somebody just came, and I read the comment, and I took it in good faith. That person said, show won't do well as a YouTuber, because some people are like, open your channel. So one guy said, show is very neutral. He doesn't want to offend anybody. And I'm thinking, I'm not actually neutral. I'm not neutral. I'm just not very hardcore. I'm a Peter Obi supporter.
You're not showing your pure angle. You're being logical. Like when
you understand, I'm a Peter Obi supporter, but I don't understand when Peter Obi gets criticized and people lose their shit. SHIT. He's a politician. He comes with the territory. Slander would come. You can defend it, but you don't have to be mad about. I mean, I saw somebody in the comment section earlier today and said, "Oh, you didn't, Rudolph. How can you let that professor talk down on Peter Obi and you didn't stop him?" And I thought, sorry, I should stop him. Rudolph should stop him from talking down. I didn't know. I didn't hear what he said because, like I said, I didn't watch the whole show. But people are very, and I'm the one to say, don't say people are emotional. But when you say, how can you let the professor talk down on Peter Obi? Peter Obi is a public figure. So that would happen. Some of the obedience, they will be shocked if and when, I pray to God, Peter Obi becomes the president, the amount of criticism he will get, because the Agbado people, their full-time job will be to criticize Peter Obi. It will be their full-time 24/7 job.
No.
So exactly,
Sure, the truth is this, if you want to get the best out of Peter Obi, if Peter Obi becomes the president, all the citizens become the opposition.
No, wait. See, I think we're missing one point. What is the division of another way to look at democracy is a competition of ideas?
Yes.
So one other thing that obedience means, and this is one thing why I look at them and I say, look, a competition of ideas means that you can still claim to be an obedient, right? And then the way you approach things, you look at it as a competition of ideas. Everything Peter Obi says he's going to do, it doesn't mean that he must do it. By the time he gets into office, the circumstances there, he will then start, prioritizing based on what is on board. He cannot shoot himself on the foot. Democracy is a competition of ideas. So that's the reason why you have the opposition. If democracy if democracy was dictatorship, then there's no need for competition of ideas. So that's where they kind of get it a little wrong. But it's also owing to the fact that our democracy is actually very, very massive. Very, very. This is indicative of a democracy that is just begging for one or two more crises, like what they call we've not in Nigeria, we've not kind of like had, like in England, Brexit, where you understand, if you are watching we don't have shows like in Nigeria, like BBC Question Time.
Yeah.
Shows like in Nigeria. Remember when Theresa May came on BBC Question Time? There was this guy that was in the audience that dressed her down. You know what I mean?
Even Prime Minister's questions that they would have.
Prime Minister question, dressed her down. We don't have those kind of programs where it's not that you are selecting Agbado people. You are selecting people with no sense. People like who come here who are ideological in reasoning, not in interest.
Thank you. That's what I'm trying to say.
Come here and the woman will make a mistake, and they will dress her down. You know what a logical campaign will do when they come back immediately. What they call the spin doctors. That is what democracy is about. Democracy is a competition of ideas. We do not have that design in Nigeria. That's the problem. And our democracy is so young that we've not had so many crises like a Brexit. Look at Boris Johnson, for example. His people said, "We're not voting you again." The guy resigned. You understand? Like, oh boy, this thing you are espousing, we don't believe in it anymore. The guy dropped. How will it happen in Nigeria? Look at electricity. People, he will be shouting Section 68, Section 110. Most people in the comment section will dare go and open Section 68 and 110 to go and read it.
Actually, sorry, let me ask. Last week when I hosted the show, for those of you who were here, when I left, because I left as soon as I finished for the first 5 hours, and I handed over to him and electricity and forefathers, did he talk about, because the whole thing was, he was given an hour to speak about 68 and 110. Did he teach on it? Did it happen?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
So everybody just left. Wow. Okay. I'll go and check the show just to be sure if he actually, because I would like to listen.
I wasn't available.
Because Rudolph allocated an hour to him to.
One of my fear about this thing. If you look at all the candidates, it's very glaring that Obi is the best for it. And as I said, I like him because
there's no doubt about
open to learn. The point is this: even if Obi goes through the tribunal and gets to the presidency, the citizens should always learn to hold him accountable. He will bring out the best in him. If everybody says that, okay, everything he does cannot be questioned, everything he does cannot be looked at or scrutinized, he will not bring out the best in him.
Augustine,
yeah?
I think what the obedience will do to Peter Obi, I might be wrong. It's almost a case of, this is my child. Don't scold him. I'll scold him myself. I think obedience would hold him.
He will spoil the pikin more.
No, he's making a point. Let him lie.
I think obedience will hold him to account. What obedience won't want is just, unnecessary attacks. They will protect him. They will shield him from opposition as much as they can. But I believe obedience. See, Peter Obi is not that guy that the obedience are afraid of. Have you seen some of the big obedient even when they address him on Twitter, when he's begging people, apologizing, they'll tell him, "Oga, stop begging people on our behalf." He's somebody that they can talk to. He's somebody that they can, hold by his promises. Good. This is the difference from the psychophancy we see in the current government. It's psychophancy. Everything is okay. I think Obi would face scrutiny from his own people. When he becomes president, he will.
And most of this obedience, most of them do not even need anything from you.
No.
Most of them do not need your compensation.
Okay,
like me now,
you see
I can speak for myself. I'm not looking for anything. But I support to be.
As Reverend said, you don't even know the head, you don't know the tail. Who will you compensate and who will you not compensate?
Yeah.
That's the point. How will you compensate? If you want to compensate, you compensate everybody. Because if you say, okay, who is the head of the obedient movement now? You will not even know. They're just there on their own. And that is why if we have constructive criticisms and somebody who can listen, you bring the best out of the person. And I'll tell you the truth. What Obi is doing now, I won't lie to you. If PDP was a person, I go give a dirty slap. Because this is the kind of opposition we wanted over.
No. You know, PDP and APD is very fluid. A lot of these people that you were expecting opposition from over the last 8 years, a lot of them, they will wake up as PDP by 5 p.m. They're APC. So it was very difficult for them to actually put up a strong up. I mean, look at PDP at this last election. They have the G string 5. They broke away. They had this one, but they judge in Lagos. So PDP could not play that role. Opposition. They didn't even attempt. They didn't try. So it is strange to APC, and it's part of why they don't like the obedient. They find them as irritants.
Yeah.
They've never experienced this sort of scrutiny, opposition before. So everything an obedient does is irritating them. Like, what is it? What is your own? Are you the first one? We've done this before. You see, APC guys, they prefer PDP to obedience because PDP understand the game is the game now. You understand? So we sabi as they go. That kind of arrangement.
Even APC
obedience are the one that irritates them.
APC people are not even scared of PDP.
They are
No.
not. They're not scared of PDP. I know that the greatest problem they have always had, even on the Twitter space, has been the obedience.
The only thing that would have been different is if Peter Obi had become president this time. Let's imagine Peter Obi was the one that went to France and some APC, let's say, additional APC, affiliated to APC, Okonjo-Iweala was affiliated to APC. Let's say, the shoe was on the other foot. Obedience, what I know of them, all this one that APC people are running around looking for validation, I swear to you, obedience won't even care. They will be basking in the glory of we are the one in charge. If you like, complain. The way they come, the APC guys will come here and start complaining. You won't find obedience complaining anywhere. We are the one. It's strange to me that APC guys are your man is in the office and you're still going around fighting people.
For people to come.
Obedient will not have time to fight anybody. Sure. They'll just be very happy and just be enjoying life. If you like, criticize people from morning to night. It's not our problem.
But sure.
Yes, sir.
The picture between Macron and Tinubu was the most childish behavior I've seen. The image you see, the image of a little boy jumping on a big father.
To a grandfather. Like a grandfather and a grandson.
Tinubu just presented himself like, maybe come and have this picture with Uncle.
It's the same thing I said that day.
I hope he learns. I hope because those little things for me they matter.
Sure, you guys don't know that APC is like under like 90 when you are being employed in a job, you're under 90 days probation. You may be fired, you may still continue the work. So right now the APC are not jubilating yet. They know that something may turn around, so it's not yet time for them to jubilate. They are all still under probation. So no matter what the court is going to.
Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why they are really struggling for.
You don't see that.
Maybe that's why they are hustling for this validation.
And I won't lie to you. Look, first impression matters. That's why they say when you make the first 5 sentences, for the first time when you meet somebody, the person evaluates you through and through to know who you are. So generally, some of these things are power play. I won't lie to you. I am not so happy the way Tinubu greeted Macron. I am not so happy. There is some power, there's some aura that comes to you when you shake a small boy's hand and you know that these boys, you shake him. If you shake him, you leave him. But this one was like that.
For me as well, those little things, they count. Honestly, those things count. The way he carried.
Because they are going to sit down and analyze that.
Thank you.
They will see that you came from a point of disadvantage and they will tackle you. These guys are emotional thinkers.
It looked like he was excited to meet Macron. That's the way it looked like. He was excited.
I said yesterday,
guys, you remember when Trump was running for president and how I think one of the candidates that was running against him,
they would shoot each other and wouldn't leave each other alone.
How to reverse his power play with a handshake.
Thank you. In fact, that was what was in my mind when I made that statement.
I think he had become president. He's the Canadian guy. It's your prime minister. What do you mean? It's your prime minister.
Yeah, Justin Trudeau.
Trudeau.
Right.
It was him and Trudeau at the White House. And the handshake went on and on and on.
I was thinking when
and they also briefed Trudeau on Ivanka. The way he
the shaking was like
so these are the things that you expect that a Tinubu should know,
especially having been governor for 8 years.
I've been saying this. I've been saying this. When Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State, I see Macron was a ambassador in Nigeria in Lagos, so he do go to shrine.
The consular.
It seems like two of them they have they know maybe they don't smoke all those the parole for Nigeria. You don't see Macron. You say, "Oh, my friend, you are here." The excitement, it was like a friend, like somebody he knows. It's not like president. You know?
It's just, I just feel like there's a way you should carry yourself as a president of a country, of a big country, of a Nigeria is a big deal.
The problem is
Nigeria is a big deal.
You know, the problem is that the people that are handling Tinubu are using this Kabieshi, this Lord and Master syndrome, and this thing have entered them. So they no longer know what happens outside the world. So they go into the civil war and begin to play all these bow down, do this, do this. Tinubu did not see, he was just like a show boy in that event. That's how they played it. Jumping around, greeting people, a whole president.
So this whole thing, for me, I think nobody is above learning.
One of that.
And that's why I said I hope he learns.
Another angle we haven't explored with this Tinubu thing is could also be part of his, overall struggles. Remember when they were, I think they were playing national anthem and he raised his hands.
Yeah.
He's walking stick.
So we are not very clear on what is going on with that guy.
We're clear. We're clear. Some of us are clear on what's going on.
I am not very clear on what is.
There's occasionally there's a disconnect between the brain and the mouth.
Fine.
From time to time.
Maybe something like that. Maybe that may have happened. He just lost it for a second there.
Of course.
And let himself down a little bit.
Of course. And that's why they didn't let him speak in France.
Even during your inauguration.
Oh, wait. Did you see when Ramaphosa was speaking and he was like, he
looked lost. He was
there. But he felt like
he was there. He was looking. He was just
and then, out of all the African leaders, there was no one-on-one shot of him. Yeah. There was one-on-one shot of Caribbean leaders. There was one-on-one shot of even that small boy in Mozambique, that COVID guy, right?
Yeah.
There was a one-on-one shot of. No, the context of small boy. What I mean is, amongst all of them, there probably, he's around about my age, but like, so of other, Zambian guy, Ruto, all of them, they were, as Ramaphosa was saying, they were getting pictures of keepers. They didn't get a picture of Mr. Tinubu. He must have been sleeping. Maybe that's why they said, okay, let's not go.
No, they have to manage him well. If they don't manage him well, man, it's better for him to
one of my greatest fears.
With his NDC with green suits.
One of my greatest fears. Where I live the next door is the United Nations. Waiting in my mind at September at the United Nations General Assembly. Guy, I don't lie you. I just hope to my organic